Just let me fall to my groove. Look you. Just let me fall to my groove. Just let me fall to my grave. Heart fails under pressure. Wonder if these bad days will last forever. So pessimistic from the past. All the good things end up in caskets. I'm never feeling okay. Good days are so hard to find. Just help me numb all the pain. Away, I'm one step from dying. My angels keep it at bay. Can't blame the people for trying. Just let me fall to my grave. Just let me fall to my grave. Secure. Just let me fall to my Just let me fall to my grave.
What's up, though? Yeah. Roll up with the gang, we gon' violate. Jiggy hella fly with no stylist. Yeah, ain't no middleman, I get it direct. Yeah, big wrist watch, but it's timeless. Ooh, she gon' work it like she got no time left. Yeah, say she love my style, love my dialect. I know she like it by the way your eyes dilate. Ooh, she a bad vibe, wanna vibrate. Yeah, you don't want no smoke, don't be a target. Flew to Tokyo for all my garments. Yeah, look at how we shine, shit is flawless. Damn, talking big rocks, talking onyx. Yo, they told me make it hit, then what you call this? Doomsday with the fire, no department. Yeah, all about the paper, pick your pockets. Soul City to LA, get the spotlight. We don't pay attention to the comments. They hating, but I'm all up in their conscience. Born in 92 like the chronic. Body, that's a mosh pit. Holes in your body like SpongeBob. You know how this shit go dumb hard. Holy water on me, yeah, that's on God. Get a spot jumping with the whole squad. Roll up with the gang, we gon' violate. Jiggy hella fly with no stylist. Yeah, ain't no middleman, I get it direct. Yeah, big wrist watch, but it's timeless. Ooh, she gon' work it like she got no time left. Yeah, say she love my style, love my dialect. I know she like it by the way your eyes dilate. Ooh, she a bad vibe, wanna vibrate.
Yeah, back in my element, walking water with elegance. Put you in a predicament if you fuck with a boy. See my word, I'm a minute, but every dime I be sending it down. Split the percentages, they ain't give me no choice.
Specialized dope boy from the 213. Yeah, the kicks powder blue like the UNC. All I need is one time and now she won't leave. Girl, this ain't no K-pop, ain't no G-O-D. I fly to Bahamas just so I get a tan. Mark on my bag just like a letterman. Do the like, do the hoop, that's the aim one. Everybody swinging, let me know when you land one. Featherweight, now get your weight, see I don't take two, now this a take one. They wanna run it back, I keep it laced up. Look, I ain't got time for your fake love. Roll up with the gang, we gon' violate. Jiggy hella fly with no stylist. Yeah, ain't no middleman, I get it direct. Yeah, big wrist watch, but it's timeless. Ooh, she gon' work it like she got no time left. Yeah, say she love my style, love my dialect. I know she like it by the way your eyes dilate. Ooh, she a bad vibe, wanna vibrate.
Show me how to run away. Broken and fragile. Show me how to run away. Broken and fragile.
All I do is no. Show me how to run away. Broken and fragile. Show me how to run away. Broken and fragile. This bitch talks about damn.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
From all around the world have come together to see the penultimate chapter in the 2024 season. It is the super team stacked with champions versus the rookies looking to finally bring home a trophy. Hello everyone and welcome to the Champions Seoul lower bracket finals. We're coming to you live from the Inspire Arena here in South Korea. I am your host Yingsu and I'm joined by Mimi, Paperthin and Achilles on the desk. Hi, you guys were over there yesterday.
We were. It was great. It was a great game, fantastic way to just send a brand new team into the grand finals. EDG on an incredibly hot run right now.
Yeah, it was an incredibly hype match. I mean, I had so much fun being there, being a part of that moment. That first map, going to OT again, was so exciting. And then EDG coming back looking so strong on Lotus and Abyss. Can't wait to see what they're going to do in the finals.
Yeah, and we couldn't be set up for a better lower final to qualify that second team. A rematch of that upper semi. The team who's done it all, who's won trophies before on their players versus the squad who has been the upstart of the year. It's going to be great either way.
Yeah, and this is the thing. I want to check in real quick as we take a look at the recap how everyone's pick'ems are doing because Mimi, did you have EDG making a final?
Absolutely not. I think that all but the most die-hard EDG fans likely did not see that coming. They have been to so many events, they have always gotten so close, but once they broke through that glass ceiling, made the top 4, I mean, they just looked unstoppable. And the second game, I think everyone thought after the start of the second map that it was going to be all Sen, but an incredible comeback by Team Heretics here.
I think yesterday was the first day I believed in EDG, so like, for me, it was like, finally, I picked them to win that day, and they did, and I'm like, okay, I guess I really should have just checked ahead of time that it was actually going to be EDG's tournament.
Yeah.
You believed?
I did. I believed in EDG, and I believed in pretty much all of these teams, and it's so nice to kind of come into this stage of the tournament and have no real stakes to worry about, no teams to really concern myself with.
Oh, God.
Because at this point, it's just nothing but Pacific in the top 4, and I think that is the most
Pacific team
excellent
is gone.
thing. No, every team remaining in this tournament, in fact, from the top 6, has been a Pacific team. So we will have a Pacific team lifting yet another trophy. This, Mimi, it is true.
DRX is they're at
It doesn't matter. They're all top 4 Pacific, and you know what?
Can you explain it?
I'm gonna prove it. That's what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
Okay, I look forward to this because
he has a presentation.
I will pick up what you're putting down, so
Oh, God.
let's do it.
All right.
He has a map.
Let's take a look now, and we're going to start with EDG. I've done a little bit of preparation here. EDG. Now, the first ever tournament, international, global, if you will, that EDG competed in. You know how they qualified for that? East Asia,
Yeah, it was an LCQ.
They played against Korean teams. They played against a bunch of other squads.
But that doesn't make
And look
them
at this.
Korean.
Oh, here's China. What is that next to them? It's the goddamn Pacific Ocean. EDG. Boom. Pacific.
Okay.
This is what I have to put up with, people. This is like my
you
life.
agree with this?
No, let him go. Let him
absolutely
go.
should.
Let him go. No,
All
no,
of
no.
them. I got
that one's
excuses.
not
I got
that
reasons for every
crazy.
single one of them.
Yeah,
Okay,
right?
let's go
There
one
it
team.
is.
Bring
What
it.
about
here today.
Leviathan and Sentinel?
Okay, Leviathan, boom. I got it ready right here, Mimi. I've done my homework. I know what questions you're going to be bringing to me. Leviathan, we're over here. We're in Chile. Ooh, what is Chile? Right next to, it's the Pacific Ocean. You've got some Chilean
But it's an
players
international
there.
team.
But you also
Texas
have
from a landlocked state.
who has Korean blood in him. Pacific squad, boom. Chilean players, Pacific.
I don't think you're DNA testing
Boom.
players to know what league they're in.
All right.
You already
keep
mentioned
going,
it.
keep
You already
going, keep
mentioned them.
going.
That's Sentinels. This one's easy.
I don't understand
Los
this
Angeles.
one.
Where's Los Angeles? It's right over here. What's it next to? The Pacific Ocean.
Yeah.
But, ace in the hole.
Keep digging
we
into
got
that well.
second. We got second.
He's got you
My
there.
little
He's got
Filipino
you
boy.
there.
Absolutely running all over them with the neon. Boom. Pacific.
He's
See?
from
It's
he grew up
infallible.
in New Jersey.
The trophy
You
is
grew up in
already
New
ours.
Jersey. It's next to the Atlantic Ocean.
All right. I am buying what you're selling. However, Team Heretics, there is no shot that you could claim this.
Oh, but you are so wrong. Let's just cover that up because I made a mistake earlier. So we'll just say, yeah, Pacific. Heretics. You're right. How do I justify Heretics how do I work them into this crazy narrative that I have for myself that they could possibly be a Pacific team?
Surely this will be
We're
rational.
over here at Turkey. Now, who's been one of the top performing, if not the top performing player on
Rienz,
Heretics in this
maybe?
tournament? Rienz.
Yeah.
Rienz is from Turkey. This might be a Spanish organization, so I'll go ahead and I'll move them over here. But Rienz has been
But
the
Spain
GOAT
is
for
on
the
the
team.
Atlantic Ocean.
And it is, that's so true. This is not Pacific.
Bosphorus
I already wrote it here.
Strait does not connect to
Pacific.
the Pacific Ocean.
However, the landmass of Turkey, 97% of which rests in Asia.
Dude,
Rienz,
you're
he's the
gonna
best
bring
player.
out
There's another Turkish
Pangea
player
to
on that
justify
roster.
the next one.
They all rely on him. Therefore, he carries the team. Therefore, team
Now,
is Pacific. We're
hold
lifting
on.
the trophy. Doesn't matter. I got it all down. And Pat, Pacific fans, rejoice.
Yes.
We have another trophy.
No. Here's the deal.
I'm with you.
I have to deal with this guy all year, so I've been saving something because I feel like he would need it eventually. And my friend, you have finally earned it.
Well, I have hair that can be messed up, so
no,
let's go ahead and...
Oh, yeah, I see how it is. Okay, well, fine. I guess I have to protect myself
Nice
from
little
you.
white chocolate
with this.
Hershey kiss over there.
You got me. I'm with you. Pacific, let's go. But I feel like we need something to soften this up. So let's take a look at what Sideshow has been up to with Zelsis and Benji Fishy.
Hey, how's it going? I'm joined here by Benji Fishy from Team Heretics, Zelsis from Sentinels, and we're going to play a quick game of Never Have I Ever. Now, if you're too young or too sober to have ever played this game before, it's very simple. I read out a statement, and if you have done it, you hold up the have, and if you haven't done it, you hold up the have not. It's really easy. So I'm going to kick it off with this one. Never have I ever lied to a teammate.
He's lying right now.
Does it, like, what do you mean by lie?
That's a great question. What a philosophical question for us to ask during this.
I mean, come on, you've never lied. Okay, if like you hit someone to 1 HP, bro, you hit him like 20. Like, let's be real. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, any lie, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, never have I ever talked smack in person.
I have talked smack.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, I actually, I mean, every time I've talked, I've lost the game. Every single time. It started in LCQ at a press conference. It was my first ever game in Heretics, LCQ against Koi. And I said to Coldementa at the time, I said to him, if you get more than 10 rounds in the whole series, it's a loss to me. And they won the first map. and they won the whole thing. So
Right.
yeah.
Okay, next one. Never have I ever played a prank on a teammate.
Oh, I have played. I
have not, no.
I think I have.
Anything that you're allowed to tell us?
Back in the C9 house, we used to do this thing where people would sleep, but they would lock their doors. But we had a massage gun, like those thermal ones that just went. So we would just go to their doors and just like put it on the door, and it would just make the loudest sound ever on the door.
That is so much more wholesome than where I thought that was going when you said people would sleep with locked doors. Never have I ever been late to something important.
I've been late.
Does practice
Not by
count?
choice, but I've been late.
Right? What do you mean not by choice?
Well, like, you know, your parents sometimes, like, you know, they're asleep in or something, and they're like your ride there
Your
or
parents
something.
still take you to practice, do they?
I wish. My life would be easier.
I'm not gonna lie, I was also like, I'm almost never late to practice. Almost never late. But this event, my alarm didn't go off, and I was like 1 hour late to prac.
1
Yeah,
hour late?
1 hour late. Yeah.
Brutal. That is brutal. Never have I ever been nervous before a game.
I've definitely been nervous.
Yeah.
Any games in particular?
Every game.
Really?
Every game, yeah. I used to fight my nerves. Like, I would be like, oh, I'm not nervous. Like, I'm not nervous. And it would make me more nervous.
Yeah.
But now I'm like, yeah.
The thing that I've heard from most pros is that you actually have to embrace that feeling because it's like energy you feed into.
Yeah.
It's like a big performance coming up from.
For me, the most, I mean, it's quite weird. The thing I've been most nervous for is a chess tournament.
Really?
Yeah, I played in, there's a streamer tournament called PogChamps.
Yeah.
And I played in it, never been so nervous in my life. Genuinely, doesn't matter, it was, before I played the Fortnite World Cup on the big stage, chess was more scary, but by far.
What rating are you?
I don't play much now, I was like 1500, 1600.
Wait, you're actually good?
Yeah, I was pretty
That's
good.
good.
Wait, no way.
I got coached by Magnus Carlsen's coach. So, I mean, I had a bit of like an advantage.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm losing the aura battle here, bro.
That's crazy. All right. We'll try to get you back on track then. We'll try to get you back on track with this one. Never have I ever let go of the defuse button too soon while celebrating. You ever done that before? That's a classic.
Have I done that?
Ooh.
I'm trying to think of.
I have, but in
CS.
ranks. Thank
Ranked?
God, not in official. Oh my God, if it was
Does
in
it
an
count in
official,
ranked? I haven't.
Yeah, I've done it in
for
ranked,
sure,
but 100% never in an official.
Okay,
though.
but never
oh my
in an
God,
official.
I'll be killed by my
Right.
teammates.
Well,
Yeah.
listen,
right.
I don't want to put that out into the universe.
That's quite scary.
Actually, I let go of it was C9 qualification to was was it champs? I think it was champs. I let go at 11-11 on Ascent on a Sobol because I didn't think I could stick it. And to this day, I still don't know if I could have stuck it, but I let go.
Well, thank you very much for sitting down and playing the game with me. We learned a lot about everybody and some things that I'll never be able to forget. So, all right, thanks.
Thank you.
Good luck in both of your games.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
The one game you're playing against each other.
Oh, I miss Zelsis already. I miss him. But unfortunately, as you can see on the bracket, Sentinels, they were knocked out by Heretics on their way here. How much do we read into that game? How impressive was it for Heretics?
I think it was absolutely huge for Heretics to bounce back in that game and stay alive here. Something that they've really proved throughout this run in the lower bracket is just how comfortable they are at this point on that stage, in that lower bracket, and now going all the way to earn themselves this rematch today against Leviathan.
Yeah, of course. I love that you mentioned that it's a rematch because, Seth, it didn't really go Heretics' way last time.
No, not exactly. Push down into this lower bracket where they're trying to go on this run to get themselves back into yet another grand finals. Pressure is going to be mounting for these players, but they have that bit of momentum behind them, whereas LEV is going to be the team who's kind of still reeling from that maybe very unanticipated loss to EDG.
Yeah, and that brings us to today's MasterCard fan poll. We want to know which team you think will be taking on EDG tomorrow for that trophy. Scan the QR code to cast your vote, and we'll have the results in just a bit. And make sure while you're at it, use the hashtags VALORANT Champions and VCT so we can feature you on the show. Here is the $1 million question. Paper thin, who do you think is going to be facing EDG tomorrow?
It's really tough, but in the runbacks, it's really hard to beat a team twice in a row, especially in such a short amount of time in an event like this. Like, a lot of times it just takes really minor changes, really small things that you need to tweak, that you need to adjust to beat them. Plus, it's going to be a best of 5. I'm going Team Heretics.
Oh, I was like waiting to see where that was gonna go, but I like that. But let's talk about that man you guys just saw on your screen here, Com, because my goodness, Mimi, he has been great in this tournament. Champion.
He really has. I mean, struggled a little bit in their last series, but Com, this was, I think, the worst year individually for him since he became a pro player at this Tier 1 level. But he has stepped up massively in this tournament, and it's not just his stats, his clutches, him always flanking as you know he's going to be, but I think it's also the impact he has on the team and the energy that he brings to them, Seth.
Yeah, and we actually got to hear Potter talking about that in one of the halftime interviews yesterday. She said that, you can't always quantify by what you see on screen what a player is able to do, what they bring to a team, and she did big up Com and say that he is a part of just keeping spirits high, keeping people focused in on the game, and I think that we have seen that, because always, even if he's not fragging out of control, which he was doing at times yesterday, his utility is always on point, but he's also always the guy who's saying, like, it's okay, we got this, good job on that round, etc., etc.
Yeah, honestly said, anytime you mention Potter, I'm going to deliver, because we actually have the clip here. Here is, of course, EG's coach Potter talking about Com.
Potter, hello. Now, I want to ask you about Com, the Seoul defending champion here. In Champion Seoul, what does he bring to the table when it comes to big matches like this?
He just really controls the awareness and the tone in the team. Communication is such a huge part of the pace and just understanding when you're going to fight and things like this. But Corbin's awareness is just next level, and he just pulls his teammates up to where he's at, and so it helps with the flow state for all the players.
All I want in life is for Potter to talk about me in that way, Paper Thin. I feel like that's the greatest vouch you could ever get as a professional player.
Yes.
Yes.
That's all that needs to be
Agreed.
said. Yes, she's an amazing coach, obviously, and she's just so good with her players and her teams. Like, everybody I talk to has nothing but positive things to say about her. Obviously, we've worked at her at events in the past as well. Just an absolute treat to work with. Such a great mind she has for this game. No higher praise could be found.
Yeah, but that kind of means how impressive Com is, right? The fact that Potter is saying these things about him.
He's insanely consistent, too. I mean, you looked at the stats earlier of what he did last year in Champions versus what he's doing this year. It's basically the same thing. He's going to provide you, at least at the big event, consistency. Yeah, some of the, kind of criticisms have been that he hasn't always been consistent in the regional leagues and things like that, but he shows up for the big stages.
He's going to be the most important player in this lower bracket match. He's been here before. He went through the lower bracket to make it to the finals and win in 2023. And after that tough loss yesterday, he's going to have to keep his team in it if they want to do the same in 2024.
I mean, you heard it from us. Let's hear from the man himself, Com, who spoke with Mika Fabs earlier today.
I'm here right now with Calm of Leviathan. Now, Calm, that grand finals is getting closer and closer. Is there something that stands out about this time compared to others, especially since I know this has been a personal trip for you, right? You've been revisiting your roots, so does that factor in more pressure?
Yeah, I would say like being in a totally different country. Last year it was kind of in the same country, right, where I was in LA. This year it's in Korea, in like I guess my second country. And yeah, it's like more pressure, but also it's like more fun. Like pressure is like a gift, honestly.
Oh, I love that. And it's like two different homes, right? And do you think that this match versus Heretics is going to go the same way it did last time?
I think they'll have like good stuff for us, and I think when you lose to a team, you learn more about why you lost and stuff. So I think they'll come in with a different fire. It's just about us adapting to it.
Amazing. Well, good luck out there.
Thank you.
And I hope they've had time to learn, because it was just yesterday at Kilios that they dropped down to this position after losing to EDG.
Yeah, and this is a tight turnaround here for the side of Leviathan, and it's a very different beast that you have to get ready for compared to EDG as far as the playstyle is concerned. So it's going to be a big change up on multiple fronts. But, you know, Calm has been in this position before, so maybe he can pull it off again. Ironically, he's the one who's kind of maybe have to guide Icebox a little bit more through this one, because when Icebox was able to get his trophy, he was able to do it through the upper bracket.
And I think we have specifically, seen some of the issues cropping up that we saw earlier in Leviathan's year when they had their failures at Shanghai and back in the Americas playoffs of Stage 1, where some of the fundamentals were slipping. We saw underperformances from some individual players. They got completely locked out on Lotus. Their game plan was all around playing these set retakes, and they were getting disrupted almost every round by EDG and failed to adapt in time. And even their best map, Icebox, well, they looked great in the first half. They almost let that one slip. That very easily could have been a 2-0 loss for LEV, so they need to fix a lot coming into this best of 5 today.
Yeah, and this is the other thing. Icebox in this best of 5, Paper Thin, surely it is going to come up.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've prepared a little bit of a segment here. I want to go over one of the rounds that we saw from this team in their previous matchup on Icebox. And I want to talk specifically about Leviathan and this double controller comp with the Harbor, what it does really well. So let's jump into it. First thing I want to point out to you is there is a whole bunch of ults available, the whole kit and caboodle here for the side of Heretics. So you would think this is going to be a pretty difficult round, but off the rip, some really important positionings that you're going to see. Something that a lot of conditioning being done here by the side of Leviathan with a cascade off the rip and then a recon dart that is going to displace whoever's right there by yellow. In this case, it's Boo from the side of Heretics. That's going to force him back. And that's going to give a lot of space and control. This makes it really difficult to play against because you don't know exactly what's going on behind that cascade. Sometimes they're going to push off of it, sometimes they're not. A lot of space control. Now, as a counter move to this, it is going to be Heretics trying to take some space. So we'll go a little bit further forward. Also, an important thing to note here, there is a smoke in middle. It goes down, that's the poison cloud from the side of Leviathan. So they've got a lot of map control. They're taking 2 parts of the map away from you here early on, and that's going to allow them to move over towards A. They've got tons of availability of space and information except on A. So what they are going to do after this drone that's forced out because of that poison cloud, by the way, so that's really difficult to deal with, is they are going to have to use a drone of their own to try to get in a little space. This high tide, the default high tide that you're going to see from Leviathan all the time. And then I want to really highlight what's going on here for the side of Heretics. They're pinging this out. They have to be concerned because of this smoke. They don't know what's going on the other side of this high tide, so they are going to use the Hunter's Fury here because they are worried that there's going to be a fast execute. They also know that there is a Viper's Pit available, and that's going to make things a little bit tricky for them. So let's get into it a little bit. A lot of util used here by Leviathan as well. You can see those shock darts, the recon dart. Calm doing a great job with his util, selling that it's going to be a little bit fast, but it's a pause and a reset for the side of Leviathan. This is something that they do so well behind these smokes. Is they pause, they take their time, they wait for you. And then there's going to be a lurk in mid as well. Plant is going to come down, so they've got so much control of this space, but really key. Okay, I want to highlight what's going on in the map. There was a Viper's Pit, you remember. It is intentionally dropped here because they know they've got all these ultimates. They've got the lockdown, they've got the thrash. So what does Leviathan do? Look at how they position themselves up in the corner. They are anticipating this thrash. There's a dizzy that came out as well from Woot. They are very ready for this thrash to come through, and they are playing to clear it. Now, to Heretics' credit, they do a really good job with this. There's also the ult from Mazzino, which they had funneled to him, which is something they do on this map. They are constantly funneling orbs and ult to him. But then Calm steps up, gets a huge 2K. Aspas steps in, so they're all ready for this Flood retake from the side of Heretics. Boom, there you go. But the biggest point here, the overall thing, is the way that they use those smokes to control the map. They're on every single entry point. They're mid, they're B, they're A. They're making it so hard to get a read on what they're doing.
Absolutely, but I think we saw even in that round, when it did look good, it still relied on some individual multi-kills at the end of that round to close out. They're really relying on players like Calm, like Icebox to step up in those moments to keep them in it.
Yeah, and speaking of those players, let's talk about Aspas, because this is still everyone's, I feel like, demon here. You ask other Duelist players at Kilios, they all say that he's the best.
I mean, how many players coming into this tournament have, have stated that they idolize this guy, and have been watching them since they kind of started their careers. Aspas has always been at the top of everyone's list when it comes down to Duelist players, since, what, 2023, I suppose?
Even earlier, 22?
Well, at 22, there might be some contention.
Sure.
Duelist-wise, yes. But Aspas has always been up near the top. This guy is and can be a demon, but we saw him banished a little bit in that series yesterday.
I think the biggest difference in this matchup when he's going to be playing against Miniboo is how they're taking their fights and when in the round they're doing it. Miniboo is so proactive at taking early duels. He's sacrificing himself for the team. He's going in really quickly with the Neon, whereas Icebox does not take as many risks. He's not as involved in as many first fights as that Duelist on the other side, and his impact, if it's going to come, has to come in those mid and late rounds like we're seeing. And the kind of sacrifices the team makes because of that is that they aren't able to go for as many hard entry rounds where they're fast hitting into sites. I think sometimes it can be a detriment when they're struggling, but when he's playing at his best, Icebox's impact in those later rounds wins Leviathan games.
And real quick, I want to note that that's something that I thought might have hurt them a little bit against EDG, is the way that they play with Icebox, that they don't always have that entry power to kind of break open doors, where he's playing backline, he's grabbing that attacking side op, and to try to go for, having him be the guy at the end of these rounds, and it didn't really work out against them, so I'm curious if today there's going to be a change-up in the way Leviathan positions their star player.
Yeah, and of course, they're going to be going up against Team Heretics. We mentioned the rematch already, but the difference is this time around at Kilios, Heretics, they're coming into this with confidence, with a win in this lower bracket.
No, they absolutely are. And again, it's about, getting those gears turning. They were able to do that yesterday with some fairly dominant showings, in the latter half of the set over Sentinels. Right now, I think that Heretics should be coming into this one very riled up, very confident, and they have been in this position before. They've been able to punch their ticket into a grand finals by making this light little run after getting knocked down and being able to conquer. I think that, overall, Heretics are in such a good position because there's so many things I feel that LEV need to fix.
And this is a chance to repeat history for them. They have had the second place curse all year. Second place at Shanghai, second place in 2 finals in EMEA, and now they're in the exact same position they were just a few months ago in China. If they can win this match against Leviathan, they have a real chance to kind of make right on that history, to end their year on success, but it is still going to be really difficult to do so. But I think the biggest difference is that they're coming with that confidence you're talking about, Yinsu, versus a Leviathan who looked like they were lacking it towards the end and really struggling with some of their fundamentals in that map 3 of their series.
Yeah, and confidence on some players who are just ridiculously young. We talk about that. This is the year of the rookies, and this team embodies that sentiment. I want to talk about Vood real quick as well, because remember, you guys, Heretics in the beginning of the season picked up a player that was not old enough. He was ineligible to play in VCT full stop, and then he comes in, look at the age and pools he's playing. He's at this point pretty much played everything, and role-wise at Paper Thin, he's shifting and moving tournament to tournament, and he's looking great on everything he plays.
There's been a tremendous amount of weight put on his shoulders as a player this year, for such a young player as well, to come in, to have to change all these roles, to be put in so many high-pressure situations, and he's mostly performed. Now, the last time against Leviathan, it wasn't his best performance. He had like -17, I think, in his K to D. Definitely not what you expect out of him, because he's usually fragging out of his mind. So he's a big piece of the puzzle here today for Heretics to get over Leviathan like they couldn't before.
He's a player in the mold of the absolute best rookies we have had in this game. If you think back to the all-time first-year performances for players, you think of Zekin in 2022, you think of Alphayer that year as well. And the similarity between all these players is playing a variety of different roles, showing massive amounts of maturity despite their young age and stepping up and finding massive performances with their team. It's been a while since we've had a guy like this, but Woot is finding his absolute stride no matter the role, no matter the circumstance on this Team Heretics roster.
I mean, rookie aside, I think the last time you had a guy like this was kind of forsaken last year with the peaks that PACIFIC were able to hit, just given that flexibility.
Yeah, and I love the word year because he hasn't even been here for the full year. He literally,
it's been like 6 months.
He wasn't even 18 before the season started. But let's catch up with the man himself. Here's Mika Fabs with Woot.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Woot of Team Heretics. Now Woot, you guys had a massive victory against Sentinels yesterday. I feel like I have to congratulate you for that. But how confident are you guys up against Leviathan? Because previously they won against you guys 2-0.
We are always confident about who we're playing against. But this time we're not gonna focus on the names. We're gonna focus on ourselves, and we're gonna play our game. So it's gonna be easier than last time.
Gotta love it. Gonna play your game. Now there is a bit of a question with the team's history with best of fives. Do you feel like the team's stamina has improved, especially with all of the events that you've qualified for this year?
I think yeah, we had a lot of experience about the best of fives, and we're gonna use it in the stage. Especially in Shanghai, we played all of the stadium matches. So we had a lot of experience about it.
Okay, excited to see it. Best of luck.
Thank you.
I mean, this is definitely could be an issue for them in this best of five. Benji, yes, Benji, you show them. You show them.
Don't headbutt the camera.
But let's
That's
talk.
very expensive.
Let's talk about this best of five record, Kilios, because it's not looking good for Team Heretics.
No, overall, across the board, in best of fives played for the side of Heretics, they've only been able to get one win
Just the one.
so far. So it has been a bit of a struggle, whereas for Leviathan, they have had a couple of additional victories here for them. I think the biggest key difference to really keep in mind, though, is that for Leviathan, these are regional victories that they've been able to accrue for themselves over in Americas. For Heretics, however, they do have one on this global stage. The question is, can they get a second? Can their second ever best of five win be once again here in this moment that allows them to get back into a grand final?
And I hate to always bring it up, but the deeper we get into this series, a map 4, a map 5, I think that is where you really have to test how resilient are these rookies. They've proven it in Shanghai before, but this is a different level. This is the biggest stage of the year. This is a tough opponent, and this is the biggest match of pretty much all of these players' careers. So rising to that occasion and proving that you can be resilient in this long of a game against a team who has players who have lifted trophies on a stage just like this before is the real test today.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about, because the only best of five that they did win was a 3-0. It feels like, Paper, then if we ever go into that map 4, map 5 territory, things get really, really, really worrisome for Heretics.
For sure, and they stumbled against Gen G, right, in the finals at Shanghai in a similar situation. But it wasn't America's team. They were going up before that, you know, so who knows? Maybe they're going to be able to flip the script here today. Maybe they're going to be able to have that performance that they couldn't quite do if it goes a little bit further beyond.
Yeah, and it's time for the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you guys which team is moving forward to tomorrow's grand final, and the results are in. Oh my God.
Good
Okay.
Lord. Well, that's just like the big best thing ever.
Oh, excellent.
I mean, just almost perfect parity.
Good work,
in the fan
fans.
poll. That, yeah, a round of applause for you, a golf clap perhaps. That was the closest poll I think that we have ever had.
Yeah.
I think it's fantastic to see, because I think that it honestly could be that narrow of a margin, but as you can see on the
Bring
ground.
it in, Mimi. Bring it in. Now, my reverse curse has been very, very good. So I'm just going to confess straight up, I'm doing this for Heretics.
I think on paper, Heretics are the favorite in this matchup. I think they looked so good in that last series. They've proven a real depth. I think strategically even, they have better ideas in a lot of rounds than Leviathan. And honestly, I feel like despite how young they all are, the firepower they have on that team can compete, even against this Leviathan that people have called the super team all year.
I think they're in a great position. We saw Gen G struggle versus Sentinels in their first best of 5 at a global event. They went on to go to Shanghai. They beat Heretics in a best of 5. I think Heretics, they take that as a learning experience. They see, okay, this is the endurance that we need to be able to get through a series like this, to be able to lift a trophy. I think that that is going to be such a huge boon for them here in this arena.
I know. Why did you go for Heretics?
I mean, I think it's two things. It's the run back, so usually the team that wins the first time, loses the second time at an event. Could be an anomaly, who knows? The other thing is I think Heretics just have a deeper map pool. I think overall yesterday, Leviathan has looked shaky in a lot of their wins, even on Icebox, their best map. It's always overtime, it's always very, very close, so just minor adjustments need to be made for Heretics to beat Leviathan this time.
And there's a lot of comparison there as well. The Icebox, the Abyss, I think Team Heretics are competent at both those maps that Leviathan are likely to pick in this pool.
It doesn't matter, right? They're both Pacific, so you're happy either
Pacific.
way.
I'm fine whichever way it happens. Doesn't matter what happens in the grand final. We're all set.
Where's my tinfoil hat?
Achilles. In a world of all the stresses, be like him, because it's time to kick off this best of 5 and find out which team will be playing for the trophy tomorrow. It is Leviathan taking on Team Heretics. The Champions Tour lower bracket final starts right now.
You're in AGL, you blame yourself a lot.
That second trophy for Calm, for Icebox, a little bit further. Out of reach, but still obtainable.
Especially because I felt like I made so much mistakes.
These are definitely like the high pressure moments when you're in your hotel room fighting your demons. But the most important part is just bouncing back from it.
I think we are as ready as possible. We played close to maximum amount of best of 5s that you could this year. The more best of 5s you play, the more experience you get. So we were ready to play against Leviathan, we were ready to play EDG after.
Team Heretics, they play really well together. They have really good individual moments.
The slow creep up, the noise has been made. Can he get that shot? He absolutely can!
We beat them before, but it was a close game.
Last time we played Leviathan, I think what they had is more confidence. So this time we just make sure that we do not hesitate.
Mini move quick as lightning.
We cannot doubt ourselves. We need to get the revenge.
I truly believe that we're gonna win Champions.
Tonight! Huge for
That's what they like to see, boys. Let's go!
They definitely had their good moments in Madrid and Shanghai. So I think they're gaining the experience as time goes by. But I would say having 2 world champions is really important.
Icebox with his own knives is starting to take things down.
So I definitely think we have the edge.
We have one more life left. We're gonna give our all to win this tournament.
And hey, I'm stone cold. Good luck.
Leviathan. Team Heretics.
The grand final finals is on the line here. Just one best of 5 stands in the way of either Team Heretics or Leviathan making it. But this is a best of 5, like I said, and the maps are going to be very interesting. What do we think is coming up today?
I think we're almost guaranteed to get that Icebox early in the pool, and I think that map is going to define how this series goes. Leviathan has played it every chance they've gotten. It's gone to OT every time, and they've won it every time thus far.
Right at the top of the show.
But Team Heretics really pushed them last time.
I'm so happy Heretics decided to go for the Sunset this time as well. I think that's the correct choice.
Yeah, opting back into that map, one that was not in the pool when they played against Genji in that final that they ended up losing. But as you said, Mimi, that Icebox, it was close the last time they played it, but it has been close every single time for LEV. They cannot get a win on this map in this tournament without it going to overtime. We saw it yesterday, another 16-14 scoreline, 15-13 the last time these two teams clashed. How many rounds do we get this time around?
And this is why I'm so concerned for LEV. I feel like Icebox is like a must-win map for them because I think Sunset, Abyss, those are both heavily Heretics favored in my book.
Abyss.
I don't know what they're doing there. I think they're a bit off the sauce there. I don't know why Lotus, but
I think that Abyss is better than we think. I think they made some individual mistakes. The coordination wasn't on point. I think that led to the map slipping. I think the way they play the macro on that map, though, is one of the best in this tournament. The way they're controlling mid with the Harbor dominating that space, especially on their defense, actually looked really good. But for me, Clint, it's all about them shoring up those mistakes, the coordination issues that we did see last time.
100%.
And they just don't have that much time to course correct, to make those improvements, to make those adjustments. My biggest concern here is that Icebox right off the top, because for me, I think LEV, if they want to have a chance in this series, they need to be able to secure the victory there. Otherwise, you could be looking at a 2-0 start from the side of Heretics. That can really just really work you down lower and lower, you know, mentality-wise, with your mechanics, with your play, and it could just end up being a blowout off the back of that.
And for the rookie players as well, being able to get out of this best of 5 in a 3-0 before going into that finals, I mean, that is best case scenario for a possible Team Heretics tournament win here.
There are two things that I'm looking for, one for each team. The one that I'm looking for Heretics is for the squad to big up that guy right there. Miniboo, he was not in that best of 5 versus Genji over at Shanghai. He does not have that best of 5 global event experience, but the rest of the players do. They need to be guiding him. They need to be keeping his spirits high if he goes off to a bit of a rocky start. For the side of Leviathan, I'm looking for a Vandal in Aspas's hands when they are on the attack.
And I'm looking at Calm. He was in the lower final last year. He won it then, he won that tournament, and he is the player who mentally keeps Leviathan in one piece.
Here's my worry, though. I'm going to reiterate it one more time. Every single best of 5 these Heretics have played, when they lose one map, they have lost the entire series. They knew Icebox was coming. We knew Icebox was coming. There is no excuse here to let it slip.
No, absolutely not. And there's no changes whatsoever. And I don't think that is going to come as a shock to anybody. This is high stakes. To throw a spanner in the works right now would be such a bold move. So it's going to be stock standard for both of these teams coming into this one.
And I'm looking at this, and I know I gave flowers to Leviathan for the way that they play this map during my telestrator, but honestly, it's little things that need to be adjusted here for Heretics. A few better decisions with their ultimates and other things during some of those rounds could have been their map.
Well, I can't wait to get into this series. It is time, everybody. And of course, time to introduce your casters. Have fun with this one. Pansy and Steel.
Thank you so much, Yinzu, the desk leading us here to now. This is what legends will be written about. This game to set them in motion, potentially to lead towards that trophy, that grand final. Only one game away, but a best of 5 is a whole new battleground between these two, Josh. Heretics have an illustrious history in these moments. Leviathan on the other side, fabulous. They've got previous winners in these games, in this server. But where does your mind go? We have to touch on form, surely.
My mind goes to many different places, obviously, but form is a great one. If we want to look even just as far back as yesterday, they looked so different than we've seen them before. You know, LEV, they lost, but they were looking so good still. It was just EDG looked better. Heretics, the resilience aside of them with the aggression we haven't seen before to take down Sentinels, and we're going fast into this first pistol round as well to start things off.
Spot on. Heretics on the defending side. Obviously that means Leviathan on the attack, and already the man known for being the can opener for Leviathan is down. Aspas removed instantly. And now Heretics don't need to overextend. They can calm it down, sit on the side, but that's an opening and a big chance. Removing that anchor sets Heretics out to shore, out to drift. They have nowhere to levy, and the shots are hitting. Com with a belter straight through middle. And I love what Tex is trying here. As long as he doesn't go too far, he secured them so much space. Oh, he's been outdone though, Rienz. Remember what he was like in that final map. Do they go back for
He
this?
calls him back. He calls him back. All of the Team Heretics players are rotated right now, but because of that Viper wall being refreshed with that Harbor wall, right now Team Heretics is going to stay and stay and stay. And King, look at his positioning. He's waiting to cut off the rotations as well, try to get another pick off, and this is so hard to trade out as well.
The silence is deafening now towards B, and they know it. They're behind the wheel here. The positioning from King could be outstanding. There's no way the Miniboo checks this.
No way.
He thought, and he actually did give it a go, but it's King who's rewarded for his diligence in approach, and the follow-up could have been happening, but no, back and forth we go! And Heretics carving a path back into this, but come in their way. A 1v2, a Sheriff, and almost full utility. Do not forget, he still has everything he needs and a plant.
It's planted for Belt. He's got 2 shots. He's got Dart. Rienz is one-shottable. Woot, just 2 bullets to connect. This is a very winnable situation for Com. This is going to be difficult for Team Heretics. The first shot lined up.
He's ready, sends it. That's the first. The second, soon to follow. Now got the tag, but he now needs to swing. He needs to make sure, and he's absolutely doing it. 3 HP. He still has to land. Oh my God! He got off! The time is gone! Com staying cool enough, but by the grace of gods, they get away with the first.
Wow.
Come on.
He got off. Com ran out of bullets, though. The only win condition there is to stick it. You don't have time to get off and then get the kill and get back on. But he goes, instead, he thinks about stats. No, you're going to be kicking yourself from that one. And Heretics, they had a rough start yesterday. They were missing their shots. They lost the pistols and both pistols in that first map against Sentinels. They lost versus Classics. Boo had to backpack them on this map of all maps. But right now, I'm already seeing kind of the little things that are being placed around sprinkled. We saw already that Tex lurk up to take out Boo. Boo, predictable on that jump spot.
Yeah.
We saw that rotate back from A to B, and the kill on Benji as well, right at middle. These are the things that I fear about because Lev is so good with these lurks, with the flank timings, and with their audibles. And Team Heretics, they can't get caught here. Boo can't get caught at mid, at B, and Benji can't get caught at mid.
And stops, control towards the ult orb. And again, early Vandal out for Aspas. He was dealt with very handedly in that first round, unable to get much play building. But here we are going to be seeing a gamble stack from Heretics, opting for the 4 towards B, just 1 over towards the A site. As it stands, slowly but surely, Leviathan are taking that A space.
We saw Team Heretics actually doing a few of these gamble stacks towards B yesterday against Sentinels as well, where they had 2 or 3 players where normally it's just Boo to defend, but Lev's just going to walk into this A site for free. Maybe Benji goes for a fight, but it's going to be a plant. Going to be a convergence. And starting on Icebox is actually kind of interesting because last head-to-head, it was a Leviathan 15-13 win, but it was one of Heretics' worst maps statistically, so the fact that they got that close is surprising. And then Heretics surprised us yesterday as well by picking this against Sentinels, and they closed it out. But it's going to be a 2-0 start for Lev.
And at this point, I do start looking at the ult orb progress as well. Com doing very well towards his. Obviously after that first round, no surprises there. Mazzino not far away. And he's actually on farming this up. Lovely for him. Being quite close now. Aspas just needs to be cautious to not use the Vandal, and he does. Very clean work from Lev here, managing to navigate away from the stack. Caution paying off, and the second round for themselves.
It's this round right here where the half really gets going. Lev try to keep that progress towards those ultimates, towards those, just picking up every round that they can get. And yeah, you're right, Com is pretty close to his ultimate as well, and he's been pretty good with it.
Oh yeah.
Landing his Hunter's Furies, getting value out of it with a tag on a player, or just blind, just launching it, getting the zone value, but normally he just comes out with a kill.
Bonus time. Still got that 1 Vandal with Aspas, the rest more towards Bulldogs, and the Outlaw there is going to be interesting, but not too many light shields to be able to try and pick towards. It'd be Boo who'd be the one suffering if he does get a fight towards it, but very
Looks like an
fast
early
mid-work. Look at King already. Straight up middle. Manages to get past the turret undetected. They have no idea about this. Benji none the wiser. Wu looks like a victim in the making. He takes a look to the left, looks to the right, and he waits. That's patience, that's discipline, and that's a good goddamn reward, King! Outstanding impact already. Right up middle, perfect planning, and the reward is there.
That's a tough pill to swallow for Team Heretics right now. They're in a 2 versus 4, and it looks like they're looking for an opportunity back in here. Spike hasn't been planted yet. Benji.
You're not going to isolate a fight on the high-low there.
Not happening. And Boo just needs to save that. That round was over, like as soon as that Cascade blocked that turret line off. And sometimes we've seen Team Heretics start with a player on that boiler to stop that Killjoy Molly from taking out their turret. But the way that LEV play, because they have that second control in Harbor, they can send that Cascade out towards that boiler, block off that vision, and sneak through that gap. So Team Heretics needs to figure out a way to stop this from happening. Alarm bot, maybe play that player in that position, but great bonus round strat from LEV.
And I'm glad you noticed that. The fact that it came out in round 3 here, in my mind, really sets the standard. And it's going to force Heretics to make an adjustment
They have to respect it.
Exactly. It sets the tone. So do you pull Benji now away from where he was, focus him now towards Boiler? Clearly, they have to make their minds up. And to go for a little bit of a high, I wouldn't even say high risk, but it was a slightly risky approach from King. Why not in your bonus? You have that extra round as a buffer. A lovely concept.
There's 2 things I've noticed now about what LEV has planned here on their attack side in these first few rounds. So the first one was punishing Boo on that jump spot in that Texas 1v1 lurk at B. The second thing was now this A split by denying middle. Right there, that tries to force more of Team Heretics over to defend B, to defend middle. That's going to be less players to defend A.
So let's actually look at the tangible impact of that already. The adjustment of the Killjoy utility is there, Benji far more present. Now, they've said that. They've conditioned them to respect this, but you're going to see the buy obviously suffering. Only Boo making it away with that Phantom in hand. Sheriff's outside of it, but we know the Heretics can hit with this. And they've gone for a bit of an aggressive lean as well. Stinger close enough by. You've got Woot looking for a brawl here, but Aspas waiting. He's got a read on this one. Yeah, he absolutely does. Eyes on the prize for Aspas, but not perfect on the follow-up. Hold on. Heretics just found 2. King again, though. Anytime there might be a swing moment, he finds so much impact, even if it's just 1 kill. Mazzino, got to be cautious to not get overwhelmed here. You can see Benji desperate to get him. And Benji's going for the ends on the follow-up as well.
They know where King is.
Spike, and they've got to know about King. He was the one who took down Boo. How do they position around this? Let's see. An upgrade for Benji, a stinger still, but it's perfect from Heretics. What an adjustment. A couple missed shots here and there from Aspas, but they planned that from the get-go, Josh.
That couldn't have been more perfect for Team Heretics. And I was looking at Boo's positioning, aggressive on B. He actually goes 1 for 1, but that first kill, it was unpunished. Aspas, I thought for sure, yeah, you're right. He's sitting under belt, he's waiting for it. He knows his pipe aggression is coming. But this convergence at Maze with that dizzy and swinging from 3 different angles to clean that up. Wow, that's a must-needed swing round for Team Heretics there as they lost that first gun round.
And a stark reminder that this was a very close series last time they met on this map as well. Heretics deserve and they command respect here. And aggression seems to be the name of the game. They're doubling down on this. Mini Boo! Too far, has to back away.
He goes
I say that, Woot goes forward. He takes away Aspas, and now they once again try and do more damage. Re-ends from further afield, finding Mazzino. They've left Lev in tatters. Down to Tex, King, and Com. How the hell are you meant to make this one work now? So many bodies here. Lovely little off angle for Mini Boo in case they try and push up. They can swing together, they can work together. And let's see, that's exactly the case. He gets a fair free fight near on King. And Tex and Com, what options do you have? A beautiful shot, no follow-up. Benji on the trade. Heretics starting to hit together as a team. Not impossible, but improbable, Josh.
I'm loving the repositionings together. They realized 3 versus 1. Let Tex get to the site, plant that spike, and lock himself out.
I love this.
Fundamentals.
Showing that heads up, that calmness on stage. Just look at this little stack here. Knowing that Tex might want some security. He might want some safety. Oh my God, but
he got the thing to HP.
What the hell, Tex? Surgical precision, and now he's got a real game. He's got a real chance in this. This was a 1v3, bear in mind. He's looking for another body to drop, but no one's giving him that game because Mini Boo's been left having to scour away. Now, Tex with just basically that gun in hand. But 2 targets, that's 1. Oh, Mini Boo with 2 HP. More than enough for that man. Keeps this strong, but you saw the danger starting to creep in.
It's only been 2 rounds in a row that LEV has lost, but I would not be shocked to see if a coach calls a timeout right now with the way that they were moving up there. First round that Calm gets his ultimate, he doesn't even get to use it. They walk up, look, through the Viper wall alone, no trade potential, just everything is just so sloppy this round from Team LEV. They need to be more grouped. They need to be more...
Bro? How did he kill? That was insane. I mean, it was good.
It was.
It was insane.
That's true. So watch your back.
Yeah. LEV, they need to tighten up a little bit more if they want to do this. And they win off the back of their individuality and finding these openings, especially on their lurks. But the way that Team Heretics right now, they just won at A, they're stacking B right now. I love this switch up, and it's only one initiator to deal with this. So this dart from Calm needs to secure the info in back yellow. Otherwise, this setup from Team Heretics is going to crush LEV.
It feels like a trap, doesn't it? And now they look to get proactive. Heretics bringing the fight to Leviathan. The second they showed even just a centimeter, even just a pixel out of place, they pounce. And now once again, they're down 2 players at the very start.
These early fights for Team Heretics, it was working so well for them yesterday. They keep doing it, setting up that fight with Mini Boo and that Gecko, the Dizzy Flash. But into A site, Team LEV go. They have that Viper's Pit. They might use it to secure this round. If they get a good spike plant, they get the good positioning on that Viper's Pit, they might be able to turn this 3v5 around. But that Thrash on the other side of things makes them second guess it. Tex holding his ground, so good in these positions to tap them out.
Time to go though. Mini Boo set into motion, and it's just poetry. Look at his connection on Tex. Caught King as well. Com, the only one alive, trying to secure his teammate at the least, but you can see the killer's on the way, and he is hungry for blood. Com can't defend them here. There's nothing more. How deep can Com go on this though? Not at all. Heretics are in control, Josh. The early aggression is gorgeous. They're taking the fights. They're playing together. They are putting ticks in every single box.
Not only that, but the way that Team Heretics defended A with aggression 1 round, and then instantly, as they crush Team LEV, they instantly decide to call B the next round and catch these guys. Pants down, in the back, Mini Boo goes, Dizzy, everything, just perfectly timed.
This reminds me of early Heretics,
Good.
when they felt like
nice
that unfathomable team where no one quite understood how they were so good. The synergies there, the little game plans were there, and we are seeing them look so good here. But it's only 3-3.
Early B split as well. Oh, Benji through the
was
smoke.
that just straight through? Yeah. Oh man, I don't know if there was a gap maybe or something, but he's got his man. You can see King wanting to trade that, but there's no play allowed now. You got away with a little naughtiness in middle. They're not going to let it happen again. But for LEV, they're losing out on bodies so early here now, so consistently. This is the first time they've at least got towards yellow. They've got that, but they've still lost a man in middle. Benji brought back to attention, but already cleared a little by Mini Boo. I like this. They're so proactive.
Com's had that ultimate for 3 or 4 rounds now. 4 versus 5 here. Icebox has the Bladestorm popped. We know how deadly he can be with this. Already, Team Heretics, they have that man advantage, so they're trying to value their lives a little bit more, play for that retake. They have that lockdown. Yes, Com can counter it.
And Boo was marvelous playing from here before in just their earlier series.
Let Icebox get a little bit closer. Take the space. Deny the ability for Team Heretics to get close and get that lockdown.
30 seconds left. Plants in, post-plant now. One of the previous strengths Heretics held with a retake prowess. However, Aspas with the knives out. You can never underestimate it. Hunter's Fury will be burnt to deal with the lockdown. I can see that come in, but it's King holding the line. Somehow he gets traded eventually, goes down, but it's all on Boo. Ain't gonna happen now. King, wonderful impact. He has been the saving grace in my mind for Leviathan.
Finally, LEV pick up another round. That was a 4 versus 5 conversion there too. The way that they played that was so well done with getting close to B, getting into the site basically before they take up that molly, knowing that they're going to save that Hunter's Fury for that lockdown. But I have to wonder about Team Heretics. When they get this man advantage, they give too much respect, and then LEV is able to exploit it there.
No break in the trend. Just what the doctor ordered.
A little change in the approach from LEV as well. They're faking this B pressure, but they're grouped towards A. They want to contact in here. But Team Heretics, they're not advancing.
Yeah, Miniboo and Woot waiting. And there's been aggression here, so they should be heads up to it. They should be aware.
Still.
They still have to deal with it, and it seemed Tex was none the wiser. Woot can now evacuate as well. Again, early man advantage. How many times are Heretics going to get this?
Last time Heretics had that early man advantage, they backed all the way off here. They're trying to stay in maze. They don't want to back off all the way. They want to keep some pressure up. Rians pops that drain, gets this info. And this is valuable information. Pulls Benji and Miniboo back over towards A. 4 players to defend.
Yeah, but again, we saw them stick the landing in the last one. Leviathan closing that gap. King giving them masses of safety, but Woot still wanting a little more. Looking above the wall, and he finds a player, and the follow-up for Rians. Heretics finding the perfect balance. Aggression, discipline, back and forth, and Leviathan struggling to match this step by step.
I have the spike.
And Lev,
30 seconds left.
all these rounds are developing so slowly, and they're getting picked off. Some of these players, last round it was through the smoke at middle. Here it's at lower A after they try to fake their B. A different approach every round from Lev, but right now Team Heretics is almost perfectly reading them, staying a step ahead. Calm, trying to save here. Not much else he can do, not when his teammates go down in that fashion. Team Heretics is going to pick up another round, and when I look at the first 3 maps, when talking eye test, this should be in Heretics' wheelhouse to close it out.
Very much so.
Having said that, we did say that about Sentinels yesterday, and you see how that turned out.
Yeah. I feel at this point, all the teams we have here in these later parts of the tournament, even if you go back to yesterday as well, everyone can turn up. It feels like it doesn't even matter the veto at times. Obviously, there are strengths, but everyone here's capability is so sky high. Now, we're hitting round 9, and we do have that timeout. You theory crafted that could you're seeing frustration. I mean, not great deals of it, and obviously the tempo of this game has been very hard to pin down, it feels like, for Lev. It's a timeout called. But how do you get a grip on this? Because, again, we've had the early aggression from Heretics. They've been often going for that. Both sides, we've been seeing it work well. But then also they know exactly when to fall back, play patient, play passive, and make Leviathan take that space. So how do you deal with this?
One of the things that you have to look for is that on Lev, they only have that Soba as an initiator. So to actually find out where Team Heretics is playing, you have to face check them. You have to show your body, take that duel. So what they have, though, that they can rely on is that double controller. To use the cascades, use the walls, to be able to deny info and create more pressure. What we haven't seen is how Tex is dealing with the turret and the alarm bot from Benji. If you create a little bit of pressure through middle by maybe mullying the boiler turret or peeking it and destroying it, then it causes Team Heretics to complicate things. But also, you can definitely take control of the map with just a dart and just a cascade and save your drone. We've seen a couple times now, though, that someone from Lev has died early through spam, through smoke, or through aggression in a high-low setup, and we're not getting any value from anything going on right now. But what Lev is good at is inserting Aspas on A, moving together somewhere else, and then letting the round develop, seeing if Aspas can take any duels. I mean, he's rated as the best duelist in the world. You give him the duels, you set him up on A like they're doing right here, they move somewhere else, leave him alone to take a timing if he wants it, put pressure somewhere else, take out that turret, take out that alarm bot, pressure Boo back, cause a rotation, and then go for it. Still a minute 20 left, and it looks like Aspas actually doesn't want to stay inserted here. It's going to be King instead. He's had value before, he snuck into A, for example on pistol round. Here come 4 towards B, and Boo.
Oh, this is so dangerous.
This is so dangerous.
So much on his plate. That's 4 players here. He's going to get contact and fall away. Tried to make a little bit of a stand, but he doesn't outstay his welcome, and it's the right choice. Leviathan taking all that B space. First time they haven't lost a player early. Ult comes in, quick rotations coming in. They were rewarded last time when they were... Oh!
Okay.
What a shot from Aspas. Mechanically, still one to always be feared, but Boo from the backlines. Did Aspas see the player? He absolutely did. But he's got one left, one right, one above. Boo gonna take away Texas. Benji finding Aspas, and again, Heretics holding the line. But look at King.
Pistol round all over again.
Rinse, step, repeat. Do they expect it now? Do they read it now? The silence once again deafening, ringing in their ears. But King gets active. Oh! Boo with another big shot. He is the backbone right now. So much faith in that man. Leaving just Mazzino. Oh, there is nothing to be done here, Josh.
10 seconds left.
Just a save again. And after that first shot, Aspas got from top yellow on Rien, snapping over there towards Snowman. You'd think Lev finally finding a rhythm back in. Nope, shutdown instantly responded to.
The lurks aren't working.
They're not. The thing is, they're setting up these lurks, but when they're going towards these other positions, they're fully committing and
too much
losing
loss
too
there.
many bodies. If you just want to force that reaction, show your bodies once you've shown enough people there, or if you tap the spike if you haven't shown enough bodies there, that's going to force that rotation. Now you just fall back. But right now, they're trying to push Snowman with that Viper lurk through A. They're trying to do this late round connection, but they can't even secure the map.
Gotta say, what we're seeing here from Heretics is very, very beautiful Valorant. It's a perfectly balanced affair here. And it's putting Leviathan through their paces on a map that I'd say is probably one of their stronger points too. Loved watching Leviathan here. They don't get clean victories. We've heard that from the desk, a lot of OTs, but still, a very strong map. Knocked down.
Team Heretics knew about this. They had Sova Gecko in position to deal with this lockdown. Harbor Wall's already up.
So locked in, reading everything, still struggling to break through towards the site. Leviathan making it up towards Maze. You're looking at the crossfire. Root on one side, Rien's on the other. One up towards the belt. The swing from Rienzi gets cleared. That's better. Mazzino going to find the first. Untraded either. Now Benji gets involved though. Chaos on the site. They know there's two on the site from the Dizzy. Tex going to do well. Oh, with back-to-back impact, but still, Lev this time have the player advantage. But they don't know about Miniboo. A hit and run. He's out of there. And down to a 2v2. A quick upgrade for Com. Can they find stability? Will they be outdone by the lurk itself? Look at Boo's positioning. But already Lev, they feel something's wrong. They can feel it in the air. There's something happening they don't like. They don't have that full picture on A.
Left.
But being proactive may not get them where they want. It's Miniboo on the angle. He's going to hear these steps. He's ready. He's waiting. And he's doing absolute wonders for Heretics.
That is so good from Team Heretics there. So often, Boo will rotate so late from that B site, afraid of a lurker, and wait until it's a full commit. This time he goes for the flank, but because Lev hasn't planted, they haven't fallen back into Boo yet. Miniboo knows, okay, they're pushing through, they're looking for me. He holds that position. Beautiful work, but again, another great convergence here on Maze, getting back into that top site, that nest area. Team Heretics is fighting so well together here. And usually we look at them for retakes. Here, they're fighting together, 4 people on the site to defend it.
They have the perfect balance, and it's terrifying to witness. And you can see the Lev are struggling to find a solution. They haven't found that one cure to their ills. Maybe trying to deal with some of that utility now. Maybe starting to explore middle a little bit. Apply pressure. Don't allow Heretics to have these secure rotations. And look at the reclear from Heretics.
Yep. This is what Lev needed to do. They broke that turret. This is the first time, we're at round 11, that they're actually dealing with this utility. Look at how Team Heretics has to move. Boo is alone at B. That alarm bot is the only thing spotting for his middle. Benji's spotting for that tube walk-in. And Boo has to give up all of B site here. King, Tex, walking up. They're going to take this contact. They're going to force a reaction. But instead, Lev, they're actually called back. They know that they have this site, but they don't have the lockdown this round to work with. They had it before. Team Heretics, what is this read? Look, they're already rotating. They're going to beat Lev here.
What are their tells? What have they got going on? They've got such a good read. Boo now absolutely knows it. Looking to invest the ult.
Here's a molly to stop the plant as well.
We can see if that comes in. Aspas trying to hunt him down, though. He's looking for that opportunity already. Going to have the ult coming in. Miniboo's fallen. King holding the line. Mosh on top, but it's going to be awkward from CT. It's King, desperate to do damage, but Heretics trading back. It's still a 3v3. Boo's ult in play. Rien still has his, and Benji is let loose, closing the gap. There's the ult from Rienz.
No.
Does connect. He's found him. He's taken away Aspas. He's clearing. He's setting up Benji, who's so reserved, so on point, but Com needs to clutch it, but he can't even see the spike. How much can he do? A tap's drawn his attention. He has to keep spamming. He can't escape. Boom brings him to his knees. And Heretics playing the perfect half here.
You have to keep in mind, Lev won pistol. They won that round 2. They converted the bonus. They were 3-0 up. It's 7-4 in favor of Team Heretics. They've been almost flawless in the last 8 rounds. Unstoppable. Their reads have been perfect. Their rotations have been timed perfectly. And when I looked at this map, I'm thinking win conditions for Lev the lurks, the flanks, breaking that util, being a thorn in the side of Team Heretics. I see that on the bonus, that early flank on A, the split, perfect. Where has that been since?
It's been missing. MIA. Operator out for Rienz. They're going in. Hello. Go on, Aspas, have a round. Give us something. Keep them in their place. Right now, Woot shows no respect. Doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on aggression, and Miniboo almost rewarded. This man looks feral the way he's trying to just chomp away at them over towards A. But it's only him now. Big advantage for LEV, excluding the HP on Aspas. They have everything they would need. But Miniboo is unrelenting. He wants back in. Got faith in Benji towards B. He's got Boo over here as well.
A little bit of info for Miniboo. Maybe pauses him for just a brief moment here. LEV waiting for that slip up from Team Heretics. Team Heretics, 3 versus 5, maybe looking to equalize it, going for an aggressive peek. LEV can punish that, clean up the round safe. But right now, the full regroup, and Benji, he's got the alarm about to cover his left. All he has to do is look right.
His timing was just... Okay, no, it's fine. It's absolutely fine. And a couple of knives come whizzing past, but it's Com to find him. Now, we look at Boo, we look at Miniboo on the way, but they're far. This is the first time Leviathan have, it feels like, found that pattern, that, I guess, the tempo to play this right, and they have a free plant.
And a Viper's Pit to secure if they need it. Com, also Hunter's Fury. This is going to be difficult for Team Heretics to break through. That one-way orb to help get out, but Mazzino, bottom of the site here. And the flank.
It's gonna be two. Hold on. It's down to a 2v2. Aspas was already so low. The spam's so close.
No way.
Another body dropped. They're cutting down everyone in their way. But can King clutch this up? Boo commanding him to turn around to pay him attention. But King waits with patience, head held high. And he's gonna hear this. King now just has to play it to the clock, and he does. King keeping Leviathan within touching distance.
That round, that half, everything here has been teams reading each other. LEV, not the start they wanted, but still in touching distance.
Once it got to those dangerous rounds, the real thick of it, it was a Heretics game, but Leviathan showing tenacity and giving us a close affair at 7-5. Don't go away from this. Oh, come on.
Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
A 7-5 half here. And scoreline-wise, it feels like a close affair, but let's discuss what that really means, Josh. How these rounds went down. You said it perfectly, of course. Leviathan started very well. They got the pistol, they did what they needed early doors. However, beyond that, you got to look at King for finding them impact. He got them, I'd say, 2 rounds in this one, easily, if not more. But beyond that, it was a whitewash for Heretics.
when I see that game plan coming in for LEV to pick up those first few rounds, I think, okay, going into the second half, we're going to see something very similar. But what ended up happening in that first half after those first three rounds was Team Heretics getting in the faces of LEV and stopping anything from developing. So here, is LEV going to be able to get away with their game plan again? Already very aggressive contact play.
Taste of their own medicine perhaps here. Heretics are going to have a horrible surprise. They've heard the jump spot, but look who's waiting. Boo, they're aware. And now they're very aware, and it's an effective trade for Heretics. Boo, breaking the backs of Leviathan with 2 quick kills, giving them the man advantage. Tex and Com have to respect this. You can't stick around. Com trying to make a quick escape here. And they've noted the follow-up player. They know where both
This is
of
what
them
Tex is
are.
like. They know it's both here.
Tex now. Oh, they run him like an absolute bug. Heretics starting with a bang in the second half.
That wasn't a book, that was a pamphlet. And right there, Team Heretics picking up that pistol round in that second half. LEV, they thought they had the read going in there for that aggressive push through lower A, but Team Heretics ready and waiting there. Maybe a little bit of a weapon switch at that moment, but the way that Miniboo was jump spotting from Bell to see if anyone was holding that deep line, no one was there, no one was pushed up on that higher angle. So it's either full passive on A or this aggression's coming in. Team Heretics ready and punished it.
This is a terrifying start for Leviathan, considering they struggled into the gun rounds. You were hoping that they'd at least pick up the pistol to be able to close gap, but now, yeah, they're on the receiving end. You can see Miniboo, once again, ferocious in approach, but he's going to be quelled here for now. Doesn't want to overextend, nor give too much away. They can show patience here. You're looking at, on the other side, Tex has the Sheriff, the Xeno as well, and Aspas, so there's always a little bit of danger, but a stack.
Stack is at the wrong site. And Team Heretics is gonna probably walk into a B site. They're popping the drones, and as we see them play on every map, basically, they like to group in these 4 or 5 man plays. If there is one lurking around, they're just holding that space and going for a really late lurk. But to the detriment of Team Heretics, sometimes they play rounds too slow. In a situation like this, when you're going against that eco, you want to make sure that you don't go into a stack, you don't get surprised. But not having options to fall back if you need it is something that has been a struggle for them. But in a 5 versus 5 post plant against Sheriffs on 3, Classics on 2, this should be an easy cleanup for Team Heretics. Now it's just all about prioritizing who gets the ultimate orbs. Is it Rien's? Is it Woot? They're the closest right now. Miniboo.
I mean, he's a hungry boy. You can see it every time there's an opportunity. He's giving it a crack. Doesn't want to get traded too far away. They're just going to fall off towards the backside of yellow. Leviathan testing the waters, but so far it's Boo to find Mazzino. Again, Leviathan probably opting now to go down to the spike at this point. And Heretic's going to back away. Really, the only one they didn't want to lose out on would have been the likes of Woot, Boo, potentially. Maybe Miniboo keep that SMG in hand. That would be nice. Still very usable on the Neon. But Leviathan having to go through their paces here. They are watching this game slowly be taken away from them.
When we look at the context of things, best of 5, lower finals, you go home if you can't collect these. A lot of teams will use that first map as a warm-up map, kind of feel out the temperature of the room, understand how you're feeling, is everyone on point. So if this was LEV thinking that they were going to take that first map, and this is the way it's going, maybe they should have thought going a different map, perhaps the side of Lotus, for example, instead of Icebox, the way that Team Heretics was looking yesterday. Because if LEV cannot convert this, again, I look at that Sunset map 2, that Abyss map 3. Those are Team Heretics' best maps. If they start 1-0 up here, LEV, big trouble for them.
Yeah, the red flags are starting to wave, but this is the big moment, though. Do we actually get a game here? Leviathan do need to convert this, otherwise it feels like it's so likely to work out for Heretics. But again, you've got quite a few rifles here. Boo's got one, Benji the other, Bulldog with Woot. Oh!
Good start.
Big impact there. Taking away Rien's is huge.
And for as many high-impact, high-energy moments this game has had, there's also been all these pauses. Oh, that's 2 players spotted on this drone. Right now, Team Heretics, they're down a man. 4 versus 5. They've been spotted 2 other players towards B. Right now, they have the option to either continue going B, where they've been spotted, or they go back to A. Right now, LEV, though, they want to re-clear middle. Make sure there's no lurk. Make sure that that rotation between A and B, they can catch someone on that rotation, but they just miss the timing.
This timing could be outrageous. He's seen to boost on a good deal of damage towards Mazzino as well. And while this happens, they press the issue towards A, speeding things up. Aspas waiting patiently. Could be death from above, but he decides to back away, play it patient. Tex shows none of that patience, none of that respect. He goes in head first, finds himself to a swing from Mazzino. Doesn't look good for the time. We're looking like this one is going to peter out here. This was the bonus for Heretics. And a big moment for Leviathan to try and stick, really, some sort of resistance starting. There we go, Leviathan 4 alive and very well handled in the end.
A bonus for Team Heretics, not converted, looking at the end of the round there to deal as much damage as they could to Lev's economy just to set up those next rounds here, playing that long game. But again, so many pauses in the round. It's like there's so much tension in the air you can feel in these moments. 30 seconds go by, 40 seconds go by, and barely any progress in the round.
I need smiles.
It's like there's these big, high-impact moments, and then people are suddenly get scared, nervous.
Yeah, the gravitas of the matchup itself certainly showing, as King has been solid as a rock, but he's being hunted down. Miniboo was thinking about it, but he wasn't alone. There was Com here on this site as well, so it's not like you get a fair fight on one. There is backup to this.
But it's pressure, it's map control, it's forced the reaction from Lev, but stealing the space, King getting behind yellow like this, yes, Team Heretics knows that this is in play, leaving Benji here to maybe take this duel. That re-clear on the drone.
I want to keep my eyes on how far forward he is here as well.
I also want to see how Team Heretics reacts off that drone.
At least going to invest the Dizzy.
Benji wants this fight.
I mean, he may want the fight, but the timing's going to be everything on this one. They're going to pause here probably, look and see if Benji gets rewarded. And now with the crowd, they're going to start turning around, checking behind them! And King commands the crowd, and he gets his reward, takes away Benji. And now you can see the 3 players on A on red alert. Aspas maybe got a feeling on this one, and he is right. The Dizzy dealt with, he can't get back in time. However, Mazzino, Tex keeping the A site safe. Tex is starting to heat up now, showing some real heavy hits. As Rienz will have to watch that clock tick away. Timing not going to be on his side. And this looking like a rather lost round. Beautiful from Leviathan.
That first half had us talking constantly about Team Heretics and some of their players specifically when we look at Rienz, when we look at Benji and some of the positions that they play as the Sova, as the Sentinel. We have to look at Tex and Aspas here as well. Like, we can't not talk about these guys. When it comes to snapping and getting those one-taps with the Vandals, these are 2 of the players on that team to do it. Yeah, there's other players that have different types of impact.
I can see the Reddit threads already. Yeah. I can see them.
Yeah.
I can't believe the crowd gave it away.
Yeah, welcome to Stage Games.
It's okay, we'll just start turning off the X-ray.
Now let it happen. I'm down for it. At this point, though, it is Sheriffs and it's Bulldogs. So this is enough to humble Heretics, right? This brings them back very much in the room. This stops being what could be a tear-away game. This is now game on.
Absolutely, it is game on. And again, these grouped hits right now, Lev having that read. 0 players to defend that B site.
Ooh,
they know the A hit's coming in.
Hold on. You may know about it, but it doesn't mean you're going to be able to stop it. Miniboo already taking away Tex, who's been pretty much the rock of this A site. As, you know, Aspas has been doing okay on those entries, but he hasn't been the headline player here. But a readjustment.
Wait, what are they pinging? They're pinging like they want to split A through middle right now.
I mean, you took down Tex, why not try it? But the timing could be everything here. Com trying to make up for that. Maybe just take a glance. He takes more than a glance, but he loses his life. I don't think that was worth it at this point. They put question marks now all over the map.
And now with that kill, Benji retrieves that weapon. He's going to group. They're going to be as 4. They have that Thrash as well to invest. They have the numbers now on their eco. They're going to have A site for free, get that plant for free, and he's going to be able to recover his Thrash for the next line. But early prey take maybe, perhaps.
I mean, they got
Wait, he took out his teammate with his Thrash. Oh no, Rienz.
A little awkward. But Boo's still here. They still need to clear out Boo on this, and if all the rest of Heretics can keep their attention turned, he's going to be death from above. A terrible surprise waiting. And now we look at what's remaining. Just Aspas in a 1v3. So many angles to try and clear by himself, and only 40 HP to do so. Benji got the rifle. Woots got himself the Bulldog. It's a disaster in motion for Leviathan, and Heretics will be happy with that impact.
I love how just as we start talking about how the scores are getting close, how Team Heretics is bleeding these rounds, they go on to an eco round. You'd think it's Lev crawling back round by round, but Heretics, with that first pickoff, with that Sheriff, transitioning, just getting these trades as well, just the positioning together to be able to get these trades is so good from Heretics right now. Lev trying to rely on their individuals to be able to close these rounds out, but it's not working for them at all, and it hasn't been all game.
Icebox one away from the ult here. Mazzino 2 off.
I think Benji just noted that cascade through the wall. He's alerted to this. He's going to sit in that spawn. He's going to wait for that push through and allow his teammates to go forward towards B. Lev, yes, they're transitioning over. Yes, they have weapons right now. But again, Heretics, they can just wait this out. 15 seconds, then they go again. Viper Orb's going to come back up. That neon wall, they just cross, they disrespect it, they get in there. Benji still alert to that A push right now.
Still waiting.
4 versus 3 on this B site though. This is in favor of Team Heretics.
Yeah, Benji's starting to lean a little closer though, just in case. The Mini will wait on the drop for the wall. He's going to get one. The trades are so good. Great spacing from Heretics here. High Dizzy off the back, and Rien's want to try and make it uncomfortable on the side. Mazzino trying to dodge above and around as best he could. Support's on the way, but it's far away. Tech's taking the long rotation. You can already see Benji's utility will be in play for that. Aspas has to go all the way around. We're going to need an Aspas round here. Maybe Tex, maybe Mazzino. But they're going to need someone to do some heavy hitting here. Tex gonna have to take the damage on this one, and Aspas already falling. It's Tex and Mazzino with the world against them. Heretics eyeing up that 11th. The composure is just perfect from them. Leaving Tex to try and walk this back. He's been noted. First one found. It'd be a 1v4 and nothing less. The clock is ticking. I'm already seeing Rien's sitting safe, sitting far away, making sure there's no naughtiness and there's not. It's 11 for Heretics. Josh, they are playing an exceptionally good game today.
They are showing that same form that we saw from them yesterday, carried over to this next day. Best of 5, lower finals. When we see them getting to these stage of tournaments, this is where they start to crumble, where, you know, at least 3 different regional matchups, they've crumbled. Vitality, Fnatic, and KC were some of the few that have taken them out in these types of stages. But here, looking very confident to keep steamrolling through Lev right now.
We are setting up the tempo for them.
They look happy, they look confident, and it doesn't look like they're expending all their energy just to pick up this first map. It's a best of 5, it's a marathon.
It is. And have we even had a single Heretics timeout?
We haven't.
Yeah.
We haven't.
I mean, I think from what we've been seeing, they have the read. They found the perfect tempo to play at. For Leviathan, they are behind that. They are behind the curve. They've got a couple of ults here, though, and if you're Leviathan, you kind of need it to work out. As we highlighted, as we said, this is a marathon.
Yes.
But a map like this, losing it this way, it's not a good feeling. Even if you know it's a best of 5, even if you know that, you're still not enjoying what's being brought towards you. These are high-level plays out of Heretics, and that sounds silly almost at this point. Of course, we expect that, but they are playing really goddamn well. I mean, they've got the perfect read. So, Lev, let's see what you got. This is the difference maker here, because this half is already tipping quite heavily towards Heretics now.
Time to dig deep. Yes, it's a best of 5. Yes, team needs to get to 3 map wins, but to give up your map pick in that first round right before you play against your opponent's best map, that's not the start to a BO5 that you want. Team Heretics off the back of that timeout, the triple peek on middle.
They're just flexing a little. They are making this so hard to deal with. Even if it was a Leviathan timeout, obviously Heretics can check in as well, and they use that time perfectly.
The crazy thing about that is, so many times I've seen Team Heretics play on this map and wish that they would do a play like that, and I never see it. But they pull it out, and it works.
And Aspas already checked on. He's had to fall away initially, still wants to stick by yellow, but he's the only one on this side of the map. And it looks like a double pump. They're going all the way back around towards that A site.
2 things I look for here on that Lev defense. That lockdown, that Hunter's Fury. It's going to force Team Heretics all the way back. But can they capitalize off of it? I'm not sure about that. Yes, the spike's going to get planted. Yes, Team Heretics is going to back off. But right now, the rotation's in. And they might use that Hunter's Fury early to take them off the spike.
Boot clears side out for them already. Hunter's Fury, normally Com is good for this. He's not getting his usual reward, and Aspas doesn't get his connection. It's Miniboo showing control, keeping the site safe. Lockdown is in. Plant is there, however. Rien's looking for his man, looking for a body to drop. He finds it. Let him loose. He'll give his life up, and he's done his damage. He'll accept his fate. He's basically given them 12. As now Com has to face the music, has to go and fight. Otherwise, he has to watch this round tick away in front of his eyes. And now a 1v4. Look at the angles, look at the positions. They're going to have to move towards this, though. He's going to get hot. A great attempt, but not enough. Heretics up to 12. Beautifully played. And they have turned up here today, eyeing up that grand final.
I'm loving the evolution of this team right now as well. The way that they're introducing new elements to the gameplay that I haven't seen all year from them. The way that they go for that triple peek on middle, destroy a turret on that boiler angle. They find a pick instead. The way that Rien sits in this lockdown, waiting.
Bro, just tell me, go push. I push,
and
bro.
if anyone comes in a second or two before it pops, he's going to get the rewards for it. And it pays dividends.
And now look at them suffering. Mazzino can't even afford armor. They're just trying to make something happen, and Aspas just sent into the blender, sent probably into an early body bag. King affected by the dizzy as well, and now they want to turn the screws, apply the pressure harder. But Heretics showing some cool composure here, and just pumping the brakes. A big test, and then just slowing it down.
Benji looking for that A push. He's got that higher belt line. Alarm bot to watch lower, turret to watch middle. Heretics pumping the brakes, waiting for this wall to come down. They still have that neon wall. They're still going to go here with that dizzy. Combo it. 3 players for Lev to defend, though. It's going to be a big brawl here in the next 10 seconds or so. As soon as this orb goes down, that's the cue. That is the time to go. And Benji creeping up A right now, looking for that fight on Com.
Gonna get it. Contact's there. He's confident. He wants him dead. Com has to try and fall away from this. And they brought the player over. You can see Mazzino now worried about middle. They're causing all these doubts. And Heretics holds.
Not going yet.
And now we go. Do they clear back yellow diligently? Yes, they do. That's going to be one man found. That's King down on his knees. Miniboo carrying on his reign of terror. Gets down Aspas as well. The site now waving the banner of Heretics as Com and Tex far away, and they know it. The ult on top for Boo. Smothering and shrouding the plant here. Leaving Tex and Com praying on miracles.
Last round of the map, seemingly Lev just going out with a whimper here, needing to crawl back and go the distance.
Last time they met, it was 15-13. A Leviathan win on this map. And the difference a couple days can make here. Heretics looking so goddamn lethal. Tex gives it a go, but that's all he can do. Has gone now in a 1v4, the time is up. This one's done. This has been a display of power. Message sent. Heretics are here today, and they mean business.
If Lev want a chance to climb back and get back into the grand finals, get another trophy on a couple of their players, they need to dig deep on this next map. Sunset is coming up. Heretics, it's been their strongest map all year. What does Lev have in store?
with me. Take me.
I'm here right now with Neil Zinio of Team Heretics, who have just taken Icebox from Leviathan. Congratulations on that, very good start. Now, of course, this is a high-pressure best-of-5 scenario, but the boys have been here before, most notably Master Shanghai. So as you reflect, as you look back on those games, what mistakes from the past are you ensuring do not happen on this stage this weekend?
I think for me, like when in Shanghai, like we had a good run against, I can't remember, I think it was G2, we 3-0'd them. So we have good experience from Shanghai. We played that game how we should have played the other day. So for us, it's just to focus on ourselves and keep our fundamentals clean. And we should be fine, but we played well in Shanghai in lower bracket, so nothing new for us really.
And of course, coming up next is Sunset, your stomping grounds. Feeling confident, right, surely?
Yeah, of course. Sunset's a map that we're really confident in, but again, they're a really good team, so we can't just expect it to the win just to appear. Like, we need to play at our best if we want to win. So.
All right, well, thank you very much for your time and best of luck.
You gotta be very confident if you're Coach Neil Zinio right now. And the boys on Team Heretics, they looked great on map 1. I've got Paper Thin and Mimi here with me, and a very special guest. It is the IGL of Fnatic, Boaster. Welcome.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, as always. I made it to the stage, woohoo!
That's all that matters. You made it, you made it. Now, what did you make of that first match? Did you expect Heretics to come out on top?
Yeah, I believe Heretics are going to win this series, and I think they played exactly how I thought they were going to play. Rian's popping off. Miniboo with a little cheeky surprise there. I like that.
Yeah, I mean, it was really good out of them. I think that Miniboo in particular having such a big improvement from some of the games we've seen from him on this stage. A lot of the re-clear ideas they had set up with that Neon were on point throughout this one. And I mean, overall, just a pretty surprisingly, I think, dominant win here. LEV has yet to drop this map at this tournament, but here they get completely locked out, especially in that second half.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know you wanted to talk about these 2 rounds and on LEV.
Yeah, I just feel like in terms of LEV's comp, we used to run it, but it just doesn't have enough utility to do any brute forcing through the back of sight. And you can see here as well, like they used the Killjoy ulti, but that's quickly countered by Wu and Rian's there with the utility. And then it's just about this timing. When you're executing on A, you have to wait for the wall to drop. And it's just the wall's up by the time they've gone back in, you know? And they're just not using that timing that they're getting from the wall dropping. And then when it comes to fighting on site, Heretics just have extra utility. They got the Neon stuns, they got the Gecko Flash, Gecko Molly. It's just like, what can you do? You got a Harbor Wall. We're suffering here.
Yeah, and you can see the change-ups that they made since they played them the last time on Icebox. Like, they were giving up all that space to the side of Leviathan, and now Heretics is disrespecting it. They're getting ahead of it. They're finding those timings to push forward, to pressure those post plants that Leviathan was trying to set up.
Yeah, it's time for the Verizon high-speed moment as well. This one is from Miniboo in round 6, and a Miniboo Mimi that's looking on form.
Yeah, he absolutely is. This is one of those set plays that Team Heretics have kind of become known for, especially earlier on in this year. They've moved away from the Neon on a lot of maps, but have stuck to it and look good here. And I think Miniboo playing well is so critical for Team Heretics to go from a team that is good to a team that can be great and can compete for trophies. He's putting himself in a lot of positions where he's set up to get these opening kills, where he's ahead of the team, taking some of these risks. And when he's in his best individual form, I think you really see that carry them through. Leviathan on their attack side could not find those opportunities to get that pick, get themselves in a man advantage. And you contrast that to a Team Heretics that was doing such a good job setting Miniboo up for these opening opportunities and then converting those rounds in the post plant.
And I think when it comes to Miniboo, Neon is an agent that he's really super comfortable on. This whole year, he's showed how dominant he is on that agent. The other agents, not so much, but Neon, I always have a bit of faith in Miniboo, and he loves to dash and slide, and he doesn't whiff, so yeah, it's good to watch.
He was not whiffing. I mean, his improvement versus the last time they played, he was even in his kill to deaths, he was even in his first kills the last time they played. This time around, positive score line. I think he's like 6-2 in his first kills versus his first deaths. You can see that not only was he more confident, but the game plan was also built to accelerate him as well.
Yeah, I want to talk about Itopata real quick as well. Of course, the coach of Leviathan. You know him.
Yeah,
You're familiar with him.
Yeah, that was back in the beta. I ended up joining one of his squads, and I was the IGL. I was a little bit whiny, and I wanted to play Viper on Bind when Viper on Bind wasn't a thing, so I got kicked for it. So, so there we go. That's a good story. But yeah, he's a nice guy, really nice guy. I met him in the lift, and yeah, he seems to be doing pretty well, taking over the reins of GoKid, was it?
Yes, it was. Before he was the assistant coach on this team, then after I think stage 1, took over full-time as the coach for this roster. And I think you did see a lot of that turnaround. I think the fundamentals in particular is what really improved for Leviathan. The players talked about how he's a coach that is pretty focused on a lot of those kind of micro things, really helping players improve individually. But they're going to have to lock in after losing Icebox here.
Yeah, and let's send it down to Mika Fabs, who's with Coach Itopata ahead of map 2.
I've got now Itopata from Leviathan with me here on stage. Now, Itopata, I guess, like, you know, of course, that didn't go exactly the way that the team planned. So what surprised you the most about how Team Heretics handled that map, especially considering Icebox is your stomping grounds?
I don't think we were surprised by how they're playing. They played how we would expect them, and I'm pretty sure we played the way that they expected us. It's just that they played better than us, and us on the micro level, we didn't play that well. We didn't play that well together. So I think that was our biggest issue the first game.
And how are you feeling about Sunset, knowing that it's Team Heretics map pick and a map that they're all too familiar with?
I mean, Sunset is also a really good map for us, so we were pretty happy with how the V2 went for us. And we're confident in our Sunset. Just like every other map, we're really confident in our Sunset. And yeah, hopefully we can close it out.
Well, that's right. It's not over yet. So let's get back to the game. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
This is a marathon, not a sprint, a best of 5. And this man on your screen, he is looking relaxed, calm, and chill, but he is the first player ever to reach more than 1,000 kills at Champions.
Oh, you're joking. I swear I was like right behind him as well. If I was still in this tournament, I would have beaten him to it.
Yeah, and I think Paperthin was close third if you were close second.
I'm right in there. I'm right in the running. No problem. Yeah.
But yeah, as far as, I mean, Icebox, it didn't really go his way, but Sunset, what can we expect?
Yeah, it speaks volume to this guy's experience, and on Sunset, well, we can expect maybe a bit of a turn of page. You were talking about how good Miniboo's Neon has been all year. It's what defined Team Heretics' turnaround in EMEA, but they moved away from it, playing back onto the Raze comp after this, and Icebox is actually playing the Neon. They play the Breach instead of the KO. Most of the Americas teams make that choice, but what do you make, Boaster, of Miniboo switching off that agent that I feel like has been so good for him all year?
Yeah, I think I remember speaking to Neil in the lift, and he said the boys, they got a bit stale on it. It's what happens when you get too comfortable on a map. You kind of forget the fundamentals, forget why you're winning it, and it all gets washed into one big kind of pot, and you're just like, what's going on?
Is it a readable map now? If you were Leviathan, do you think that you can maybe get on that map and actually beat them?
To be fair, we've played the map 5 times, and I feel like we were quite good at it, all things considered. So I think the map itself is quite easy to play. Whether you can read Heretics is another thing, though. Who knows what they're going to be switching up with the Cypher and all the other U2 as well.
Well, I'm kind of curious if maybe Leviathan switches it up now. They've played Neon the last 6 maps in a row that they've played Sunset. Maybe now's the time to go back to that Raze to see if maybe they can also find that change up. It seems like a lot of teams are starting to kind of be wishy-washy about which way they prefer, because you know, Neon, yes, really good if you have a tremendous Neon who can really dash in, get those kills, but it is going to be the same for the side of Leviathan. They are going to stick with that Neon with Icebox, so They're going to try to go high tempo, see if they can best the other Neon on the other side.
Yeah, on this defensive side, watch out for Leviathan's set plays to get space on the extremities early in rounds. They're oftentimes going to be fighting into A main with that breach stun, Icebox following it up. They have a lot of trap ID as well. But I think Team Heretics play a good, slower mid-round on this attacking side and know those setups that these teams that are playing into the Neon are likely to be investing in.
I think the big thing about Sunset is that B fight, you know, whether you're fighting the backside or if you're going to stop them coming out the main, whether you're playing retake, the teams that kind of can adapt to the enemy team situation, are they playing on-site post, are they playing off-site post, are going to be the teams that are going to favor the defense and win it.
Team Heretics have only managed to win best of 5s, 3-0 thus far this year. This is their home map. This is a great chance for them to go up 2-0.
Yeah, we do this in EMEA a lot, so I'm going to get you to do it here, Boaster. Do you want to toss to Pansy and Steel?
Oh, you know what? Pansy and Steel, I'm tossing to you.
Yeah, nice one. That was pretty good. You know what? That was solid. Well done. But yeah, let's talk about this map because Sunset is actually pretty strong for both sides. Obviously, we've had more experience watching, I could say, Heretics play this. It was one of their strongholds during the regular season. However, they've lent a little away from it here. Not the highest priority in their vetoes. However, on the other side, of course, Leviathan, another good map for them now. But depending, I guess, on who you watch more, maybe who you have more eye test with, you could imagine this being a 2-0 potentially to Heretics if you're more familiar with them. But Josh, where do you see this being defined then when you have two very solid teams going head-to-head in a map like this?
Right now, I'm looking to the form and I'm looking to the little micro adjustments, especially when we're at this stage of a tournament, how the little subtle things get changed up a little bit. Team Heretics, obviously, this was their strongest map. We haven't seen them picking at this event so far. Maybe hiding it, maybe they wanted to play to other strengths. They've been picking Icebox and, you know, the last years against Sentinels, for example. But here, I mean, the pistol round's not even going to tell us anything. It's going to be those 4 to 9, rounds 4 to 9 that we're going to see.
And as much as it may be a natural inclination for someone like Heretics to lean back towards this, it will be highly read, right? This is something that people will know about, they will look towards, and there'll be tape on it, plenty of tape. So for Leviathan, this is probably the best chance for them to have a very good read against the likes of Heretics. Let's see how they handle it, though. Again, we saw them starting to warm into the game, but Icebox was just I mean, it was a marvel to watch.
Check slip back in. He's going to take the fight. Miniboo.
That's a bold look, considering Miniboo is already somewhat expecting it, or at least being heads up enough about it. Quick little flash to control the back of the pillar. And Cotton tries to play forward, almost careless in approach. They're going in bit by bit, and bit by bit they're falling! Wound on the follow-up. Leviathan, this pressure play they wanted to go for, that almost pre-take they wanted to try, it fell to pieces so quickly.
Still, Team Heretics staying in the site, waiting. That firing squad. Miniboo got them in the back. But here, clearing out that spawn, trying to find out where King is. King actually might be able to isolate them.
Maybe he's got smoke, paranoia. Two to the right, one to the left, and one further on pillar. The swing off this contact is going to be horrific, yeah. There it is, there's no way out of that. That is a trap set in motion, but Josh, I didn't like them funneling back in through CT there.
I did not like that either. That is reminiscent of the last map. It's kind of the same way that they fell to EDG. LEV has such strong players. They have such strong mechanics, and they're able to win some of these fights.
It's not about them, bro.
They're not.
It's not about them. They play so good that they have no chance.
Really well,
yeah,
but their spacing has been so hard to deal with that even if you do get one, you're instantly getting traded.
Yeah.
So the trickle out, falling like lemmings, LEV, it's not really working for them. They need to be able to play more fundamentally sound right now instead of trying to lean too heavily. I mean, he got the orb. He's happy with that.
That's all you're going to get. So no worries. Heretics can just go through their paces. If you're looking for a danger man, you're eyeing up Aspas or Mazzino. The only ones to rock a Sheriff. Quickly going a little bit of a flank here. Is Boo to be holding the back line. Could set up Tex maybe here on the swing, but they still have to break the utility to get that close. Now a little more aware of what's coming their way. And really, the only ones you don't want to see falling is Boo and Woot. If you're looking for the economy to stay strong, have maybe a dangerous bonus here. And obviously for LEV, they'd love to keep them locked in. Cost them all those goodies. Rienzo can be one of those to go forward. Same with Benji. There's two players here. That's a body drop, not bad. Any more would be marvelous. Hold on, that's actually pretty big. That could be a rifle lost here. They're trying to keep him secure. Nice attempt. They've opened up the pathing.
Wait, no time. Okay, so when I look at this, we're going into that bonus round. Team Heretics, they kept the 3 with the rifles alive. This is okay for these guys. Right now, LEV need to stand their ground. And what I need to see different from them that we haven't seen on maps, last map like Icebox, is some sort of cohesion together where they're moving together. This right here, as they're trying to lock down this exit from B main, if they're able to do that on other parts of the map where they fight together, they use their teamwork, they use ability to set each other up, and then they swing together to ensure that they win with the trades. That is the side of LEV we need to see, but we're not seeing at the moment. Team Heretics, they group in this death ball, and they do it because it works.
We're starting to see the best of Heretics early on. Now, whether or not that carries through is yet to be seen. Can Leviathan stop the roll here? If this goes also one-sided, it's going to be terrifying. The momentum building behind Heretics will be so hard to stop. However, this round, if anything, Leviathan have the better weaponry. They have everything they need to go forward here. Yeah, a couple of light shields, one on Tex and one on Mazzino, but that's fine, that's manageable. On the other side, 3 rifles and that Bulldog just to round it out with the SMG with Mini-Boot. And they've opted for mid-control.
Heretics, though, they're going to get caught here in the open.
The triple swing is fantastic for Lev. Going to force him again for a fight, but Woot with a great shot towards Aspas. Hold on, it's not secure by any means. It's still very much game on. And a recheck and a refight, but a trade again. This is a bonus, and it's going this close. And now they might get that 3v2 on the B side. Benji taking the space, but there's 2 on back pillar.
They found my wire.
You've got to know that he's close here. Hearing that go up, Tex divides, and now the counter swing. Benji taking great fights here. And bear in mind, King is a mile away, and this could all fall to pieces. What is happening to Lev here? King saved them from probably a worse scoreline on Icebox, and he might have to save them again. A 1v2, he's creeping closer, he's speeding up, he wants to fight and he's gonna get it. Takes away Benji, but now Woot on the other side. The paranoia goes in, but King tempers the pace a touch. Slowly looking for his man, Woot waiting on the other side. He's committed to the angle, but how long does he wait? How long does he think he considers the other side? But King, again, keeping Leviathan competitive in this. How many times can we ask him to step up to the plate?
You highlighted it last map as well. He was the one to keep them in it. Lev, I thought, finally, we get to see them move together. That drone week there on mid, they're fighting together with their abilities, they're fighting together with their bodies, and they're catching right now Heretics out in the open.
This is a bonus, Josh.
That's the bonus. It needs to be cleaner than that. What happens when all of them have a clean set of shields? Yep. All of them are on rifles, and they actually keep their guns out.
I mean, look at the economy damage going forward. Lev won the last round, and they're coming back in with SMGs, light shields, Guardians, and Bulldogs. It was on the shoulders of King. That is how this came down. And for Heretics, now it's time for the rifles to come into play. Woot's got ult as well. This is where it can go from bad to potentially worse. Knife does not connect. But Mazzino on a platter here. They've already managed to navigate past most of the Cypher trips by going towards that elbow side. They've got control of CT. Benji put to task, controlling that short play back in.
As soon as this KO ultimate stops, though, what is the reaction, the response? Boo. That's a good start.
And that's a heavy hitter gone. That's a man that's been keeping Lev looking competitive.
Look at Boo. He has that paranoia. He's ready for this.
And I'm waiting to see if Benji's got his head tucked down by the stairs. It's such a key place for him, but he's going to just play it forward. They're getting confident. They're working off the util. They are absolutely decimating Leviathan in this round. Mazzino, a 1v5 is commanded of, and you're not going to get it. Heretic showing why this map was their bread and butter.
If you're wondering why I'm getting excited about seeing that paranoia being set up, Heretics is traditionally a team that falls back once they have that space and they try to play these crossfires. But here, pressing the issue forward, keeping the other team from being able to get close to starting a retake. This is just such a nice evolution to see of these guys, because that was the #1 thing that I think they needed to work on, and they're showing it here when it matters most. And Lev, I don't even know if they're used to this. They're not prepared for it. If you look at all the tape of Team Heretics on Sunset, you're not seeing this.
You're not seeing that at all. And you can tell the difference, the tangibles from map 1, the scoreline of when they met earlier on Icebox. How close it was, and it was an eventual Leviathan win. Now today at 13-7. And here on Sunset, probably something that has some of the most tape of Heretics available. They look different, they look in different form. I like this though, proactive from Leviathan, and a good shot connected. Hold on, ult from Aspas. Oh, well, the ult from Aspas was there for about a second. And the stack, not really working out as they'd like so far. Frenzy in play as Sheriff. Surely they check on Tex. And maybe unaware that he could have slipped through. Maybe a chance, maybe not. Boost. Yeah, nah, they ain't falling for this, Heretics. They're striding through it now. We asked a lot of King before, but with just a Ghost, I think that might be a little unfair to even ask for such a task.
What I want to highlight there, though, at that B main, this is how locked in Team Heretics is. They send one player ahead. I think it's Woot. He's trying to spam that wall to break that camera. Cyphers normally place the camera inside B main. They might not activate it all the time, but they are so aware that because there's a breach on the other side, a trap at B main can be set. And if that's the case, they don't want to be caught in it. So as soon as Woot goes in to try to break that camera, he's alone doing it. He backs off, the stun comes in, the swing comes from LEV, and Team Heretics, none of them are effective. They get to swing out and just instantly deal with that. They are so aware of everything that can come. They're locked in. They're not tunnel visioned on anything. They're aware of all the possibilities LEV can throw at them, and they're handling it so well right now.
Pause for Leviathan. And at this point, after I think we have to talk bigger picture. As much as a best of 5 is a marathon, if you fall down in the first 2 maps, you're looking at it being cut pretty much in half. You don't get to play it out. And the first 2 maps look pretty solid here for Heretics. Already at a 4-1. The form they're approaching with as well looks good. It's passing the eye test here. If I'm Leviathan, I'm watching the chances of that final start to dim away a touch. It's not impossible. It's not completely out of the realms yet. You're only into the second map. First 6 rounds, it's fine. But there is that reality check, and it's starting to feel a bit realistic here. They better turn the tides now, or soon. They might have just watched their chances fall away from them. Now, we come back through. Heretics, let's look financially at their situation. Very solid, very robust. Going to have those ults hitting soon as well. Mini Boo not far off. TP for Boo, and a couple there. On the other side, very big ults coming into effect here. Very close for Mazzino as well. We could be seeing them having a big round to bank on. Quick little flash and a push up. Heretics taking early control of elbow and posting Mini Boo towards middle. Looking like maybe a crunch could be in play, but 3 players from Leviathan playing back towards the A site now.
I looked at Mini Boo's positioning towards that tiles area.
You don't dry re-clear this, do you, Lev?
Might.
Very risky, but they do get a reward on it. Tag is there. Hold on. Maybe this is the stand they needed. Con with the connection. Takes away Rien's. A 2-player deficit for Heretics, and the man to the good this time for Lev. Big impact, and they have no idea about King. Well, now they do. Benji's in danger. He's on a platter, and he is beheaded. King holds the ground, holds the space. Mini Boo and Boo dealt with. Leviathan suddenly stand strong.
At least when they go to re-clear that elbow, yes, it's dry, but they do it together. They get the trades, they move together. They clear the area. That backup from Calm as well, that Hunter's Fury. But I look to Team Heretics. They're 4-2 up.
Don't give them
their
B-main this
defense
whole
side
rest of the game,
is
honestly.
as strong as their attack side. And their attack side's good. Like, when we look at this map, oh yeah, they're cheering them on.
Look at that.
They're watching us right now.
I mean, to be fair, they know what it's like on these sort of stages, right? They've been on the winning end of things. But now, though, Aspas looking to try and at least give them a chance further forward now. Work off that momentum, build back into this series, keep Heretics humbled. On the other side, Tex gonna get a glimpse of Boo, but they've lost out on that B main space.
How does Heretics react to this? They see that Cypher camera towards A. They know it's probably just Tex playing that retake by himself, or, I mean, he hasn't even been playing retake, he's been fighting, and it looks like he's gonna push up and fight again.
The timing is everything, and it's atrocious for Tex. Couldn't have timed it worse, but King now trying to make up for the mistake. You don't go individually, no. Bloody hell. Slowly clearing through. Don't actually get a glimpse. Minibu going to take towards the side, and they've got what they need. A fight on the cross, and Mazzino wins. Denies a fair fight for a trade. Good follow-up from Minibu, and a quick push back out from Minibu. They are trying to take this space. They have to respect this. This is going to give them enough security to get the plant in. Holding now. He's done his job. Kept them secure. And a 4v3, King, Com, and Aspas.
The smoke to isolate. Yes, it lets King get inside of it, but still the crossfire, once he exits the other side of it, Calm already.
So far away.
So far.
He's so far from this. You'd need like back-to-back kills almost instantly. And Heretics aren't going to give you that. You've got to make that space yourself. How do you do it? That's how you do it with a shot like that from Aspas. More? Absolutely not. Boo, the backbone of the Heretics side, not going to let it slip. Now down to just Rienz in a 1v1. King, again, running low on time. I think he's going to be out of it. Rienz can just play this to the clock, play it to the time, and he does! Heretics, it may be close, but the round's still theirs.
Another round in the bag for Team Heretics, and I have to start questioning Lev right now. Tex, 2 huge rounds. Pistol round, round 7, given up by trying to re-aggress by himself into a position where surely you just have to play for the retake. You have to wait for the reinforcements. You cannot do this on your own. It hasn't been working. You're 2-7 right now on the scoreboard. You cannot keep going for these. It's costing your team the championship at this point.
It is. And there is always that desperation to try and make the big play, but Minibu's not allowing it. Aspas again sent back to the spawn. No hope of impact this time. Their money's starting to dwindle, suffering under the control of Heretics. Zeno on the back of the site, Com. Just don't look like they're hitting as hard today, and Heretics have all the answers. Zeno has to respect that now. Forced off.
That's info, that's Breach, that's Sova. At least 2 players here, at most 2 players on the other side of the map. And right now, again, Tex in a very precarious position, pushed all the way up, waiting for that comeback from A. Boo does have his ultimate that he could use to get in the back lines here.
But Tex, we've been questioning his composure. Now he needs to keep it focused. He's going to hear the steps. 2 kills is all that he's got to his name so far, and he's got to bail him out. That's big. Looking for a follow-up, can't do it. 1-for-1 trade. King now gets brought into play. And oh, the shot was messy. Rien's not going to let that slip. The only unpredictable factor is gone. That's all they've got.
The only saving grace right now is that Benji's dead, the trips are down, and Calm goes for the flank, but Rien's on the read.
He's so aware, so heads up. Rien's going to catch that flank. And this is the round wrapped. Mazzino's got no impact here. He can't do anything. Heretics are playing like they're already eyeing up that final. Josh, we have to kind of call it how it is. And now it's going to be a 6-2, and seeing how these rounds have gone.
At this stage.
What are you meant to do if you're Lev?
It's Team Heretics' series to lose at this point.
Yes.
They're in full control. The reads are just so... I don't know how they're able to pull it out, staying 1 step ahead. They know exactly what's coming. They are dodging every sort of aggressive push that Lev's throwing at them. But then on top of that, Lev is also doing these questionable plays, trying to, on the back of solo efforts, try to swing these rounds around. And I could understand if it's been working here or there, but...
Yeah, and if you're hitting, if you're able to punish it, okay, but
it needs to be the right player at the right place. Like, King has been doing it for them, but it's been in very specific scenarios. It hasn't been working for other players. And Tex, again, he's putting himself in positions where 1 kill isn't good enough. You need to get 2 at least, maybe even 3 for that play to work out. And it's been multiple times that he's caught and punished for doing these sorts of plays. Right now, Team Heretics building on that lead. Yes, we're seeing ultimates come online right now for Lev. And yes, we've seen them try to get some different sorts of looks, different traps. And again,
rinse, repeat.
FB main.
It feels like madness to be doing the same thing over and over, trying to make a way out of it, but he gets tagged. Rienz can't quite find him again, but they still drop Com at a 1-for-1 trade out. At this point, they can pause here a little. They got 1 minute and 20 still to try and paint their picture with.
If that ultimate orb is still in main, Woot could grab that, use his KO ultimate to get into the site here. The only thing they have to pay attention to is that Rolling Thunder from Breach. I like what Lev's doing here.
Yes.
They're re-clearing through middle. They can pivot. If it's A, cool, they got that camera, they got that tripwire, they can go for that retake.
But they're doing it together, and it's the first time we're seeing this. That's massive. This should be the trap. Well, reads that. Now they know everything. Now they should have the full picture. Benji trying to work back in, but it's traded out. Boost still alive until then. Aspas, there's the impact. There's the man you need to wake up here as Rien's in a 1v2.
That reposition, spike down, 40 seconds to work with Rien's.
He's still the man. We saw what he could do just yesterday, and another chance to remind us of his own brilliance. But a 1v1 against Aspas.
He knows that Aspas was nearby. Neon can get anywhere in an instant. Rien's, if he time ticks too low, he'll be limited in the options where he can go with that spike.
20 seconds. He's got to try and fight the monster himself around the corner. Rien's tries to pick up the pace, and now Aspas can evacuate. 13 seconds. There's nowhere else to run. He has to keep going on this pathing, and he has to go fast. 8 seconds now. Can he find his man? Aspas slowly creeping away. Aspas has played this like an absolute genius. He has done so goddamn well. Aspas is the man they needed for the job, and he was absolutely there when they needed him most.
50-50 gamble. Rien's reads that Aspas is going to go for the fight, but Aspas waits like a lion. He waits for the perfect opportunity to strike, and because of that, he wins the round. Rien's doesn't plant that spike, that time runs down, but a different look from LEV. They're moving together again. That's the second time they move together. They pick up the third round on the board. So, are they starting to clue into what they need to do in order to get ahead of Team Heretics right now?
This could be the turning point. And Aspas wants to keep up what he started. Oh, God. It's just brutality. King at least going to try and avenge his fallen teammate. There are bodies here now, but the support's arriving. Benji's coming over. Are they just going to brawl this out? That would be madness, surely. One way going to be reinvested, and you can imagine this side of the map gets closed.
If you note that the smokes are down for the attacking side, the positioning right now of LEV with common market, because that crossfire cannot be dealt with at B, there's no smokes to block off that market line right now. The lean is on mid and on A right now, but King trying to hold this one-way smoke. But the pop flash.
This is going to be hard work for King. He's forced away and he's dead. The reaggress is divine from Heretics. Know exactly what they wanted to do. Tex trying to retake that space, and they got to scramble here because Tex is on the hunt. He needs to close the gap. Oh, the cosmetic stun strikes again. Rien's takes away Tex. Mazzino and now Oncom to try and do something that's impossible. Heretics backhanding Leviathan. They are large and in charge, and they want that grand finals.
This has to be a second timeout for LEV. They need to find an answer. Yes, it sucks to use 2 timeouts in one half. We've seen it though. We've seen it work. Sentinels did it yesterday on Haven against Heretics, and they were able to convert that map right now.
He didn't even get affected. Rien's got away.
He got away. Again though, LEV 1 step behind, losing that first blood so frequently. Again, Heretics, they look unstoppable.
Okay, that's...
Okay, I say that.
I mean, that's pretty nice. But again, we've never really questioned the mechanical capabilities of LEV. We know that they can hit, but they're just not hitting as hard as Heretics overall. I think that's just been the main story here.
And when they have been hitting, they've been being traded instantly because of the positioning of Team Heretics, how they go shoulder to shoulder with each other. But again, another bait setup. I like this. Yeah. First time that Tex is going to have support here. But King to take first contact.
The spacing, not there, not there.
It was a timing. Tex popped his camera, so he got off the angle. Normally, he should take that first contact, bait them into King.
Oh,
but again,
Aspas.
3 versus 4, you pop your ultimate. This is desperation right now.
Watching at straws and finding nothing for it. At least going to deny the first attempt of the plant. This could open up the chance for a pre-take. Woots down low, and now back on the side. Aspas has to be the one to lead the path. Mazzino by his side, but it's down to a 1v1, and Aspas down low again. Boo sitting pretty, sitting perfect on HP, but Aspas a threat at all times, and all HPs!
They were clutching at the straws, and they got them. A round pull out of the magic hat. Starting with that first pick that Mazzino got, you thought right here, there's no way LEV is able to clear this up. You see Aspas pop his ultimate there. Okay, yeah, not gonna happen. But then, so many of these players are so low HP. Even in the end there, Aspas is down to 20 HP. One bullet changes everything. But that pre-aim.
Real nice.
Massive,
real
thrifty.
nice.
to get back in the game.
And Aspas, if he has to do it himself, he will. But we've seen they've been able to best those odds before. You could say Zekken tried it. You could say Ten's tried it. You could say a couple teams tried it, but you can see what that happens. Heretics still the one standing. As 5, they can still come together. They've taken the site here. And plants in. Ults on both sides pretty much. Miniboo trying to at least secure some space for this Comm to connect. We know that he does this. We know he's always so good on that Hunter's Fury. This time they get the plant down, 4v4 here. Benji in his position, in the spot that he's renowned for, waiting. See if Miniboo can maybe draw their attention and bait him into play. But if you've seen their VOD, you know where he is. And away we go, dart to the brain, King's gonna fall. Benji still waiting, still looking to strike. 2 more players, the time's gonna be ticking here, Josh. They gotta get a move on. Okay, that's how you do it. You create a new avenue of approach. Oh, Tex, back to back, big damage. Good counter work from Rienz, but Miniboo deals with the player from CT. Now we look towards the site. Miniboo overwhelmed, and it's all on Rienz in a 1v2. Time, oh, Rienz takes away Aspas, the time's gone. That is clutch as hell from Rienz.
Oh man, but even if that shock doesn't go off, we can see both teams are starting to hit their strides. Both teams are hitting they're heating up.
Yeah,
we're starting to get a game now.
Yeah, this game is really warming up here. We're seeing Aspas having to really up his levels as well. He started to hit hard. You saw Mazzino right there, King clutching up, but the answer back. Maybe there's still more to be seen. Maybe that next half is going to be up to par, 4-8. It is not over yet. We've seen Lev pick up the pace here. But we've got a treat for you coming up in a couple of seconds. And you want to stick around for this one. You want to hear this halftime break, so sit down in your seats. You want to hear from Buzz, waiting by with Jen.
Hello everybody, standing right here with Buzz, of course. 버즈 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. I see. Everyone loves you. You're so popular over here. Now, Buzz, just really quickly, how are you enjoying Inspire and how are you enjoying the match today? 오늘 이렇게 경기장 와서 팬분들도 만나고 경기도 보고 있는데 어떤 시간 보내고 계신가요?
일단 경기장이 너무 멋진 것 같고요. 사실 여기서 게임을 했어야 되는데 그러지 못해서 굉장히 슬프지만 또 이렇게 보러 옴으로써 또 동기부여를 얻는 것 같습니다.
Man, Inspire Arena looks amazing, and I feel like that could have been our stage as well. So it definitely stings a little bit, but I'm super happy. And it's just a source of motivation for me to do very well next year as well. Now, I saw you guys sitting with T1 boys, back with Stacks, of course. Who are you guys rooting for today? 오늘 누구 응원하러 오신 거예요? 좀 T1 선수들이랑 같이 경기를 보면서 응원하더라고요.
뭐 누구 응원하러 온 건 아니긴 한데 막상 와서 보니까 또 레비아탄 콤 선수가 보이더라고요. 그래서 개인적으로 좀 친분이 있는 선수여서 개인적으로 레비아탄이 이겼으면 좋겠어요.
Coming in here, I just came here to watch a great game, but you know, during today's game, Calm really stood out, and him and I are good friends. So I would like LEV to win today. So, Buzz, with that in mind, I would like to ask for your predictions for today and tomorrow as well. 오늘과 내일 승부 예측 부탁드려도 될까요?
마음은 레비아탄이 이겼으면 좋겠지만 팀 헤릭스틱스가 3대1로 이기고 이제 내일 결승은 EDG가 3대2로 이기지 않을까 싶습니다.
I want LEV to win, but I think Heretics are going to take this one 3-1, and tomorrow EDG is going to win the whole thing 3-2. Well, thank you very much, Buzz, and enjoy the game.
Okay. Do you agree with Buzz's assessment?
That is a bold prediction there. That is bold and brave and brazen. I respect it though.
Oh yeah. So we did just start seeing Leviathan show a little bit more strength, right? I think a lot of us kind of expected Heretics to look good on this map. It has been one of their better maps throughout regular season. LEV, similar scenes,
yes,
but we didn't see them hit quite as hard. I think that's a fair assessment of what they've looked like. Maybe it's time to warm up here. Maybe start seeing them look like they're fighting together. And we do see them, well, all standing together currently. Oh.
But where's the trade?
The spacing again. fundamentally, we are asking questions of LEV here that they are not answering.
But again, Aspa slows down to wait for the team. There's no team, but the push through. LEV
the
with the
flash.
flash.
It was so good, and Tex's shot is better with the follow-up as well. Tex trying to do what he can. That's 3 kills, but still, it is a 2v2.
And Rienz is up.
Okay, Plants now in play. Time's on Lev's side.
He's got shocks for Mazzino back here.
See what Rienz goes for as well, yeah. Lots of util still to play with. Boo still got what he needs as well. Spotting out Mazzino. That's shock dart towards him. Forcing him out of the angle. A little bit of a shot towards it. Rienz, if anything, just tunnel visioning towards what he knows, which is Mazzino. But there is still the unknown element of King, who's been pretty much the one to full stop these rounds. Leviathan give themselves the gateway back into this game.
The gap is closing, and as we saw in some of these rounds here, what was the real difference maker? Team Heretics, they were opening the rounds really well. They were closing the rounds really well. And LEV had them kind of in the middle rounds, some situations on some of those great players at middle. But right now, LEV trying to open really quickly. The spacing's bad, but again, the convergence in that.
Bombs! I knew that was insane!
LEV, we see the flashes of brilliance on their individuals, on some of their mechanical prowess. It just needs to come together as a team.
Rinse and repeat, we go back again. Boo on the chopping block. Leviathan coming his way. Mini Boo by his side, but LEV being held back by the smoke for now. Haven't seen them really flex throughout the map. This is very much all in towards A. Plenty of sheriffs against them too, so could have their work cut out here. Decide to temper their own pace.
Another gamble read from Team Heretics. Right now, stacked to the right site. But the utility from LEV, there's too much of it. I think this drone's also going to spot out Mini Boo in the back here, and LEV might pump the brakes.
Yeah, did he walk away from this? You're already looking at Tex. Yeah, and his...
He hears it.
The timing on this. And a great shot. Doesn't need to outstay his welcome here. He's done so well. This has opened up so much space for them to go back towards A if they want to.
Here at the rotation, he knows he's being crunched right now. Now is go time for his team.
Oh, what a hero. What a hero play from him. He's got 3 players focused towards him in middle. He's opened up the A site, rolled out the red carpet, and Aspas going to take steps.
30 seconds left.
Taking a few more to clear out towards CT. But they've snuck back through towards the site. King with a quick turn of attention. They can all see what's going on here. There's no gaps to be found. Leviathan strong together. Credit to Tex there. He had a very rough first half. That move then, that little bit of a moment for him to draw all those players was exactly what they needed.
I was very critical of him in that first half, especially those 3 rounds I highlighted. But looking at that last round of that last half, as he's coming in on that retake, the positioning, the timing, the pace he takes, understanding that it's not his job to press forward.
Nice comp, guys. Let's go.
Shooting everyone down. Then he goes into pistol and gets a 3K to convert. And then here, keeping everyone occupied. Big work.
Again, so singular and focused. Mini Boo already sent away, but Boo stuck around. Punished King, and now, no way! Mini Boo double back! He went back to check. Doesn't leave Boo to fight alone, and look at the absolute mess of bodies left over towards Elbow. It's on Aspas and Com to try and find some threat here, try and close the gap, and Mini Boo, oh my god, so evasive! Mini Boo, you are absolutely brilliant at this! Okay. Heretics aren't out of it yet. I thought this could be the turn point here. If LEV could maybe bully them away from that bonus as well, who knows? But that was a real moment there. Mini Boo never falling too far away.
Little Bro had Big Bros back there as they're peeling off, and we've seen them hold down sites. We saw them against Sentinels on Haven as well, about how they locked down that A site together. Here again, backing each other up, making sure, hey, you fall back, I got you. Hey, you fall back now, I got you next. And LEV, just as we talk about how they're getting the stride, they get slowed down. Benji, don't get caught by that neon slide.
No matter the instance, you gotta respect Aspas. Getting a little closer towards the ult here. Not getting the full look towards the site, but the knife gonna find a fair few connections, I can imagine.
Yeah. It's this comp in general. When you have that breach and that neon, you're playing with fire. If you're Cypher and you're trying to get that camera in main and try to get that jump spot info, you can get punished so easily and open up the floodgates. But a missed opportunity for LEV. What I see here, though, is they've left King in B main. usually see this type of play from LEV. They deposit players, they work the map, they cause the rotations, they manipulate it, they want to put people in certain positions, and then they activate. Activate King, then activate Icebox, then activate Tex.
I quite like the tempo change as well. Patience, ooh, the knife.
That's
Very
good.
well timed, but do they read into this? Do they rotate? This is now going to be kind of that counter read. You can see the spam trying to find where the traditional camera that comes from Benji would be placed towards in market.
Oh my god, this is perfect from Heretics. They knifed A, they got the scan, they keep that stack towards B, and right now LEV wants to do the market split.
In they go. Benji was affected by the stun. He's still the only one revealed so far. Rienz couldn't close down on the kill, but Benji comes away from the stun, looks towards main and takes away King. They may have market, but it's going to be Tex's position that could be everything. He's carved them up some space, and now it's on Boo.
That's Spike down, 8 seconds.
Oh, has he done enough? He might have slowed them down just enough to deny them. I think it's too late. I think Com knows it as well, as Heretics just stay alive.
Team Heretics, another brilliant play. That knife scanning A. LEV knows they've been spotted there. Expect that rotation with the time left that Heretics is going to over-rotate to A. But Heretics was 4 on B the entire time. Right into that trap at market and no time to get back to that A site.
They gave so little away as well. All the contact that they kept having was basically on Benji. They got no further reads. They didn't find too much.
Good job.
And again, just Boo catching that one player on the cross. Spike dropped, done. That was it. That was the round wrapped. So we go again here. Double digits achieved for Heretics. LEV, they're getting close, but you're seeing them start to have to really dig deep on this one.
Showstopper found for Miniboo. That A orb was free. But it looks like LEV still split in that 3-1-1 right now. It doesn't indicate that they want to end on this B site just yet. Just pressure, look for that pickoff. Find an opening. Resuppressed again. Maybe baiting a reaction, a push from Boo to get into a precarious position over at A that Tex could punish. And here comes the reposition from the attackers here. They want to come over towards this A site. And I look towards Miniboo with that showstopper. And how is he going to react once that drone gets popped by Com for this reclear?
It's on Miniboo, really.
Paranoia plus showstopper.
The timing could be everything.
Right there.
When do they find out? When do they know? Yeah, contact piece does kind of remove some of the set in motion play that could have come through. They actually managed to do some serious damage on that. Taking away Miniboo takes away the biggest danger, the biggest threat, but Boo's still alive. Can he get away? No, Com catches him before he can escape. And now the site is in Leviathan's hands. Plant's gonna be there. They got past that by doing that contact piece. They managed to evade the threat of the paranoia, the showstopper combo. That was so diligent. But now, looking for the way back in. It's going to be King played back through. Do they check? Benji, notorious for this position. And he swings and he strikes. He only gets one, but he sets up the trade. And Leviathan do very well here.
I love that contact play from LEV. That's something that Team Heretics doesn't really have in their repertoire. We don't see them do those contact plays. It's usually heavy util, clear out everything, do a util dump to get into that site, and they usually miss timings because of it. But LEV being able to just walk in here as 4, the reason why it worked so well as well was that Boo, he was so afraid of that flank up from middle. There was nobody to stop that from Team Heretics. No trip, no camera, no player. And because of that, he doesn't have the paranoia ready. Boo isn't in a position to spot them early enough.
They've broken the money. They are taking these steps back. It is a mountain to climb here, even though the scoreline feels so close. But they've got some really good ults. They can bank those, maybe bring it out if they need. We've seen rounds like this go wrong in the past. Now they've got to be on the money. The danger man is Benji.
It's going to be mid-convergence here. Team Heretics, they're all moving over to mid to reclear.
Yes! Great shot there from him. Trying to bring back that weapon. Don't allow it to be an easy pickup.
And remember, they still have that showstopper on Miniboo. He's towards A. If they go back to A, that could be disastrous. Still, another 2 flashes for Woot here.
Re-smoke towards middle, but that Owl drone is going to clear. Sees nothing so far. They've got to have an idea. They're now heading towards the site. Which
A or
one?
B, which one?
Take your pick here. TP,
There's info from Boo.
Sees all of them. Great knife as well. Do they speed up? Do they slow down? 50 seconds. They can adjust. Slow and steadily, they walk towards A, but they look to be backing.
Deep trip as well from Benji. He's
Benji's got the rifle.
The box.
Benji has the gun. He is the man who can stop this. Does he hear it in time? He's certainly going to hear it now. He's got his trap in play. He's got everything he needs. Support's coming through. Aspas, first man in, does get caught and takes away Benji. That's Yes! The dream start with a double pump. They're going back towards A. They don't know. They don't know everything yet. Do they figure it out now? But as this happens, Miniboo's gone too far. He's already drifted off from this. Brilliant work from King again, giving them so much space.
Popped the showstopper already. Can he stop this plan?
Wait. Oh, he didn't go around the corner. So all of that chance is lost here. Now, back line broken. Hold on. Calm gonna pop the ult. Now there's only a few standing. King, the one to try and do it with Calm as Boo, the last one alive now. Leviathan taking them on the tour around the map. But Heretics left in pieces. This is Lev's stand. Lev's chance to bring the game back here. And Boo knows his odds are looking pretty rotten. Leviathan, here we go. We're seeing the resilience, we're seeing the resurgence, we're seeing them back in this game.
I see a way back in for Lev. Yes, they're showing it a couple times here or there, but the reason why is because how they're leaving these players. They're going back and forth. They do this pendulum swing. They're waiting for the overreaction from the defenders, and Team Heretics is going, they're going right into it. They're falling for it. They're over-rotating.
I left a stinger for them.
Gaps. They're getting caught, and they're not winning their duels anymore. Lev is starting to fight back. Team Heretics use their first timeout of the series to talk about what's going on. The gap is closing, and they're starting to feel it a little bit. Not only is Lev catching a stride, but now they have the reads, and they're toying with how Heretics is moving around the map right now. This is so nice to see. Not only that, but Team Heretics, they use 2 ultimates in that round. Showstopper, 100 Shear. I think also Boo used his ultimate to get that information over towards that A main before that clear came in from Lev. So 3 ultimates on an eco round like that when you're already in the lead. Imagine you had that for this round here.
Yeah.
You don't have that anymore. Coaches need to call that timeout, pump the brakes. Guys, we're in the lead. Let's keep this lead. Let's not overreact. Let's tone it down a little bit. Let's breathe, think about what to do. Let's close it out. A few more rounds, that's all we need. Let's get there first.
Yeah, I'm so impressed with King during this game, though. Again, it's easy to be blinded by the lights of Aspas sometimes. The guy is truly a superstar, but King, the way he gets them space, he gives them options, his timings are just perfect in this. He's been a wonder to watch. Now, with 4 rounds on this half, they've closed the gap. It's game back on. Heretics with their first time out of the entire series now look to find some impact. And they only catch 1, I believe, on that knife. So maybe a little bit of a misinformation here. See how they read this. They look to go back towards B.
Rolling Thunder.
Here comes the ult. Doesn't affect the players, however, and this dart could be huge. Benji can't close in, though. The follow-up stun has caught him. That's great. Rien's going to be warded away. This is a brawl now. How do they get out of this one? Mazzino controlling the site, trying to find security for that plant. Secure safety, but Wood, Benji, Rien's, they drop the bodies, they drop it to the ground, leaving Tex a little adrift, but he finds his way forward, fighting through Market, looking for a follow-up towards Rien's. Tex with impact. Now Boo in a 1v2, and they are getting the hell away from that B site.
Scrappy rounds, Boo, 1v2, we've seen it before, but this is still so difficult. Tex, he's been looking so just different from that last half. Cypher camera up, Trip to watch the flanks. Yes, Omen is able to get past that potentially, but this plant position is the only thing that scares me. If Mazzino goes down, Tex might not be able to defend that. Luckily, Boo doesn't have any teleports, just to smoke, to isolate angles and move in. Yes, he can smoke off elbow and move in, but so many angles he has to clear on the way.
Yeah, it's so difficult.
Camera down.
First puzzle passed, I guess. And Tex slips a little bit deeper. So there is a 1v1 on the site here for a couple of seconds. Obviously, Boo doesn't know it. Checks to the left, dips to the right. He wants in. Tap on the spike, should draw a player forward, but he's missed him. He didn't catch the timing, and Tex catches his man. Tex in that round was instrumental at saving Leviathan.
When these rounds start getting hard to predict because you see kind of the what's happening, you think it's Lev, then you think it's Heretics, then you think it's Lev, but then it's Heretics, but then it's Lev again. In the end, the way that these rounds are going back and forth with just the lurk timing from Tex here, for example, crucial.
It's close.
Pick up that second kill, but that pre-take coming in from Heretics to start it all off. It's anyone's game still. Who wants it more?
Step by step, Leviathan are getting closer. They've broken the bank again. Boo this time. You don't want to see. You don't want to see it. Aspas showed him how it's done. I'll do it with the Sheriff. No, I'll do it with the Classic. Now again, they don't have much to play with here for Heretics. It was just really that Guardian on Rien's, but at this point, Leviathan, there's no world where you see them just cower away from a game, just fizzle out. It's trying to heat up, it's trying to show how they got to this point. Nice little shot on Aspas, sure. But again, once they've started to let these rounds simmer, they've been getting the upper hand on Heretics.
They're gonna swing on the timing.
Oh, but King of Mazzino, absolute hero, saving com there. And Rien's, nice try, but not nice enough. Some opportunities, sure, Aspas being lower, a little bit of chip damage, but still, Leviathan have taken the hard road. It was an arduous affair, but they are now within touching distance. They are at the door, they are knocking to come on in. It's 10-10, game on now.
All tied up. Yeah, get the crowd involved, get them on your side right now. Second timeout in 2 rounds. The last one they used 2 rounds ago, but they saved them both. They didn't need to use them before. And now, what do we look at the difference between how Icebox was going on defense and how this map is starting to shape up? On Icebox, so many good reads from Team Heretics, staying a step ahead of LEV. We shut you down at A, we stack towards B. You come towards B, we shut you down, we move to this other spot. And LEV never found the answer of how to get into the game. Right now, though, the pace changes from LEV. The inserting of players, King, Tex, the lurks, the audibles, the back and forth. It's been working so well for them. And Heretics needs to be able to find a stop to this again.
Well, this was the thing. It felt until this point, until this half, LEV didn't look present in the game.
Yes.
Icebox felt a little uncharacteristic. The first half didn't look good. Heretics had turned up to play fair. But where was the opponents? It took this half, and suddenly we see Leviathan showing their diligence, showing how they got here. This is the team we wanted to see, and at 10 apiece, now we get to see who really has this map in the bag.
I also look at the scoreboard here. This is a good game. Not only are we tied up at 10-10 right now, but 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 are the kills on the Leviathan side. And on Heretics, not a big disparity either. Nope. 16, 15, 13, 13, 11.
Everyone's firing.
Contributing. It's back and forth. It comes down to these clutch moments where some of these rounds are in 2v2s, 1v1s. It's anyone's game.
Oh,
LEV
it certainly is.
LEV have been doing better more recently on this attack side. This dart scans them in main. LEV, do they speed up off this?
I don't. Maybe adjusting their plans a touch, but eyeing up middle still.
Want to split through market right now, potentially, and crunch on this B guy. They do have that stun ready for Boo in main.
Hold on, Mini Boo. Did he spot Aspas then?
This defense is going to be too hard to break through anyways with Rien's Mini Boo.
Mini Boo can swing left, spots a player. Careful now. This is so cautious between both sides, so careful.
I like how they back out together. They're ready to deal with this CT push. They don't know. They left that gap open. But Boo, you need to be able to play your life here. He's also retreating. Market's compromised at this moment. He backs off as well. They're re-clearing together, moving around together. They don't want to get caught and split. But they're going to give up that B site as a result. Nothing they can do about that. Boo needs to go big, though.
Yeah,
Committed.
Boo's sticking around. He's staying on this. Maybe the unexpected.
Wait, the neon wall protects him from the drone.
They have no idea. Oh my god, wait, Boo could do something serious here. Rien's gets denied through market. But the ult, I mean, they know where he is now. All that surprise is gone, and look at it. The firing squad swings. Leviathan in control now. Heretics, whatever the adjustment was, maybe a couple players changing place, it is not enough. Leviathan are in the lead now, taking finally the series back into their hands.
When Buzz was up here making his prediction, 3-1 for LEV, it was bold looking at how the game was going, the 8-4. But right now, again, only 2 real solutions for Team Heretics if they want to be able to fight back against how LEV is playing with them. 1, go back to your old style, full retake, let them have the map, and deal with it once they're committed. Or 2, I don't actually. There's only
That's
that one.
it.
That's
That's
it. That's
the
it.
option.
That's the only option. Because right now, LEV, the way they're depositing everyone, playing with these rotations, getting the opening kills, and pumping the brakes when they realize they don't have that opening, and then being able to pivot to something else, it's working so well for them. And the reason why it's working so well against Heretics is because Heretics themselves don't know how to do that on their attack sides.
You can see them floundering here a little bit, held on 10. It feels like a drought of rounds. It's been 5 in a row for Leviathan. Knife early, but it doesn't seem to dissuade Leviathan. They continue forward. Aspas on a heater. Oh my God! This guy is from another world when he plays like this. Woot, what are you trying to do here now? Has to fall away a little bit. The site is theirs. Juan can be in next. Nice try from Rienz, but there's safety to be found.
Spike planted.
Rolling Thunder, that's what I look to. Position safely behind that box. Just needs that info, that cue from his teammates to be able to fight back. Woot. Don't know when that knife's coming back off cooldown. Should be soon. I don't know if he invests this ult. Not yet. Not without a kill.
Waiting. Patiently, flash, push. They already know where they are. Leviathan holding them at the door. There's no way in. There's no access. It's going to be surely 12. Rienz can do nothing about this. One to the left, one to the right. And look at Com's positioning. He's not going to let this one slip. Falls away from the side. Let's Rienz try and try as you might, Rienz. You still got to find another player, and you ain't got the time to do it. Com just needs to survive, and he does. It's 12 for Leviathan. Finally stepping up. Finally showing us a final.
LEV has won 8 of the last 10 rounds. They're looking unstoppable. Aspas moving forwards and getting these openings. And before, when Aspas was moving forwards and he didn't get the opening, there was no trade here. But when he's able to get that, and the rest of his team's able to come in and support from the backlines as well, take that space he gets, they're looking unbeatable right now. Completely flip the script from that first half, from that first map.
And Heretics look too stunned to even respond. They have no idea how to handle this.
Did you see how Lev's paused at the start of the round? They've played all the way back. They want to dodge whatever dart, whatever knife comes their way to shroud their actual intentions here. They see Rienz has that Hunter's Fury. Woot has that KO ultimate as well. These are really good tools for a retake or for a team fight. Mizzino on that Rolling Thunder. Last time they used it was for some sort of B hit. They used it on market, but right now, eyeing up that A site, potentially setting up Aspas for that mid flank on this pressure. But right now, a little bit of indecision, talking about how they want to approach this. Just looking at the positioning of all the players with the key ultimates. That's the stun line. 5 players towards this A site and that Rolling Thunder. It's so hard to play in the site. Boo can get out with his teleport.
I mean, that's 5. 45 seconds.
45 seconds.
Do you commit to it? You can see the hesitation. Yeah, Benji is just taking space.
Look at Rienz with his line for the Hunter's Fury. He knows he can beam this line in the back.
This could be everything. He needs to find value. He needs to find a couple players here, and he's doing just that. Mizzino goes down, but they manage to survive. Leviathan now going to try and make it work with 4. In towards the site they go, and the plant is there.
KO ulti flash pre-take coming in. Next 5 seconds or so.
They got to
a
make
hat on
this
Benji
work
as well, but the body.
Is this or it's done? Is this or it's over? Benji, oh, it's perfect with Miniboo, waiting for the aggression, reading it well, and King's good. I don't think he's this good. Heretics finally answer back after a drought of rounds. A beautiful ult from Rienz, softening the targets up, taking a man down, and now giving us truly an option of OT here.
Now Miniboo has a showstopper. Woot saves his ultimate as well, and the timing on this knife, that value that it got, puts them 1 round closer to taking us to overtime. LEV still a little bit of indecision there. They've looked so decisive in the other moments throughout this game on their attack side, but here...
They've still got so many ults, Josh. That's what scares me with Heretics. They've still got ults to bank on. You've got Aspas there with his TP for King.
I want to see LEV use Aspas through middle on a flank on one of these rounds. Whether it be
getting what you want.
Whether it be a B split through market and Aspas goes through mid, or an A split, either way, I want to see it.
Here. They've seen the feet.
Oh,
and they've seen the shot!
Spam.
Dude, he caught King! Just off the camera, just spotting the feet crossing. And Benji, the value off the cam, outrageously good. So down a man to begin with, and King as a loss is a big one. He's been so impactful.
Heretics is fine to play the retake. Again, let LEV commit. Let them be where they cannot move anywhere else. Hat for the info to confirm. Maybe use a little bit too early. Wait for that spike plant, pop that, see if Calm's on that flank or not. Right now, here comes the rotation. A minute left, LEV's moving, Boo. On Icebox, you got punished that one time, but you've been so good, but getting away. Breaks the drone, perfect. Don't overstay, you're welcome.
Boo! Is this where you stayed around too far?
Tex lurking through mid. I like this from LEV. They're moving around, they're causing the rotations, but Team Heretics, they're fine to play that 5v4. They have two really crucial ults to do it.
Coming back around
it's
here.
Back to B.
30 seconds left.
You're looking at Tex. He was a monster in middle before, but now you can see them hungry for him. The showstopper's gone. That was wasted. Did not find his man. Tex still alive. He has controlled them, kept them cornered, and now the site under Leviathan's control. It's OT or it's GG, at least on this map. Com trying to fall away. Leave this into the hands of Aspas. But you can see the KO Tex, value, Leviathan with a fire lit underneath them. But is it enough?
No way! They know he's hurt!
They know where Tex is, surely. Benji, Rienz, defuse, and it's OT! Heretics taking us the distance in map 2.
When we talk about how Team Heretics needs to respond, there's only one way they could do it. Sit back, let LEV commit, and come back with the retakes.
Oh, Wood with that start is so mad.
And even after that, Tex doesn't go down to the showstopper, still comes out with another kill. But still just coming out, spawn together, tandem, Cypher, and Sova, Rienz, and Benji, they're so good at this.
Hey, on their rolls, you know what they can do. You give them the Sova. You give them the Cypher, they'll give you a couple rounds, and in a moment like that, 12 apiece. In the final hour, they get bailed out, because look at that run around. It was 6 back-to-back, and LEV looked solid as a rock. We digress. It's OT now. It's anyone's game. Heretics on the attack, LEV on the defending side. Miniboo, initial space taken. They can fight back now. The Ops just put the boombot into work. That's going to find connection. We've got a lot of players here, Josh.
LEV's got the read. They have the trips, they have the camera. They have the players.
Ooh, big info. That's not bad, but they don't know about the third man. They do not know about Mazzino waiting. The paranoia is good, but Mazzino has to show his hand, and he does well with it, does damage with it. Rienzo trades it back even better by taking away Tex. Now they saw King, and they kill the King! Rienz takes the crown in this round, leaving Aspas and Com so far away.
It's going to be a very difficult retake for LEV. They have to go for this. It's OT. Every round matters.
Ooh, and you know it's been a good round when Rienz is already popping that ult.
Oh, he's going to get a tag too. This is so tough. Dart's still available. As soon as they get on that spike, but the crossfire also in the sight, the trip.
Oh, this is brutal to witness. You can feel how arduous it is. And look who's creeping. Boo. If they even make it through on the site, they still got Boo to handle.
Securing the round.
This is it. Around the world, putting Aspas to bed and Com. Nothing more to do here. That's 13 to Heretics. Taking back the lead after what was a long time living in Leviathan's shadow.
So difficult to deal with those situations. Team Heretics, they're all in plays with their 5 players. If you play like LEV does, where you have 2 players on the other side of the map, they cannot connect. It's a 5v3 on the site, and now LEV back on that attacking side. This is where they were putting up all their rounds. Do they deposit players, or do they try to punish Benji quickly here? Rien's already backing him up if Aspas slides at him fast. Here it comes. Fast opening, Aspas.
Flash. Aspas, his attention was drawn to the back of the site. Selfless play by Rienz.
Okay, it was just a fast opening. It wasn't a committal to break that trip, see if they could catch anyone. The position from Tex and King. They want to play this round out. They want to play with those rotations from Team Heretics again. It's been working so well for them.
It was a real strong suit, wasn't it, during regulation? Something that worked very well for LEV.
Both trips broken now. And Aspas, they bring out the drone as well.
Those late knives were so nice as well, though, spotting out where LEV were deciding to eventually head towards.
This is a very interesting position, because that drone re-clear on A from LEV at the same time, Aspas gets spotted at B. They know that LEV is split across the map. There's no real threat for the next 15 or 20 seconds or so. It's this next contact that's going to mean everything. The dart to re-clear close into B site right now. And Woot, when does that knife come for that A info?
Right there, right again. He's so good at the timing on this. He's figured him out.
There's no time for them to commit back to B. If they do, they need to go through market through Benji. And Miniboo here with that paint shells. Gets the paint shells. Lev, Aspas, you need this.
Him, and he's going to fall off the angle. Miniboo can post the paint shell, buy some time, 15 seconds now. They have to respect it. Time to work forward, time to face the music here. Leviathan going to take the first strike though. Nice work towards the site. Sweeps it clear. Heretics go down. Plants coming in, they've got the two-man advantage. Yeah, Com's barely alive, but he is alive. And that's the important factor here. You've got Rienz, you got Benji, you got Woot, but you got Com on the around-the-world flank. Little by little, he's closing that gap. They may be ahead of the smoke, but they won't be ahead of him. And Woot, yeah, oh my God, hold on. But Com, the back line hero, removes all danger, all threat, and we go again.
Man, that round was so close. The reason why Lev was able to swing it around, that stun line coming in, Boo took his crosshair away from that one-way smoke. I believe it was Com's dart that might have scanned him. Com, he's locked out by this one-way smoke, but once that dart comes in and scans Boo from the back, that opens up the floodgates for everyone to come out. Beautiful work, and again, Lev on their attack side, showing why they're so good in these mid-rounds. Team Heretics, now they're on their attack side. Death Ball versus slow, methodical manipulation plays.
Pretty sure Com might have pulled his headset on that one, if I'm honest. Might have turned that around a little bit, let him have his moment.
It happens.
I do love the reaction there of seeing the old EG team, obviously. Potter and Jorgamo in the crowd, watching Com playing here in this situation. A little bit of pride between the two of them, but yeah, I think it's probably just going to wait for his headset to hopefully get fixed. I mean, maybe I'm making assumptions, but he hasn't bought and he was pointing to his headset. So you know what? I'll put those pieces of the puzzle together.
When you stand up abruptly because you win a big round, especially when you were the difference maker there.
Absolutely.
I have no idea when he launched that dart or where it landed and why Boo wasn't able to take care of it, but that opening kill that Boo got, I mean, you have to think about it. There was like 13 seconds left on that clock. If that kill doesn't come in on that timing, Team Heretics probably closes out that round as well.
Looks like we're good.
They pushed it to OT. I mean, they got OT earlier. Team Heretics bring it back. Team Heretics could have had the lead right there. Instead, we go again. Now everything slowed down. A different approach. Lev contacting through middle on their defense side. Again, the mind games come into play once you hit that overtime.
Oh, it turns into a totally different game, doesn't it? It can kind of shed the realities that you've learned through regulation.
Aspas noted.
Hello.
Death Ball ready. Sight is clear on that knife, but the pre-take is ready.
Yeah, look and see them work off this, but I don't think it's as effective as they'd hope here. But it's the pressure from CT that could be the surprise. But it's Miniboo and Woot looking blind, but still hitting. How the hell did Woot get that kill on Com? I do not know, but it works well. And look at the advantage so early on. I like that tempo change. I like that pressure through CT, but somehow Heretics was so ready.
This is so difficult. Again, a 2 versus 5 this time for Lev. This is so difficult to break through, and Miniboo, Rienz, both close to their ultimates. If either of them get a kill here.
Oh, Zeno trying so desperately. It's so pretty. And you think you know that the round isn't going your way. Texan giving it a good old try, but I think they've done more than enough here, Heretics. Zeno desperate to try and take a stand, but at this point, time's against him. Heretics, lovely form in that. Again, I quite liked what Lev tried to do, but it just didn't seem to be, I don't know, catching off Heretics. They seemed so aware.
It was almost like they were getting PTSD from that moment against EDG when...
that's how they got it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's how they got it. See, when I'm saying I don't understand how they won that.
Through his smoke.
Two of those.
I mean, this is what I'm saying. Like, this is how some of these rounds Lev lost yesterday against EDG, for example. EDG is so good at those smoke spams, and whoever makes it through this round here is going to have to face that again in the grand finals. But Team Heretics, again in the lead. They win that round. They use their OT pause right now. They want to close it out. They have that defense. The defense hasn't been great for them. They've been winning in the last 2 rounds of relegation, but the overall entire defense half and in OT, they haven't been picking up these rounds. They haven't been converting. So right now, coach input comes in. What do they have planned? What do they want to change? How are they going to catch LEV off guard? Letting LEV commit was working until it wasn't. Now, what else do you have in store? And LEV, how are you going to respond to this timeout? You've been taking that B main fast. You've been trying to catch Benji, and then you've been manipulating these rotations in the mid-round. It's been coming down to the wire the last few seconds of the round, where 1 or 2 crucial kills at a specific timing has gotten you into that winning position. Do you have it in you to do it again? 13-14. What do you guys got?
That's the question. The answer awaits.
Pre-aimed at that knife.
Woot's been good with these. It's that second one that he gets that he's just been able to somehow find them time and time again.
This is a change-up of the defensive set of Benji over towards A. Hasn't been here before. Dodging that knife, it's been done before by LEV, and instantly on this A contact. Smoke, stun, they're in here.
Pacey.
Will they expect that Benji trip? Aspas on that slide.
Well, because it's been Boo, it's been Mini Boo over here traditionally,
Exactly.
and if more often than not, LEV have been winning that fight now. They've really got that tempo down. Re-entry clearing middle.
They have to expect this trip. There's no defense here. If Aspas swings into this, Benji gets that first kill, that cage gives it away.
This should be everything they need to know here. Smoke just went up towards short as well, but I'm looking at the options that Woot has. Does he play forward? No, he's going to pop a flash towards it, but that's about it. They haven't stepped towards the side just yet until now. Benji's in a lot of danger here. Currently corralled into the corner, and they're very cautiously taking the space on the side.
As I watch this main action on A, I think about this Boo versus Tex minigame that's going to play out over the next 20 or 30 seconds or so. Knife misses, gets one, but Benji has to be forced out of this position.
Benji is in so much danger. Nearly isolating him a couple of times here, but this pause on the site, it's given pause for thought. Getting paranoid about middle, about a flank. Now they go for the plant here. Leviathan toying with time.
Speaking of paranoid, there is no paranoia in play. Boo across the map. He needs to group with his team. He needs to get the value from his
So
paranoia.
late. So very late. Mini Boo, the one to be affected by the paranoia coming out from LEV. And LEV have 5 players on the side, and they've got no reason to move just yet. Waiting with the
First
darts.
smoke. Second smoke comes out elbow.
This is it, it's go time, it's the go signal. King, Com, waiting on the side, the paranoia is good.
Beautiful flashes.
And Mini Boo flies in, but it's Boo to find Tex, and suddenly they're falling like flies. King can only do so much. Heretics extinguish the fire that was lit underneath LEV. Map 2's theirs, and they go 2-0 up.
LEV made it so close, making me think for a moment that they were going to take this map. But in the final moments, Team Heretics are able to bring it back, and it's unreal. We're going to see them take that Sunset map and take it into map 3 Abyss with that 2-0 lead in the series.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm Chrissy Costanza. Come spend the day in Seoul with me. Anyone who knows me knows my favorite animal is a raccoon, and I've never met one, and we're about to right now. My birthday's tomorrow. This is the best birthday gift ever. What's up? We're in Noryeongjin Fish Market, and we're gonna go get something to eat, and I'm starving. We have 3 types of fish: a flatfish, rockfish, and pollock. Now that we've picked out all our fish, we're gonna go upstairs where we can get it cooked and eat it. You make your lettuce wrap, you wrap it up, and you eat the whole thing one pot. Photo booths are huge in Seoul. You can find like 10 for every block. So we're gonna go in one right now and take a bunch of pictures. And it's my birthday tomorrow, so we're gonna do some happy birthday themed ones. Some fans might recognize the arcade behind me as the location that FPX shot their features in for this tournament. I'm gonna go play some games and hopefully I'll have better luck than they did. As a musician, I feel like no trip to Seoul would be complete without hitting up the K-pop tour of Gangnam. And most notably, of course, the statue of Gangnam Style. All right, last stop of the night, getting Korean barbecue. I've never been in this spot before, so let's get some meat. That's it for our day in Seoul. Thank you so much for joining me. Do not forget to tune in for the VALORANT Champions final this weekend. And I'll be hosting the vertical stream along with Victoria. You can check us out on TikTok and on YouTube Shorts. We'll be there all weekend long with a bunch of really amazing guests. Can't wait to see you there.
Finding my way up onto high ground to find my wings away. Maybe I'm trapped underneath, 'cause I've been pulling me down. Yeah, I've been pulling me down. Why do I care? Tired of all the drops. Why do I care?
Hello, my name is Bo and I'm playing for Team Heretics. Yeah, we just finished our game against Sentinels and I'm feeling normal, like usual. I try to not get over emotional because job is not done. There is a lot to do still, like 2 best of 5s potentially.
Find a body and he does! Takes away Benji, backline open. Paranoia sent, Wu denies Sasi. Good trade for Zekken. Trying to step down towards middle tonight! Huge from Rienz!
I think Leviathan is a strong team because they have a good balance of players. Like they have passive players and they have aggressive players. Like the way their team works role-wise is a little bit different than other teams. The way Icebox plays Duelist is like a little bit different, but what he misses, like his teammates compensate. So that's why it works. That's why, you know, like he has insane performances and stuff, and as a team they perform really well. Like, it's just the chemistry between them, like, in-game wise. I feel good facing them again. Like, once we got to top 4, we knew that if you want to win, we need to beat all 3 teams, no matter the sequence, which team we play after the other. So we were ready to play against Leviathan, we were ready to play ADG after.
Team Heretics, they are 2-0 up in this lower bracket final best of 5, and everybody's excited. We're excited, the fans are excited, the vibes are good. Who's having a good time?
I'm having a great time.
I mean, that match was insane. The overtime there, I don't know how Team Heretics pulled that off. After the amount of rounds they lost in a row in that second half, it's absolutely ridiculous.
I'm shocked. I mean, it just keeps happening with these teams. Like, they keep going to these overtimes, they're crazy back and forths, and this time around, though, Heretics is able to get it on their map pick. Just a really tremendous turnaround that they had. They made some good adjustments at the very end when they needed it in the heat of the moment, but it looked shaky there for a while.
No, it did, but I'm glad that we got that overtime. We missed it in that first map of Icebox. I was like, oh boy, it's going to be a very different story, but this one, it went the distance. It delivered on all fronts.
It really did, and I think that Leviathan, even recovering into this a bit, was so impressive because this first half, I think they looked pretty weak. They were going for a lot of these early set ideas, sending Icebox in off a breach stun, and so often, Team Heretics was waiting it out, baiting out these set plays, getting the early advantage, and then closing out in these late rounds. Sure, we had some moments like this with Icebox clutching up and keeping them in it, but by and large, this was a map about Mini-Boo dominating the first kills and shutting down those set plays.
Yeah, and he's been looking so good. We were scratching our heads when they went up against DRX, and we saw the pivot away from that Neon. I mean, you think about Mini-Boo, you think about that Neon, and you're like, okay, they're going into Sunset, their map, and they're making a change. Why? And then he absolutely cooked DRX. I think he dropped like 20 and 9 or something in that set. His ACS was through the roof, as you saw there. And that continues here. Showstoppers, maybe a little bit of work on those. But overall, the Raze performance and pivot, I like this from Heretics.
Yeah, that brings us to our HyperX reflex moment. And this is from Rians. We had quite a few moments, I felt like, in that map, Clint, that could have been a HyperX.
No, there were crazy plays. I mean, Icebox started to heat up on the Neon. He was having some amazing ones too. But this right here is so brilliant. The util timing, absolutely perfect. Wins them the round, gets the kill on Icebox right before it gets to half, and that makes sure that the defuse cannot come through. He was stellar, not just here in the utility, not just what we're seeing in this replay, but throughout the entirety. I think he ended as the top fragger for Heretics, and for the entire map, he is insane. One of the best players we have in the world right now.
If Team Heretics close out this map and end up winning that finals, I think there's a really clear argument for Rians being the MVP of Champions. This guy's had an outstanding performance every match, winning critical clutches to keep them in close games, having consistently excellent utility, and delivering in individual moments more than almost any other initiator player at this event right now.
I mean, we talked about it maybe somewhat jokingly at the pre-show, but this guy has been statistically the best performing player on this team throughout their run here at Champions, and that is continuing here on this Sunset and maybe into this next map here of Abyss as well, because he's going to be just as important on this one.
He is going to be indeed. And let's talk about this Abyss, because this was LEV's choice. They had a couple of choices. They could have gone a few other places. What did you make of this decision?
I mean, I think for sure in their minds, they have to be feeling like, we can definitely do this. Like the mistakes we made against EDG yesterday, very, very fixable. Like Mimi was talking about early, the macros there. It's just some of those micro decisions, how they can clear some of those angles. Like EDG was giving them that space in mid and then holding like B-Link and other angles outside of mid and then setting up crossfires there to try to deal with Leviathan's pushes through there. And so I think if you just find ways to either save a little bit extra util to clear those some flashes, some things like that, you have the opportunities to take advantage of that space and make those execs a little bit easier on yourself.
These two teams couldn't have more of a contrast in their year thus far. Leviathan, they were expected to be in these positions to come out here and win at events like Champions. They haven't achieved that yet, and they're against a team who's now 2-0 up, who went into this year with 4 brand new rookie players and are on the eve of their second international final set.
I mean, this is everything for Leviathan. They have to now pull off a reverse sweep, something that happens so very rarely. If they can't make that happen, we are not going to have any repeat trophy lifters. No one will have lifted that Champions Trophy in the past. This is do or die for Icebox and Calm. And now that they start on that attack, my eyes once again do go to Icebox. Can he be that tip of the spear that was lacking for them yesterday versus EDG?
And this is an opportunity for Team Heretics. Every single best of 5 they have ever won on this roster has been a 3-0 Panzing and Steel. This could just be their time.
Could be. It certainly could be. There's every opportunity. But again, those grand finals of Champions are truly reserved for greatness. And now Heretics are one away. They've done everything they needed. A reverse sweep is required, Josh. I mean, LEV were heating up. They were getting back in that second half there on Sunset. Signs of life. Have you got faith?
LEV, they were hitting their stride, but we saw from Heretics what they were doing. They were delivering to us this new kind of new look, this aggressive, confident style. But when LEV started toying with them, that's when we saw Team Heretics. They got to revert back to what their old bread and butter was, what got them this far in the first place. And they were able to pull that out in a time of need. And it shows the depth that they have now. LEV, yes, their attack side was brilliant on that second map of Sunset. It needs to be brilliant again here. and they need to be able to close it out in that second half once they go defense. The double controller is going to help them with setting up these plays that was working so well for them on Sunset, depositing players, causing misdirection, setting up these lurks that Tex is able to capitalize on. Aspas getting that front lines. A little bit of fight going on.
Bravado.
Yeah.
Just showing off the attention. And again,
scary.
This is just one of those reminders, and it's a rare occurrence, that it's not about the journey, it is about the destination. And this time, one more map and it's the grand finals. As said, a rare occurrence. So you're going to see this hesitance, this caution, this slow, steady, meticulous approach. And Aspas, he's creeping closer. These two are the heavy hitters.
These
the 1-2 punch. Who's on the other side? It's Boo, the backbone. The one who's been keeping this safe at times, the one who's been securing Heretics these rounds. Pixel shown, and the trap is sprung. Tex with a great shot, opening up the map, smoke up towards heaven, spikes on the way.
Here.
Difficult retake for Team Heretics without the smokes on Boo. Sheriff's in play. And a stranglehold on these choke points. It's going to be so difficult to break through. Miniboo Rans have Sheriffs of their own. They need these fights. They need the win.
Okay, but Aspas still drops a body. Mazzino doubling down on it. It's Benji. It's just Benji, and he's got so much to do and doesn't have it in this time. Leviathan get things started right.
A good start to their attack side, and already a glimpse of what they have in store for us. The split pressure. King moving up at A, breaking those trips. That pressure at middle with Mazzino's walls to get that just misdirection, that doubt put in the back of Team Heretics' mind. And it creates that opening for Aspas and Tex, the two heavy hitters, with those Sheriffs in hand to walk up and take that isolated fight on Boo at B, opening up the gates for the rest of the team. The start LEV need. Team Heretics, this is on them to show that they are worthy to defend against LEV's attack side right now.
And it is a totally different, a real stark contrast in their current situation. As said, for LEV, it's do or die time. There is no other way out here, really. You win it or you die. That's the simplicity of champions now. And on the other side for Heretics, they've got safety of 2 maps. They can, you don't want to say sit back, but they're not fighting for their life right now. So there is that fire still smoldering underneath LEV. Aspas looking for a target, but doesn't find one.
Super deep with this Outlaw, knows that just one bullet needs to connect to take them out. Right now, LEV has that map split. Into that A site they go. The spike is planted, but the kills, they want to rack him up. Mazzino, he wants to get to his ultimate. He's 3 orbs away.
Oh my
God, get all 3 right now.
Blood straight on through, it's Tex! Popping the hell off, 3 back-to-back with the Sheriff. And we asked a lot of Tex before, and he started to warm up. Now we're starting to really see him hit that stride. Double swing, and they hit. Aspas prowling. You can't run away from him. That's 2 now for LEV.
This is when the game gets on. Team Heretics needs to start picking up the rounds right now, because yes, this needs to be a reverse sweep for LEV to be able to come back and win this entire thing. And already 2 maps down, that means that they've expended energy to get here, but so has Heretics. And not only that, now LEV is warmed up. Maybe it's one of those things where it takes a map and a half to get warmed up enough, but they're looking on fire, on point right now. It's a matter of, can they continue this? Same opening as Pistol around here.
King. Normally that of timing. For now, though, going to be thwarted away. And actually, they look ravenous for this kill. Look how far Miniboo was willing to chase this.
But still, that's deep info right now for Team Heretics. They're playing aggressive and confident. This is how they open up the last 2 maps.
But I like what Mazzino's doing. If you're going to take over that A space, we can then try and pressure you to pull you back. We could split on you. We could crunch over towards A main. I like what he's doing. They've not followed that pathing, but it's pulled these players back.
This is going to make this entire half interesting.
Miniboo. So brave to stick around on this.
Push off the line. The defaulting. Both teams just pushing each other back ever so slightly, gently, some resistance. But look at how soft this defense is for Team Heretics. It's going to make this half so interesting with the fact that they're so afraid to play their 5-man retakes because there's always the threat of a lurk. Look how split they are. I've never seen them this spread apart before. Boo and Benji.
Here comes the punish. Boo, the position is pretty good. They've got to be aware there's a chance. They seem none the wiser, but an exceptional trade for Com. Keeping them with a good chance towards the site to at least get the plant. Now Benji's on an island, overwhelmed, and the bonus looking deadly for Lev. That's a plant, and that's safety. Mini Boo, Rienz, and Woot, they're not here in time.
This is tough. Again, Boo down, no smokes in play. Rienz is alive, Dizzy, Dart. This is their opening here with that Cove.
They gotta go now. They gotta try and close down on these kills. And Woot's done so damn well. He's got Wingman ready. Tex is there though, and Tex has been sharp.
They're going for the spam on the wingman.
It's not working. I'll tell you for free. It's
diffusing.
Working. What a fumble! That was so close to being theirs, but it was the bonus. Again, if we talk in reality, it's not the worst situation, but Josh, 30 seconds. I didn't like that.
It was good from Lev. It actually was pretty good. That wall coming up, if it's normally a player diffusing, it's easy to spam them. That wingman being on that awkward angle, allowing Woot to be able to counter spam through with his Phantom, that's what caught Lev there. But still, it got really close. That was a bonus. That defense was spread apart. The defenders at B got melted without enough kills, and it still came down to the wire. Team Heretics needs to be cleaner.
Bloody hell, Tex. He's a scary player, isn't he? The second he sees him, just swats him like flies. But does Boo manage to keep his life? He does. Big from Boo, but he could be traded.
Spot the arm.
Oh, he's dead to rights. Com puts him to his grave instantly.
Won't expect a third player here, though. There's no way they expect Woot. But they're going to drone anyway. They were thinking about it.
Went for the ult instead. Fair play. Woot's in a real spot of bother here. Like, what are you meant to do in this?
He can sit back here. It's so hard to flush him out. They have no AoE. One shot.
He can't get away, though. If he stepped too far. Punished. Aspas. Waiting. Rienz gonna find Mazzino. I'm surprised he got away with that, but angle wasn't there. And actually, wards off Aspas.
Pass the trips. Calls the team back. We've
King
seen
doing
this.
King things.
We've seen this. He needs to make sure he doesn't go too far, though. On Icebox, he did overextend once, got one tap snapped by Rienz, that snowman. He can't let that happen again, so he's just going to hold his space, but the hat from Benji confirms that information, and now King needs the group. But still, 3-on-2. If they play this properly, Lev should have this round. The double... the double flank coming into play here. And Lev, they secure. Wait, they're splitting up. Why are they splitting up?
Whoa,
Why have they done this? Okay, just jiggling for
Okay,
info.
that's fine, that's fine. That made me nervous, but Benji is creeping closer. It's Aspas he's got his fight with. Com up against Rienz. Benji up against Aspas. Aspas wins his fight, leaving Rienz in a 1v3. Caution on the corner. Ducks away from the dart. He knows he's got to fight around this, and he doesn't fancy it. Dipping away, shifting away. He has to give this up. And again, we talk about the impact of King here, and I have to reiterate it, because in this, it's not reflected in the scoreboard. So people may look at back, may look at the stats and not see the impact he's had. But in this round, he got far too close on that B side. All the meanwhile, he was pushing through A. His timing, great. Yes, the hat tempered him, but he still got them a free side.
That's the strengths of Lev's attack side right now. It's, yes, King has been doing it this series, but they have so many players that are capable of it.
Absolutely.
Sometimes they leave Aspas on that super deep island to be able to call everyone back and walk up and take his duels. Right now, this series, it is King, though, and Team Heretics, they have to make a decision. I wouldn't be surprised if we see an early timeout from the coaches just to get ahead of what's going on right now, because their aggression put down by Tex. When they play super passive, they get all their trips broken. They're afraid of those late flanks and the retakes. What else does Team Heretics have in store? Lev, their attack side's unstoppable right now. I think they've lost 2 attack rounds basically since Sunset second half came into play. Aspas still on that outlaw. And again, Team Heretics, they didn't have the economy for heavy shields all game. Now Aspas could rack him up.
And I do like the gun buddy on it as well, knowing who his target eventually will be. You'll catch a glimpse on that.
Another slow opening from Lev. We've come to expect this. The camera in that secret room just tapped on a timing from Benji to keep an eye on that. Here comes the info from Miniboo, but still, just classics in play. The Vandal on Rian's over at that B site. And here comes that split. Lev, pressure on A, the walk up on B. If Rian's gets to tap these B players out.
Ooh.
Okay.
Getting real
That's Harbor, that's
dangerous
Omen,
here.
that's Sova spotted over at A. Do they budge? No. Rian's 4 players for the defense.
Wait.
Stay here. Tex,
Wait.
Asbest.
This read could be
30
everything.
seconds left.
The spike slowly coming over. They had no idea what was around the corner. Now with that surprise, do they back down? Do they surrender? No, they go forward.
There's no time to go back.
Audacious. But time, you're right, 18 seconds. They've got to speed up on this one. They've got to somehow carve the path. 10 seconds. They send Aspas in. Give us options. Give us something. Help me out. Ult's being poured on. Benji offers himself up for the trade. Selfless in the moment. The plan is in though. King and Mazzino got to dig deep on this. Mazzino, where do you go here? Fades it perfectly. Diffuse has started though. They got to get him off this. They got to stop it. And they can't stop the roll. They can't stop the diffuse.
Wow. That is a MasterCard masterclass, Thrifty, right there from Team Heretics. We've seen them try to pull out rounds like this, where Boo is on an island trying to make enough presence for them to go to the other side. Lev, they overcooked it. They were doing the same thing that's been working for them right now.
A 0 to 5 mini Boo sent them running. A 0 to 5 mini Boo with a classic sent them all the way around.
Rian's, the Team Heretics is so good right now at not budging. And Lev, if they accelerated everything a little bit earlier, they would have had time to go all the way back to A.
100%.
They didn't have the time.
Okay, Benji made himself a little corner to play out.
The pace.
They had no idea that he could be there. Benji putting it on a show, putting it on a class. And Mazzino and Tex, the back line of comm there. Having to now work uphill, but they don't have any access. They don't have any layers. They don't have that look. So few options. Really difficult round. Here. All off the back of Benji in that cage. An evolution of what we expected from Heretics.
And Lev, it almost feels like a tilt call. They played the round so slow. They played themselves. That this round, let's go fast. They go fast, but they go into a trap. Miniboo there. Benji there, Trips are there, and now 3 on 5.
Oh, Miniboo, did you see the cape?
Don't know if you saw the cape.
That might be an opportunity at the time. It looks like Heretics are getting a little restless. They want this round wrapped. Mazzino goes down. That could be it.
Unless the cape is Superman, there's nothing that Calm can do in this position. That spike is, it's gone.
Okay, this would be the most heroic play of his life.
There's no way.
That's one. 14 seconds. They need the spike and they needed it now. The hat on the body, this has pulled enough of the interest here. They now know 8 seconds. I think this one is done. Benji near on securing it. I don't know if he's going to be able to find Calm at this point. So the ace is not going to be achieved, but again, Benji in that position, set into motion. Josh, it feels like they walked into a trap, you're right.
This needs to be a pause in the action for Lev. Right now, they lost 2 in a row. Not the end of the world. But let's digest how they lost those 2. The first one, they went way too slow. Way too slow. They played themselves. Second one, they went way too fast. If they find that sweet spot in the middle, take that map control, sow in some doubt in the minds of Team Heretics, and then play that round with enough time that they could bail if they need to. That's where they need to find themselves. But a switch up, Team Heretics at mid with that up on Miniboo.
Oh my god.
Lev walking into the Lions Den again. There's no way. Okay, the drone spots them out. Cancel the strat.
Good protocols. I mean, he still fancies a go, and they're not backing down either. Finally, it looks like they've accepted their fate and fallen away from middle, but you can see Aspas is still sticking around with Tex. Not completely relinquishing the chance of it, and Miniboo, the readjust perfect. Denies Calm an opportunity into this round.
I look at the setup, I'm looking at Sunset right now. This is exactly how Team Heretics plays it, with the same people, same spots and everything.
And I feel like after getting contact on those players, you know there's still a chance there in middle. Yeah, Woot knows it. Reading the game well, understanding what Aspas wanted to achieve here.
They're pinging it. You can see that they know that the smoke comes in, Aspas is lurking, Rian's picking up that angle. ready to take that fight. Spots Aspas, knows that this kind of like lurk play towards A might be in play.
Tex!
Speed.
On the ult as well. They really want to try and make something out of nothing. You got the two rifles, King and Mazzino with them. All players basically on the A side have to scramble over. Woot back to the wall. There's nowhere to go. You can't backpedal now. Aspas puts him to his grave, creates opportune chances. As Benji now can't pick which poison he wanted. King puts him out of his misery. The plan's there. They made the path themselves, carving a way forward. But Miniboo's already drawn blood. Location noted, however, makes this harder. Anyone dare take a fight against him? The timing! Aspas, when you need him most, gives Leviathan chance, gives them opportunity, and Boo needs to bow out of the round.
Speaking of opportunities, Aspas reclaims that op. Tex off the map. Oopsie. But when we come back to the drawing board, when we talk about what's going on in these rounds, this is how Team Heretics actually starts faltering on their defense side, is these splits on B site. Benji, Boo, whoever is there is so good at defending against the hit coming from in front of them. But once that split comes in from that side, that's when everything falls apart, because the positioning that they have when they play this passive means that they're caught between a rock and a hard place. They can get shot in the side. They need to be able to push and fight hard commit into either middle or B, to mid or to B main. You can't be caught in between both places.
Damn.
So frequently, Team Heretics gets caught there, but now Aspas picks up that operator. Miniboo still gets his out. Now we're gonna see.
The multi-view replay on that for
Yeah, right?
It's like, it's not bad enough you got
Insult
it
to
once.
injury,
Yeah, it's like,
salt
no,
in the
double down.
wound.
But I like this. I like this kind of pressure mid more. I like the Aspas, I mean, showed how far you can get on that. Literally right up the gut through B-Link, pressure upon pressure, the rest of them splitting that B site. I'd say they are one of the most diligent teams in my mind at kind of playing this map out how I feel like it should. But what's my opinion worth? Let's see if Aspas can do it again. There's 4 players this time. He's got an army against him, and Miniboo already gonna fight. What is that?
Convergence.
Absolute shutdown and shut out in middle. There's no more access here. Heretics hated that last round. They want no more of that.
Whenever we have a moment in the round, don't know who's there, DJ maybe. I need to see this camera on Benji right now over towards B. What is that covering? It's got to be insane information. Lev, still 2v5, trying to play out the round, 45 seconds remain, and that ultimate on King as well.
Scary players alive as well. We've seen Tex and King both giving them opportunities, but that door still has to break. So they still have to give away the intention to a degree. You've got 2 players there ready to meet them. You'd need Tex to alleviate that pressure. So it's all about layers to this.
30 seconds left.
King's trying to create that opening for Tex to sneak through, but
Rien says the read well. The
budging.
timing, they're trying to time this to try and split their attention, divide and conquer. Boo's not going to fall for it, and they know where Tex is. The intention, I get it. The execution, not going to work out. And slowly but surely, you can try and take fights. It doesn't matter. Heretics are back in the game.
The problem there is even if... There's the camera. Amazing.
A wall. Classic Prius.
Maybe get the 180 on that one next time, but oh, good. The problem with that a round like that in the end is that even if you do end up getting a kill, let's say Boo goes down in heaven, the rest of this setup is symmetrical. There's no way. And I like how Team Heretics is realizing how LEV is working the map, spreading them apart, and they just realize, let's fight for 2 of 3 spots. We're going to pick middle, and we're going to pick A. B, we play the retake. We're good at it. Who cares? We got the Cosmic Divide. We're chilling.
I mean, they're learning in real time, though, because that was a very high priority area for Lev, and they're somewhat similar approach to it now. This time it's going to be Boo to try and handle it. They're going to prop up Miniboo on the extremity on one side and probably allow Benji to then flex back towards middle here.
Great call from Lev. I'll explain why right after this fight happens, because Boo is going to get caught on a time potentially.
Oh my god, how's he? Oh, he's dead to right, surely. Surely he is! Tex with the punish and the slow approach, looking to get a stranglehold on this A site. The paranoia's gone in, it finds no one. They are on the site itself. A fight towards CT, Benji wins it. Banging shot. Woot's still there, but he falls quickly to Com. The site now open and available, Rien's backs away.
Man, 3v3.
Miniboo.
What better players to have alive in this situation? Spikes down, and Miniboo's sitting on it too. Com has no idea.
Oh,
None the way. Wait.
He has a look.
He's
Spike's gone. He's heard the jump. He knows it. Com?
You know,
the audacity to turn around, but they've lost Aspas in the meantime.
For 40 seconds.
There's nowhere to go. They have to fight forward here. He's got to bank on King to find him safety, find him across here. And King, how good can you be? Not this time. Rienz is on it. The deadly trio.
And now they just wait for Miniboo to come in. He's going to locate out where Calm is and let Benji and Rienz close this round out. Oh, hosted. Nowhere to go.
We're seeing that composure hit here for Heretics. But talk to me about the start of the round. There was something you liked.
I loved it because what has been happening throughout this series is whenever Team Heretics shuts down LEV somewhere, let's say they do an A1 round, instantly next round Team Heretics goes B and then expects LEV to go B into it. So here what we see is LEV tries going mid, Team Heretics shuts it down, instantly Team Heretics decides that they're going to go shut down a different area, A, B, they just pick a different spot, and so LEV, they go middle again, uncontested, find that opening on Boo, catch him in the back, they have everything dead to right. That kill Benji got on Tex, Cypher on Cypher, violence over towards Spawn, that was the difference maker, because that allows Benji and Rienz to move together into that retake, and it's just, how are you going to stop these guys? Yes, you had Aspas alive. Yes, you had King and Calm. And these are the guys that you look to in a lot of these situations in these mid-rounds and closing it out just by the nature of the agents that they're on and the roles that they play for the team. But it's just too much a tall order when Miniboo's closing in the backlines as well.
Let's take a breath here. Take a moment. It's 5-4. The early start was good for LEV. Stake their claim here. Proved that there's a reason they went to this map. They're good on it. They're strong here. They play a great game. But the pendulum started to swing. Last couple of rounds starting to look better and better for Heretics. So the timeout hit. An opportunity to adjust, to bring in a new idea, to address some of the issues they're having. Because Heretics are going toe for toe so far, or toe to toe, with exactly what they're wanting to be seeing. They know exactly what Leviathan are trying to get up to. So what's the plan now?
And it's in those first 4 rounds of this map so far, I was thinking this is LEV's game. They're going to run with it. Boy, am I wrong. 5-4. Team Heretics has won 4 of the last 5 rounds. And Miniboo feeling so confident with this operator, taking these deep lines. Team Heretics dealing with this mid pressure so well, except for that last round. And LEV not finding any solutions right now. Again, they had that game plan on Icebox. It worked for a bit until it didn't. The same thing's happening here.
You could hear it from the crowd there.
The gasps,
the
tension.
It's palpable in these moments.
It's
the
okay.
difference that half can make.
They know about Tex though.
Respecting this.
He's behind the box. He's waiting for that rotation. He's listening for the noise and he's waiting for the perfect time to strike. But if he mistimes on his camera and he gets the top of his head spotted by Boo here, if he drops, I don't see a way back for LEV.
Waiting, denial on the plant here.
Boo versus Tex.
There it is, and Tex wins. Hat comes online, and suddenly it swings in their favor. That pendulum apparent again. Aspas up top, waiting for the push through. You got a player down low in the smoke as well.
A cosmic divide. LEV's playing in. They know they have to play in front of this, stop them at the choke points. And here comes the retake.
Ooh,
Dizzy
King.
in.
Hold on, he's still here.
Scan.
He evaded it. He's trying the best he can. Aspas only gets one. The trade. Woot, outrageous on approach, trying to be the bulldozer, but it's Boo from above. Time for the defuse. And Heretics taking a stronger lead now.
So well played from both teams as well. That fight at middle happening. Tex going 1-for-1 only, but realizing the rest of his team needs to play up and stop them at the choke point. The problem is, as they're coming through the smoke at the choke point, here comes a Dizzy and a Dart. You can only deal with one at a time, and the scan gets off and finds the opening for Team Heretics to flood out that spawn gate. And LEV, they're just unable to put them down. The trades go in the favor of Team Heretics, and another round goes in their favor. But LEV, some of these rounds are really close. It's not that their approach is bad, it's that Team Heretics is inching their way at the very last, slimmest margins, the last moments. Benji, don't get too greedy now. 6-4. LEV can still climb back.
Of course
the
they
drone,
can.
the Hunter's Fury, and Calm's been so good with these.
The second you stop respecting and fearing this side, the second they can take it away from you. Icebox with a glance, but he finds no connection that he wanted here. Not able to find the impact yet. Being held at the door still. And now there's going to be issues. They get held up. It's a Benji. The 1-2 punch. But Icebox, surgical precision is not good enough today. Mazzino detained. They are left in ruins as Heretics running them down as Com, the last man standing here. A 1v4. Show me what you're made of now. He's got a spike, he's got 50 seconds, but the back line is watched. Boo.
Closing.
He's not letting you get away from this. He's gonna hear those steps, and he knows he's gone middle.
B-site's open, but again, plant, who cares? Your economy's in shambles. We have 4 players for this retake. And LEV, again, they're so close on so many of these rounds when they're doing it slow and methodical that they lose the confidence in their own identity and their game plan. They switch it up. They falter. Right now, Team Heretics, a brick wall, moving together to find out where Com is. It's such a difficult task. The plant open for him, though. If he lets him slip by...
Show me some magic, Com. Go on.
The reads, they just know.
They know all too well. Him looking for those finest of margins to try and find an opportunity to play with, but Heretics aren't having it now.
So LEV does have a second timeout to use. They shouldn't use it here. There's only one more round. Is it worth one round on attack side? Unless they're going to get some value out of it for the defense. I don't think so. They should save that for the second half. So right now, LEV on the fly, in-game leader, needs to make the decision. What are they going to do? Are they going to try to go fast again? Run into a brick wall? Are they going to try to slow the game down? Get into these really interesting situations, the 3v3s, the 2v2s, and try to just get that confidence back to close out these rounds. They have the players that are able to do it, but they're not giving themselves the opportunities because they lost it a couple times. When you're at these stages of the tournament, if you lose that confidence in yourself to be able to close these rounds out, that's when it's truly over. Again, 5-man group, death ball.
It looks so similar, but different players this time. It was Benji and Rienz who were able to punish last time. Here, they've had to rescind, fall away. Leviathan have done what they needed to at least secure the plant. First, oh, big pick as well for Mazzino. Punishing Woot there. Man up to the good as well. This is way better. Miniboo starting to get curious.
There you go.
And killed by King. This is way better stuff. Starting to see real synergy, real teamwork. The crossfire is holding well. Mazzino getting maybe a little bit too overzealous in this, but they have the numbers on their side. They can take a couple of, I guess, riskier choices. As Rienz, yes, you can take down Com, but it's the rest of the team that was never going to fall.
7-5 half in favor of Team Heretics. LEV starting the half very strong there. 3-1. They started, looked very reminiscent of their Icebox, but they're going to be moving into that second half. They're going to be moving into that defense side. And Team Heretics has been looking so strong on some of these players. Losing the confidence on LEV is not what they want to have happening right now in this instant.
Confidence is key. And in these moments, that's where it really comes through. These two teams excellent in these situations. They've been in similar positions before. Of course, champions on one side, but to tail with a familiar foe, why not head down to someone who's faced them both? Zelsis and Kaplan, joined by Jen.
Hello, everyone, and Coach Kaplan and Zelsis in the house! 센티넬의 캐플린 감독과 젤시스 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 감독님, 어제는 패배에 아쉬움이 있었지만 오늘은 좀 편안하게 경기를 지켜볼 수 있을 것 같은데요. 선수들 모두 좀 어제 이후 어떻게 지내고 있는지 여쭤보고 싶어요. So Kaplan, yesterday was full of heartbreaks, but today you actually get to lay back and enjoy the game. So how's everybody doing today?
Very, very tired and trying to figure out how to be somebody who cheers in a crowd. Not used to that. You know, only know how to cheer in a coach booth, so I'm learning today.
좀 많이 피곤하고 사실 경기를 보면서 좀 관중의 입장이 돼본 적이 너무 오래 전이었기 때문에 좀 어떻게 하면 좀 좋은 관중이 될 수 있을지 사람들을 응원하는 사람이 될 수 있을지를 계속해서 연구 중이라고 얘기를 하시는데요. 그러면 또 개인적으로는 어느 팀 응원하러 오셨는지 여쭤보도록 하겠습니다. So who are you rooting for today? And you know, may I get your predictions?
Doesn't matter, EDG are winning tomorrow. But I gotta root for Heretics today. I mean, first of all, I want to have only lost in playoffs to grand finalists. And second of all, how can you not root for a team that all go on stage with matching Timbers hats? You can't stop them.
먼저 EDG가 내일 우승을 할 거기 때문에 누가 오늘 이기든지 상관이 없지만 그래도 헤레틱스를 응원하게 되는 게 사실 센티넬스가 헤레틱스한테 져가지고 좀 그나마 더 잘하는 팀이 이기게 되면 더 좋지 않을까, 센티넬스에게도 명분을 만들어주지 않을까라고 얘기를 하고, 그리고 이렇게 좀 티버 모자 맞춰서 쓰고 왔으니까 어떻게 헤레틱스를 싫어할 수 있냐고 얘기를 했습니다. Now I'm gonna turn to you, Zelsis. 젤시스 선수 만나보도록 할게요. 오늘 또 누구를 응원하러 오셨나요? Now, who are you rooting for here?
I wanted LEV to win, but they're kind of getting rolled, so I'm going with Heretics.
레브 응원하러 왔는데 좀 지고 있으니까 헤레틱스 응원하겠다고 얘기를 했는데 마지막으로 어제 굉장히 무대에서 아쉬워하는 모습을 보여줬기 때문에 좀 팬분들에게 한마디 부탁해보도록 하겠습니다. We saw a picture of you taking in the crowd one last time yesterday. So anything you would like to say to the crowd here and the fans?
You guys are amazing, and I'm so grateful all of you came out here, not even supporting Sentinels, but Valorant in general. I love all of you, and thank you all for supporting us. Buy the Sentinels bundle.
정말 센티넬이 아니지만 그래도 발로란트를 응원해주신 여러분 너무너무 감사드리고요. 센티넬 번들 사라고 얘기했습니다. Thank you, Zelsis and Kaplan, and back to the game we go.
Poor old Jen having to also then shill for the bundle too. She had to dive in on it. She's like, yeah, well, got to translate now. Smart work there, but 7-5, let's focus back up here. Heretics in the lead. Lev closed out with a little bit of confidence in that final round. Maybe a spark here to bring them back.
Maybe. We'll see. Only time will tell. Because as I've learned my lesson, these teams have so much to offer. You can never count them out too early. Miniboo keeps slinking up the gap.
Oh, but look at the support system on that. Literally everyone involved in the kill, but Tech's still here. Tex gets two! He couldn't quite get the third, but he did so well to do this much damage. And Mazzino's found a gap to work in. He's found two targets. He couldn't take them down, though. They stayed alive. And now we're in a 2v2. Boo, Benji up against King and Com. Boo down low, and now vision removed, but King's gonna have to get close! Com with a shot dart as well. It is perfect.
Pistol on the board for Lev. The score is getting closer. Sunset got real close when OT. I'm thinking Lev might have something in store for them, but I like the opening from Team Heretics there. Moving up that right side, dodging the trips and the cameras and everything, getting in there. The first point of contact, it almost caught them by surprise. Ass pass. No chance to play the round there. He is a player that you want alive to be able to shoot back as, you know, maybe using his teammates as pawns, as cannon fodder, as he can just go in and just wipe up everything. He had to sit back, lounge back in the chair, and watch the round develop.
Yeah. But again, this is the start that Lev needed. You wanted that pendulum swing, you wanted that momentum, you want a close, lower finals. This might be the start of things to come. This round, Heretics, we're looking at the Ghost with Boo and just a Sheriff with Woot. On the other side, of course.
He'll be one off Thrash at the end of this round, at the worst.
Not bad.
Unless he falls off the map. But right now, Lev, they're not moving. They got their space, they got their control. They're happy with this. Team Heretics grouping up, they got that orb, looking for that second one. Woot getting ever closer to the Thrash, clearing out all the close angles just in case. There's no KO flash coming on this map. It's a double controller comp. And that is a second recovered orb. That means Thrash is one away. That is a death, a kill, or an ultimate orb. Oh, yeah, just a death or a kill. He's getting it no matter what. And Team Heretics coming back to that B site is just Tex to defend. Mazzino pretty close by to help him out, but still, it's a tall order here. If he gets flushed out by a Dizzy Dart, smokes the block off his teammates, but Mazzino should be putting up a wall here anytime now. 30 seconds remain in the round.
He's not looking this way.
He's not.
Okay, this is too late. They're already ahead.
Past it.
Oh, this is a mistake on timing, and Tex can get overwhelmed here, but Mazzino desperately trying to help him out, make up for the mistake and hold the line as best he could. Boo's punished him though, and now the plant. Woot's got ult still, if they feel there's a chance.
No way he uses it.
Surely not, but I mean, Boo's got himself a Guardian. Maybe he can make a little chaos happen here.
Bounce shock. There's no shock. Just the dart. Scans
Okay,
it.
has to remove here a little bit. Woot, try and watch that cross. Just call out the cross. 1 HP. He's down so desperately low. But Lev showing caution, showing respect for the other side. But a bounding Aspas does the job well. With 3 alive, the defuse is there. The threat is crushed. And we have an even affair on our hands.
With that plant, with a couple of those kills, maybe we get to see heavy shields coming out, denying Aspas the ability to one-shot players with this Outlaw. As the score gets tied up 7-7 here, Team Heretics, they were using these death balls on their Sunset. It was working pretty well. Now we look to Lev. They need
No
the
jet knives here,
reverse
buddy.
sweep, basically, if they want to be able to move on to that next stage, that grand finals. They need 3 maps in a row. They need to start here. They need to be able to convert this bonus round.
But you talk about caliber of players, you look at the potential to do it. They've got the pedigree. They've got the players who can turn up. We're saying this at the first time it's gone even.
Yeah. Fast hit, and here's the Thrash, round 3, and okay!
Tex!
Throws his hat down on the way.
So damn good! What a shot, straight out of the sky. Oh man, that puts Miniboo right in his place.
2 Sheriffs and the Outlaw on this retake. Yes, they have the man advantage, but man, again, stopping them at the choke points. Team Heretics in their faces. Thrash goes again.
Oh,
but shot on the back.
Down, Mazzino is timing perfect. Couldn't ask for anything better. Benji now called in, required to go above and beyond, and he's doing just that. That's a second body dropped. He needs to depend on Rienz to control CT here as well. Tex goes for the swing. King on the trade, but hold on. Getting closer now. He knows it. He's seen it. Benji keeping Heretics safe because Leviathan then got dangerously close.
I am loving this side of Team Heretics, though, that are getting in the phases and stopping them from being able to get any space. The disrespect. A lot of teams, they're in a 4v5 like this, they're against Eco. They might give too much respect. Barely caught in the back there as well on that Thrash.
Timing,
but
yeah.
The reason why it's so important to be able to play with this confidence and locking down at the choke points is that it shows that you're confident to not allow them any space into the round. And when you give too much respect, that's when you start playing on the back foot, letting the other team just swarm you. It's Team Heretics, they hang on still. They take the lead. Icebox on that operator, though, off the back of that save. They kept those Sheriffs, the Outlaw, so that he could afford this and put a stop to Benji's shenanigans. Right now, Benji, thinking twice about if he wants to move up or not, but finally he puts that cage. He can pop that at any moment in time in the round just to cause a shroud of doubt. But these players getting spotted here. It's only 2 defenders on this A site right now. If Team Heretics chooses right now to hit, to strike, that's it. Lev need to fall off.
King and Com, they're trying to stand their ground, trying to hold the site, and maybe that's why. Oh, King beheads Woot! Tries to dip away in time, but the plant is in. A trade of space and the site. Time on their side. Miniboo, Boo, and Benji. Oh, but Miniboo, careful. He was completely vulnerable towards CT then, but they're so focused towards that retake through tower.
So far away. Aspas has the operator, and King has 11 HP. They're so split, and the time's running
They're ahead
low.
of the wall here. This double stack is hard to handle. How do you break this? What do you have? The second they try and drop, they might be dead. They might be brought down, dragged down. Desperate try from Tex and Mazzino, and now it's just Boo. But time is ticking, and Boo just has to play to the clock. He has to play it properly.
Wait.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
You gotta get in there. You gotta stop shooting the thing and get in. Ah, he's out of bullets. Why? Just run in. Call a timeout. Call attack. Coach, that is your IGL. These are the decisions your IGL is making right now. You're on attack side. You need to what is this?
Oh my God.
This is the lower bracket finals. The winner of this series goes to the grand finals of champs.
That is unforgivable. You know he's going to be kicking himself. Does that affect him going forward? No timeout called.
We're about to find out.
Think it's a mistake, that's fine. I don't think that is acceptable, but as it stands, Lev, hey, you saw the smile. You don't often get given those. You thought you were dead to rights.
Bro.
I know. Refocus.
You or them?
Everyone. 8-8. You don't get given those often. You really don't, not at this caliber.
They're going to use Cosmic Divide. You can see the pings on the map. That's the line that they're going to draw. Boo across the map. He has that gravity well to play that post plant. He's going to be able to come in from the back lines, get that timing flank. He needs to make sure he's not too slow on it this time. He has been in the past. Team Heretics moving up through middle. Getting spotted. Miniboo taking damage, losing some of those daggers in that Blade Storm. But still, they want to commit to this play. They still have that Cosmic Divide to make it work. Lev, split across the map. 3 players towards this mid-A defense right now. And the decision to peel away from that B position from Boo. Genji. All the way in that smoke. And here comes the mid-split, here comes the wall, and here comes the hit. This shock is going to destroy
I'm worried
Woot.
though. Miniboo still actually managed to get away unscathed, but it's Benji to fall first, trying to make it through from main. Icebox patrolling on the back of the site. Decides he felt that pressure. Didn't want to stick around too long, but with a 10-second plant, they're going for this now. Waiting. Miniboo, knives are there. Counter ult are going to come in, try and make this site almost unlivable on. Leviathan change their approach, looking up towards tower. 2 towards CT, Com being one of them. Trying to take strides and takes down Rienz. Oh, what a follow-up! Perfect shot. They are clearing house. Leviathan are here to play.
Leviathan putting up that flawless round here to put an end to Team Heretics. That's 2 rounds in a row for Lev right now, and just getting his feet caught as that smoke comes down. You'll see a lot of Omen players choosing to place that smoke a little bit higher up that will fall down. And if it's in the faces of their opponents, that means that the opponent can't see anything, but half their body is exposed. And now, here comes the timeout on this gun round for Team Heretics. Round 18, 8-9. They're trailing by 1. They've been good on their 5-man death ball attacks.
Yeah.
They have good ultimates to use on this as well. They know Aspas has that operator out. And it seems like A's been working. They've been playing these post plants really well, denying the ability for Lev to come out of the choke points. It's been working so well for Team Heretics. Yes, they only have 1 attack round at the moment, but if they stick to their guns, like, you have to keep in mind, the only reason why Lev picked up these last 2 rounds was because Boo shot all his bullets into a cove instead of just running in and killing the player. This could be Team Heretics 10-8 up, putting Lev on eco, 11-8, closing out, and going to the grand finals.
It reminds me of this situation. Fnatic Sentinels, once upon a time, a flash going astray, and it all suddenly
A mystical flash, perhaps?
Something like that. The difference 1 round can make. The question is, do they have the wherewithal? They have the ability to bound back, and it's hard when it's an IGL. It's incredibly hard to then pick yourself back up after making a mistake. But these mistakes, at this point, cost you so damn much. Now, ults to be used, a buy in hand. They have everything they could ask for here.
And it looks like B is the target Team Heretics wants to hit. Thrash in play. Cosmic Divide if they want it. They want to go towards Tex, but it's fine. They have that Mosh to flush him out of that back position where he's currently standing.
I don't know, Tex. He's been scaring the life out of me. This man
Don't hit your teammate, though.
A monster. He's still looking for a victim. He's found a couple of players. I told you, you got to be careful going towards his site. Takes down his opposing number, but it is traded. They've now got their foot in the door. The site is under Heretics' control. But it's been these post plants they've been struggling on. Actually, the parent. Wait, that felt
It's
a little
just Mazzino out, though.
kilter. Well, the timing maybe a little bit off there.
Aspas is still in their spawn where they buy.
This feels disjointed. Mazzino can still make it hurt. It's not like it may not work, but still play together. Ooh. Play as 3, play as the team, and they're doing that. Com set up for success. Now down to Aspas and Com to try and work this back through. Rienz and Woot on the site. An isolated fight, and he takes it with both hands, leaving Aspas fight, and he does. Punishes Woot in the back. There's no running away from this. Face your fears, but Rienz was a god on this map, and he needs to show him how it's done. Show his composure. Show how good he can be in Aspas. His hand is forced as Rienz keeps Heretics alive now.
Aspas only fakes He never commits that first stick. Rienz knows this. He is so good in these clutch moments. He knows the ins and outs of who he's against and how they're gonna play. And these opening kills, I see the LEV, the version of them that we saw in Sunset, where on this round 10 is running out, he's trying to 1v5, then it's the next person, then it's the next person. Again, here, Aspas has that operator coming from A site, and again, one's on the drone, one's running out, they're taking a fight, another trickles out. LEV, you need to keep it together right now. No more mistakes. Again, oh my god, Hunter's Fury on Rienz, Cosmic Divide, the 5-man death ball, 3 to defend this time, and the wall's up in time to stop this. Stars placed, but not oh, okay.
Okay, here's the divide, here's the Hunter's Fury. Rienz sending that from far away. Miniboo's already been caught up. King, Com, together, holding the line this time. It's only Wu to be able to make it through. He's the only one still on site here. The other two slightly disconnected, but the plant is in. Aspas, Tex, and Com have to navigate their way back through, but look how far away Tex was.
One shock, Mosh, and potentially a gravity well.
Wait,
but the flank is coming in. Com knows that they're going to play for this retake from back here. Com needs to pick the perfect time. It needs to be after the spike is tapped from Aspas. They need to use a cloud burst, tap that spike, draw their...
Oh, the timing. Corbin, Com, Lee, the difference maker for LEV. Boo trying to hold on. Oh, he's taking him down for the trade, but the time.
He's got it.
He's got the time. The back line was broken.
He's got it.
He's got it. Com, these flanks, his timings have been spot on.
I got nervous for a brief moment when he target prioritized the man with the dart out instead of the second player. If he had target first Woot, then switch to Rienz, would have made his life a little bit easier there. But getting that dart off, getting that scan off. Normally, Com's been caught in these positions. Oh man, Com's been caught in these positions before where he pulls out his utility as soon as he gets one kill and he gets caught in the open with his utility out. This time though, he gets that dart off, and because he gets that dart off, yes, he loses his life, but Aspas closes it out, gets that round, and LEV back in the lead.
And the impact from that round, look at the damage it's done to their money. Just one rifle on Miniboo. That's all. Couple, maybe a sheriff for Benji. So this one could hurt. And Aspas trying to prove a point, tries to get in their face.
He got scared away from that Vandal. He has that Outlaw. None of these players have enough health to tank a shot. Aspas can deal with them all, basically, one tap central, but right now, the split from Team Heretics, there's...
I mean, the tide could be turning.
This is just a ruse, a diversion.
I mean, the spike's
Benji
still in
mid.
Like
Benji versus King.
Slowly and steadily, a little bit of a fight here, but the angle far better for King. Showing dominance now, LEV. The spike is still in spawn, so this never felt like it had much intention behind it. Miniboo. The only one really with the Vandal to play with for the Heretic side, but we can take a second here to an extent. There's always a bit of a threat, but as it stands, LEV are taking the momentum back in their favor. You can feel this turning around. And these players know what it's like to hold that Champions Trophy. You don't want to miss out on it. You saw Com fighting tooth and nail for that there. They've got themselves a plant, but I think LEV know where they're going.
2 versus 5. Miniboo with that Vandal.
He's got the ult.
But Woot, how much he can do.
I ever tell you the story of the Miniboo basically 1v5? We only had a classic. It's a crazy story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It happened on round 20?
I can't quite remember, but we'll find out soon enough. Miniboo, it was the timing that he went for the swing. It wasn't this round, actually. It was a different round. But now Woot, I mean...
Another flawless one for
Yeah.
LEV. But
perfect.
Again, like a few of these rounds, the last 5 or 6 rounds or so have been these low econ rounds for Team Heretics. They haven't, it's all off the back of that lost round from Boo. Everything else has been from that moment onwards. And right now, I mean, some of these rounds come all the way down to the wire, right? 3v3, Com got the flank off. It came down to Boo narrowly, 1.5 seconds that Aspas got that defuse. There's been a lot of retake rounds towards B, towards A. We haven't seen mid explored all too often here. It makes me question what that last round was. Was it to get information? Was it to cause chaos and try to find an opening to make it expensive? Or what was Team Heretics' idea in that last round? Because you're probably not thinking you're winning that round.
No.
But maybe getting a feel for what LEV's setups are to test the waters so that they can make a plan
Even with that
here.
said, I mean, King's walking middle on you. They're already doing things that maybe they wouldn't have expected. Boo is just walking up towards B. I think this is when this becomes kind of getting them back with their head in the game. It feels like it's slipping away from them here, at least in this map. And the reverse sweep conversation does start at that point. But, I mean, it's early days to discuss a reverse sweep. They've just taken the lead. But it's momentum here, and this is a mental game between these two.
Keeping in mind, Sunset had a pretty similar score. It got to round 21, instead of 9-11, it was 10-10, and then Heretics, they were able to bring it back from a 10-12 back into overtime, and then they ended up winning from that moment. So here, I could see definitely this making an impact and them going the distance here. But it comes down to this round. This is really the last real chance Team Heretics has to make this work. They have that Thresh. They have that 5-man death ball. They have that read that they want to go against Tex. Tex has only been good for one on these defenses. Team Heretics has been winning the post plants here, except for that round where Calm got that flank 2-man kill.
See the crowd now starting to cheer for Lev. The owners getting the crowd on their side.
Icebox.
Maybe this pulls him into attention. Up and over, another attempt. He's not landing the shots here. Forced away. We can see Tex fancies it. Confidence brimming. Oh my God, Mazzino saves him in that one. Got a little too close for comfort. But they're left in Dallas here, Heretics. They're down in Boo and Woot. They don't have any safety. They don't have any real security on the site. They've got nowhere to work from. They've been forced away. Leviathan with a stranglehold on this game. It's gorgeous to witness. We need a I'm about to say a 1v3. Not going to happen with Aspas doing that.
And the Vitan, with that, get to 12. They get the map point. And this would be the start of a reverse sweep. Team Heretics still, they have good ultimates. It seems like they're getting some Vandals in the equation. It seems like when they have that Thrash, it's been always exec A, exec B with that Thrash. Here, they decided to save it. They have it. Again, if they need it here, they have that Cosmic Divide. I thought they were going to use it about 6 rounds ago. They still haven't used it. And LEV
too much.
Put a stop to the bleeding. Yes, they're defending kind of like one at a time, but now they're moving out a little bit better spacing. We saw this wall.
But look at it, look at the pacing. They're already pushing middle.
Spotted.
I love this though. I like that they're just putting Heretics back under the gun time and time again.
But Heretics in these moments have stalled. They paused. Now they decide they're going to move up Rians through the smoke. That is so unlucky for him.
It happens. It's the way it goes. Com does get detained, so maybe there's a chance, but Mazzino, can he keep him secure? Does he want to try and maybe protect his friend, protect his teammate? Right now it's King doing the best he can. Oh, King! Decimating Heretics, leaving Boo to face the music. His mistakes earlier coming back to haunt him as he's watched this game slip away. And the chance truly beginning. The opportunity for the reverse sweep now becomes a reality as it's 13-9. Leviathan are not down, they're not out, they're still in this.
It's in moments like these, you hope that you have been pacing yourself for the full 5 maps. Because right now, if Team Heretics is out of energy, trying to close that in 3, they're in for a rude awakening. Lotus is the next map, and Heretics has not looked strong in it all event. This is LEV's moment to be able to go for the reverse sweep.
Yeah, I'm running all the time. I'm running all the reasons to stay away from you. Ignoring all the signs. Put my head on the line and I just wanna hit reply. I can't believe where I'm at without you by my side. One side. I know that you're not coming back without you by my side. One side. Trust my intuition. You make me lie to myself, feel some type of way. I've been running and running miles away. I can't believe where I'm at without you by my side. One side. I know that you're not coming back without you by my side. One side.
Yo, 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 it's Tex, what up? Honestly, when it was 11-12, it was at the very last round. We could definitely feel the pressure hitting. Even the round before that, I think when King and Zeno lost the 2v2, because I think Chichu just walked out heaven randomly on a timing. I think that's when I realized, like, it's getting pretty scary. But yeah, honestly, it's whatever. I think I just gotta make sure the boys aren't too down on themselves individually. And we just gotta fix some fundamentals and we'll be good. I'm honestly chilling. We have another chance. I think my team matches up pretty well against Heretics. So honestly, I'm not too worried.
Holding his ground.
Probably hits the trap. Tex finding one. Smoggy not dead yet. Pops the ultimate to get himself back in, but Tex is just unassailing.
Yeah, Team Heretics, they play really well together. They have really good individual moments. Definitely have a unique playstyle on maps like Icebox, where they play like a Neon on Miniboo. So we had to make some adjustments. So it's really interesting playing them. We beat them before, but it was a close game. And you know, we both kind of learn how to play against each other when you play. So rematches are always different. But yeah, excited to play and let's see what happens.
Oh, Leviathan, they're on the board in this lower bracket best of 5, which means we will be guaranteed one more map. Look at what it means to them, the passion on these players' faces as well. I'm Yingsu and I'm back here with Mimi, Paperthin, and Achilleos. I cannot believe they managed to force another map. How crazy was that? Was that head-to-head?
It was.
I can't speak.
It was damn wild, and that's why we're all struggling to find our words here. But yeah, the Abyss pick, we weren't sure how it was going to look here for the side of Leviathan, and it was also a bit of a shaky start. You know, get those first couple rounds, but then that Thrifty comes through from the side of Heretics, and it just felt like they were going to be building up all this momentum and just end up, mowing down Leviathan, but they stuck in there and they got the win.
What I think part of what makes them so hard to play against is like just how good they are at taking mid control on this map compared to other teams. I feel like they're so oppressive with that Harbor utility at pressuring that space, threatening these walk-ups. Heretics are having to invest so many players on their defense to deal with that. And on top of that, Clint, they're winning rounds like this one.
How?
I mean, this is just absolutely insanity. I mean, so this could have been done a little bit differently here by Boo. He didn't need to spam this cove like this. He should have just saved those bullets and just ran right in off the rip, but then he's out of bullets in both guns.
Both whiz right past it.
I mean, it happened to Zekin with the Blade Storm. It happened to Zekin with Blade Storm yesterday.
It's something about this map. It's something about this map.
It reminds me of the Psalm Cove rounds from Champions or Tokyo back then. Like, those moments are the ones that players remember that are so heartbreaking when you're that close.
And this too. What the hell happened here?
I mean, this was just calm on Ascent versus Paper X, getting the 1-2 transfer. I cast that moment and I was reliving it right there watching.
If he wants to win another trophy, he's got to play like he did in Champions 2023. And I thought that would just be like, in performance, in being good, in having his moments. No, it's play exactly the same way and win rounds on the flank single-handedly. Just ridiculous
Flanking
stuff.
all day long.
That's all he does.
I mean, we talk about Leviathan on the winning side of these rounds, but on the losing side, if you're Team Heretics, you have to be boomed by situations like that. They were crazy, crazy situations.
And you could kind of see it in some of their gameplay too. Like, they started making mistakes where they were stepping a little bit ahead of a smoke blooming and things like that, where they were giving opportunities for Leviathan to get free kills. And it seemed like some of those moments, like Tex hitting that shot on a mini boo as he's dashing up above the box on A, like things like that were really starting to set them off kilter, off pace. And then even in Com's moment where he got that sick double spray we were just talking about, Rienz is watching that angle for the longest time, turns around, and that's when Com strikes. Like, just little timings, little mental things started to fall apart for them. Yeah, this is that right there.
That shot.
Freaking disgusting.
Absolutely outstanding. And Tex has been so consistent all year at providing this value for his team. Out of all the Sentinel players at this tournament, he is taking more forced duels on the defensive side than anyone else. He is so willing to take those risks when he's anchoring his site. And sometimes you see it get punished. I think earlier in this series, on Lotus in particular, he had a lot of those first deaths when he was taking those risks. But in this map, he was really finding the value. And I think being willing to go for those plays, to trust his aim in those moments is so huge, because when we talk about rookies, we're thinking about Los Niños on the other side, but Tex won Ascension last year in Americas. He was with what was then the Guard, what became G2. This is his rookie year as well, and he has been performing out of this world.
Yeah, he really has been. It's incredible. And it's also just weird. Like, why is he so good with the Sheriff?
It's crazy.
You got a guy named Tex, you give him a 6-shooter, and somehow he's just absolutely cracked with it. It goes hand in hand. But I am so very impressed with how much value he's able to find round over round. And I think that if it's not for him having the performance that he did, this is a 3-0. Completely and utterly. Not to say that nobody else on LEV did, their own efforts here, but Tex did so much work on Abyss to keep them in this series.
Yeah, and you got to give it to their coach as well. Itapata coming in here. I would love to be backstage and hear what he's been saying to these guys when they were 2-0 down to go out there on Abyss, Paper Thin, and turn things around and perhaps kick off the start of a reverse sweep.
Yeah, well, I mean, my guess is it's coach speak where he's like, just stick to the plan, all these, kind of typical platitudes. But it's what they did in between yesterday and today. The little changes that they made, like Icebox being the tip of the spear a lot more often on their attacker side, able to break things open for them, showing different looks. One time they used the Harbor wall to push up with Icebox after they picked up the operator for him towards mid. It got shut down. The next round, they just dry pushed all the way through and then caught Heretics completely off guard. So a lot of things like that were round around. They're showing you a lot of different looks, and there were some very little minor changes in some of their formations that gave them a lot more success.
And I mean, look at the change once Etapata took control as the head coach of this team. They were struggling early this year, and then the organization decided to elevate him to head coach from assistant coach before, and they've had that 12-3 record since then. The players have talked a lot about how much impact he has in fixing some of the more micro stuff about their gameplay, in adjusting compositions, things like that. He's been a huge boom for this team to have the end of the year that they've now found.
And I think that it goes along with the trend that we've kind of been seeing across all of the different regions, which is teams taking risks, making changes, big overarching changes to the staff as well as the rosters, and then finding success off the back of it. Think about Mako going to IGL, this guy here, Iwapata coming in, becoming that head coach, same for Muggle with the transition there on EDG. These teams are taking these risks and they're now being rewarded for it.
And speaking of risks, we are going to go to Lotus. The Heretics, they had the choice of going Lotus here or Haven, and they picked the map. They have already lost against Leviathan.
And honestly, for me going into this one, I'm not even looking at the maps. I'm looking at the mental for this Team Heretic squad. Yes. This is a rookie squad. 4 new players on that stage who have had an excellent year, but have yet to win a best out of 5 this year. That is not a 3-0. No one's ever gotten reverse swept at Champions before, but if there was a team to do it, it would be the only squad left with former champion winning players on it.
No doubt about it. And I think it's tough for Heretics because you've been in these situations against Gen.G, for example, right? You lose the first map, you win the next 2, you're in the driver's seat. Gen.G on this very map, on Lotus, comes out, slaps you on map 4, like 13-4, I think it was, and it just fell apart for them. 13-3 on Split, and Gen.G wins Shanghai. So they need to find a different mentality for this Lotus.
No,
they
really
gotta be feeling that, right? You would think that they've been here before.
Yeah, they have been. And what I was hopeful when we're teeing up this matchup is that they learn from that experience, much, again, like Gen.G did versus Sentinels over at Madrid. Utilize what you learned there. Build that motivation and that endurance to be able to persevere through a long series. But that one player, again, that was not there was mini boosted. This is his first time being in this situation, so it is very much on the rest of the team to pick him up, to keep him focused and get him back into the driver's seat, because that Abyss was a bit of a rough showing for him.
The player with more experience on the roster, though, is his older brother, Boo. It's so special that they get to play together on a stage this big with their family watching here. The team has talked so much about the relationship they've built throughout this year. They've been together playing in so many tournaments from the start and have been through so much hardship. If you think back to that lower bracket run at Shanghai, they have the tools to come back into this one and close this series out, but it is still going to be difficult against a squad like LEV.
It just has to be Lotus, doesn't it? It's almost poetic that it has to be Lotus. But for Leviathan, though, they've done the hard part already to just stay alive. Pressure almost feels like it's on the side of Heretics. All LEV have to do is just to do what they already did against Heretics the last time.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure now, as soon as you switch sides on Abyss, all of a sudden, all the pressure felt like it was on Heretics. Leviathan comes out, wins that Pistols, then those rounds start getting scrappy, but Leviathan are the ones, time and time again, coming out ahead of it. Heretics' mental starting to crumble a little bit, so absolutely, you know, you can see these veterans calm. The ever-present, just jubilant nature that he has keeps this squad in check, keeps them in line, and we'll see if Heretics can do it, but
yeah, we will see indeed. And let's take a look at Agent Select. There will be no changes at this point. Why would you?
I wouldn't.
We don't expect any of that, and don't get it. I think the biggest thing is that this is another map where Team Heretics felt like their Neon ideas were getting too predictable. They moved away from it. Now they're playing this default Fnatic comp, and I think they have looked quite good here, even taking down Fnatic on this map. But for me, all the questions go to their defensive side. They led in the series against Leviathan, and then they could only win 2 defensive rounds. Ended up losing that map and dropping to the lower bracket.
Yeah, and that's something that you cannot have happen. You need to be able to rack up at least a couple on the defensive side. You know, 8-4, something like that, 7-5, more preferable. But if you're going to be going in, only 2 rounds accrued on the defending side, you're going to have a rough time.
Well, this is it. Another opportunity for Heretics to close this one out. But Leviathan, can they send us to a map fight? Let's find out now and send it back to your casters. It's Pansy and Steel.
This is the map where it all might change, where it goes from a glimmer to a reality of a reverse sweep. However, we're not there yet. They've met here before like they met on Icebox. This time it was a 13-10 towards LEV. They looked great, they looked strong. Yet a great performance from Icebox too, absolutely melting. But we saw the Icebox changed. Whole new result, no OT, not even that close really. Well, it was 13-7 in the end. But has Abyss shaken them, Josh, or are they here to play?
Team Heretics had that Abyss. It came down to slim margins. It came down to that big, crucial moment, the Cove moment for Boo. Here, though, I worry for Team Heretics. They've been shying away from this map ever since they made this change. Benji to Killjoy. Boo's on Fade instead of Smokes. Woot's on Omen instead of Gecko. What?
this, they need to do something different.
Nice little trap play towards middle, but Boo unaffected so far, actually. Managing to evade all the util and gets to retake that area. They get to re-clear it as well. Benji, his patience paying off there, sitting deep. So the early foray, the early attempt from Lev, not really getting its reward.
That actually pulled out a lot of really useful utility from the defense side. They don't have these pieces of util right now to use in the retake. The paint shells is gone. They've used Seize, they've used stun, aftershock. Yes, the stun will come back, but if Team Heretics picks the right site, if they're going here to A site, looks like that's where they're committed. That's where Lev's setting up that retake. It all comes down to the fact that Team Heretics is actually going to have better utility to stop this retake from coming in the first place. All they need to do is figure out that the site's open and walk in instead of using all of their abilities to get into the site. It is free for the taking.
Flanks on the way, though. That turret will alert them pretty quickly that they should be surrounded on all fronts.
I found my wire.
One's going to come in, try and get the time on their side. Slow progress from King, so it's going to take a moment.
Paranoia.
Oh, belting shot, though, from Benji. Backline still remains his. Miniboo as well, finding success over towards CT with a follow-up too. And now, sadly for King, he's a little too far away to be able to set anything to motion with that Paranoia. Mazzino was meant to be on that flank before, but Benji... Oh, just about heard that then. He's still on the hunt. Beautiful. It's King, last one alive. Feels like a formality. And it absolutely is. Heretics 5 alive here.
A flawless opening. There's a few things I look to in this round that makes me think Team Heretics might actually get a big runaway with a lot of rounds in a row here. 1, the way they dealt with that trap at B early round. 2, the way that Benji was able to smack that first shot down. He's looking like he's on point. 3, off of Benji finding out that that flank was coming in, instantly there was a reaction to push into spawn up that rope from the rest of the team. So Team Heretics looking like they're firing on all cylinders right now.
Yeah, let's see how it goes on, though, because we do still have this round where you can never write them out. You're going to look for stacks, little maybe pocket plays. They're very good. You can see them almost attempting that first round, too. Trying to make something happen for themselves there towards middle. Didn't really work out in the end.
Another trap.
And again,
dealt with.
It feels like Heretics are quite aware. Maybe just heads up adjustments, you know, maybe just not falling for it. But as it stands, sadly for Lev, even with all these attempts, unable to really get any rewards for them.
Another good approach from Team Heretics here to avoid this trap. And on this timing that these pieces of util are on cooldown.
They weren't able to clear King.
They weren't, but it doesn't matter. It's just the better guns are all together. Yeah. This is where they want to go. Until that stun comes back online, there's nothing that Lev can really do in the defense here.
But I do still like the trying to be instigators, though. I like the trying to make little plays here. You're not going to win a fair fight when you only have a Sheriff or a Classic. So why not try and go for something?
It's going to be back-to-back flawless rounds here to open up the map for Team Heretics. And keeping in mind, they could have closed this series out 3-0, gone straight to the grand finals tomorrow. But instead, they have to come back and revisit a map that they've not wanted to play in the more recent matchups. They haven't had success once they switched to that double controller style.
Yeah.
And the reason why they were so good before is because they had that kind of all-in neon fade, breach, just dump everything and execute. But they switch over to this double controller type of style. And we see how it works for Lev when they play their attack sides, splitting up the map, depositing players, doing these audibles, manipulating the rotations. That's something that Team Heretics didn't really do that well. Miniboo trying to close this out, get that kill. Benji, get away from that spike.
Yeah, time to move here. Com going to be able to go down towards the spike. But otherwise, I mean, near on perfect.
And Team Heretics, I mean, they're in control. They have the double controller. It's whether or not they know how to play this composition on a map like Lotus, where there's so many possibilities for you to use the revolving door, that blue room, that breakable door, and pivot back and forth, deposit players, and have these proper audibles. It's something that hasn't been working for Team Heretics. And when you run a double controller comp on this map, and you're starting attack side, it's something that you need to rely on. So let's see, has Team Heretics developed that? Fast opening again into their smoke. They're gonna take this space for free. Lev on that heavy A defense. Tex, both chips and a camera on B, expecting that bonus round was going to be a fast B play, but instead it's a C play. It's not going to be stopped, and Boo still holding that A lobby control.
Yeah, so many rifles out as well for Heretics. This is going to be a heavy hitting bonus. You're looking at King to keep control towards C, but already they're going to start testing the rest of the map here too.
Not committing the spike onto the site yet. Stun, paranoias, everything's still in play right now. Once the spike gets planted, that's when this flood's going to come.
Woot might be ahead of this by a touch. I want to see if he tries to just go for this one, and he absolutely does. He didn't need to go that far, maybe. The paranoia, he'd have been able to see him. And now denial on the plant. Potentially an overheat, maybe a misstep here by Woot. And for LEV, they get to keep 5 alive. 4 of them now standing tall on the site. Heretics forced down towards that lower side. Smoke goes in towards main, they're ahead of it, but Tex with 2, and a third for Tex. His impact has been off the charts during this series, and King to close. LEV strike back.
A flawless response from LEV, and I have to sit there and wonder, what is Team Heretics doing? We have the site for free, the paranoia, but you're gonna push in. It's a near site. You're in a smoke. You're near site distance. That is, again, we talk about the agent composition change. We talk about the role swaps. Woot doesn't really play Omen on any of these other maps. It's been Boo on every map who's been playing that Omen Astra role. Riens has been on Sova, and that's where he plays his best. Right now, he's on Viper. And right now, the fact that they had the site and they didn't do anything with it, that's not good enough. LEV trying to pick up the pieces right now. They have that A space. They get that off the back of basically just the haunt, but that Viper wall means that it's very difficult to get that information. That jump spot needs to come in, and it's so easy to punish that if you have the right weapon or the right pre-aim. Calm, playing with fire a little bit, but here already 3 players on the attack towards that C site, ready to just go in.
But it's the switch up of having Tex here that I like. Seems like such a steady player for LEV.
Okay, that was the plan from Heretics. They wanted to push back the A players, cause the players to sit there, passive, weakens up that C site rotation. And now the hit's going to come in. Team Heretics, they'll get the site. Miniboo has the paint shells to clear out elbow. He has a showstopper to get in their faces as well. It all comes down to, do they get the spike planted? How do they deal with the post plant?
Tex deciding, yeah, tone him back away. Doesn't want to go too far here. Thought maybe Mazzino might have been on that corner, but probably luckily he wasn't. That paint shell to follow. But
Nice.
he does go down. Maybe a gap in the smoke there. Gives Miniboo just a pixel to play with. They've kept control of CT, and I'm curious if there's an overstep this time. I can imagine that's not the case.
King, he's got paranoia. There's seized and paint shells. That could be a good combo for towards elbow, and they're in the position to do it. Here it comes, Boo.
It's huge.
He's gonna go down.
Surely.
He got away.
Boo's still
How?
alive. With a second chance of life, he goes back towards the site. Woot's still up top. Miniboo down below. Icebox trying to find one of these players. Isolate someone. He's done it. Riens falls. Now it falls towards Boo. Gets overwhelmed. Tex clearing house.
Transfer.
Put it on the top of the box. The numbers stay with Heretics. And they answer back in round 4.
I don't know if that was by design or if it's just one of these things that happen with that roll swap. Woot, there's a gap in that Omen smoke to the right side of it, and I like how Team Heretics has planned this out. As soon as they go in with that showstopper, the way that they have to plant the spike, it's open to that spam from Waterfall. So instantly, Miniboo comes over here, sends that paint shell out to kind of zone out any players from being able to get that spam onto that spike planter, and they deal with that so well. LEV, they try their best, but their combo does not connect.
Incredibly tense now between these two. First time we're seeing a dedicated effort towards this A site once these rifles have come into play. Mazzino catching a glimpse and deciding to fall away towards site. It's going to be Tex. Feeling like he's everywhere this round.
He definitely...
From last time towards C, now going for a bit of a gamble stack here on A. And it's not the wrong read.
He wants to be more involved in the fights and the action. Rightly so.
Oh, look at them already backing towards B.
Oh my.
Riens, what is that? Well, a third was on the cards, but not to beat. But a quick read. Com knows what's up. He can hear them already bounding towards that B site. Needs to call in the cavalry as they are trailing the man here. Aren't going to go through.
Paranoia in.
Paranoia, anyone going to work with this? Now they go, but it's too late in the day. Miniboo recovers vision. Drops the body. Mazzino, good trade. But a 3v2, struggling to get the time on their side and get this plant down.
2v3, spike's not planted. 30 seconds. Aftershock from Mizzino can funnel these guys away. That smoke on main.
It's nice.
It's all about these first kills.
Carving up at least a 2v2 on the site itself, but you can see how close Benji is sitting. Oh, I thought there was a chance for the spray on this one. Mizzino now. He may know where one of them is, but to find Benji would be hard. He knows where he is now, but time is the biggest factor. Boo!
Okay.
Boo's having, I want to say a nightmare, but Mizzino now given an opportunity. The time is going to be very, very low here, but he might be able to get this towards half. Takes a little bit of damage, but he's got himself an opportunity. And he's definitely got time, but he doesn't have the capability to outdo Benji there.
I love the timing on that swing from Benji. As soon as that tap on that spike comes in again, the swing's coming in before any possibility of reacting to it. But Rien's with those first 2 opening kills, dodging that seized plus paint shells combo behind rubble and getting 2 kills off the back of it. That was the difference maker in this round. And we don't get to see this guy on that Viper, on that lurk roll. He's usually with the pack as Gecko, as Sova. He doesn't get to, you know, play these rounds out. So being able to see him change that up and get value, really nice.
Well, be careful with this scoreline now as well, Lev. That's going to be 5-1 likely here, considering it's only Sheriffs. A couple of odds are really nearby, actually. So maybe with Mizzino on this rifle, I don't know. Maybe there's something to be said about it. One off the showstopper. One away from Rolling Thunder, but as it stands, it's the plant for Heretics.
Some counter util available for the defenders, but that first pick going into the...
And now we've got the Rolling Thunder, but look at the counterplay coming in already towards Waterfall. They want to try and take space away that should be secure, and it looks like they've got at least that. We're going to play back in, isolate Aspas. This is the problem, though. Now they're down to the Sheriffs. Oh, Tech's alive. He has been sharp with this Sheriff. Maybe his time to shine here. Door now open, Woot on a platter. Can't be taken down, though. Stands tall. And Mizzino, who started this, can't close it. Benji is there, and Heretics taking a strong lead now.
This map is a map where, because you have those 3 sites, because you have this access to the revolving doors, it spreads the defense so thin. If you try to defend A, you have to leave C open. If you try to defend C, you leave A open. If you try to defend both A and C at the same time, you leave B open. There's always a gap. And Team Heretics, because they deathball as 5 so frequently, they're going to be able to outnumber you anywhere they choose to go. And if they keep enough utility into those late rounds, the post plants, as soon as you try to get back into the round with your stuns, your flashes, anything like that, here comes a Viper Molly, here comes a Paint Shell, here comes some piece of utility. And now that Heretics is building on their economy, building on their ultimate economy, Lockdown almost in play, Viper's Pit almost in play, Showstopper almost back in play. And Lev, they're down, trailing by 4, but they haven't had a real grip on the game yet. They've been defending towards A early and then pivoting back, but right now, Team Heretics they're not really fighting for that space right now. They're happy to go for that C space first and then come back into A when they know that usually it's 1 or 2 people jump spotting, maybe trying to hold in case you do come back for that retake. But because of that, Team Heretics just gets to that site for free constantly, and they get to close out. Now Lev, they call that timeout. They have that showstopper on Aspas. They have the chance to be able to do something with it if they choose to do it.
And remember, last time around these two met, it was Aspas who had an absolute flyer of a series. Top of the board now, only 1 to 5. Uncharacteristically quiet for him. Gonna need him to show a little bit of that spark. Or we know he has. Everyone knows his potential, his capability. Rien's looking to maybe do a little bit of something he did before. Finding those 2 kills was paramount to Heretics' good conversion the previous. Now, back to a different setup here.
Lev starting with that heavy A defense. It's all on Tex to defend against the C site, and the rotation can't get here in time.
And he's so committed. I don't know how he gets away from this. Or maybe he doesn't want to. Maybe he wanted to try and stand and fight, but a 1-for-1 trade, I don't know if it's enough.
You should run.
Lockdown in play. Players already on the site. That's just going to zone them out to give them enough space to get into the site and plant. But look at Benji. He's already placing that turret for the flank. Here comes the plant. And Rien's, he's going to get it. He's got the Viper's Pit if he locks that down in spawn or waterfall. This is another round for Team Heretics.
See if they want to go for it. Look, yeah, opting towards CT. covering that off. This then encourages Aspas. Can he find a man? Drop the body. He can, but he takes himself down with it. And now down to the 3v3. Benji on the back lines being pressured. Is booted to deliver towards Mazzino. And now back and forth we go. But the Viper's pit on the site is the problem. They still have to clear past this. Com and King both wanting to close in now.
Tucking into spawn as well.
King gonna fall first though. It's all on Com in a 1v2 and he's trying, but they're gonna surely check on him. Boo! Keeping Heretics moving forward. The scoreline starting to become a problem.
Keep in mind, LEV just called a timeout. They had that gun round, they lost. Team Heretics takes the lead, puts LEV on another eco round. Lots of ultimates invested in that. Icebox uses Showstopper, goes 1-for-1, dies to it because he's in that Viper's pit. He's taking that early damage. And now, the lead building for Team Heretics. It's insurmountable right now. LEV, they need to find a way to stop the bleeding, but their economy, everything is reflecting it. And look, the overreaction, the C defense, they're leaving A exposed, and Team Heretics a step ahead again. They're going towards A this time. Benji, though, in spawn, holding that mid push, has that turret to watch that C push, and this A site again. LEV, you cannot defend it with only 2. Even if Breach gets here in time, it might not be enough.
No, and you look at the buy as well. It's Sheriffs, it's Stingers, Riens on the punish. Miniboo tethered, but it doesn't really matter. He's still standing, and he is still fighting. Miniboo!
Stop.
Back to back. Oh, for LEV, this is horrific. Held on one after what was a brilliant resurgence on Abyss. 13-9, we started to see all the stars aligning. Thinking maybe this was enough to bring them back into this series. And then we get here. The worries return, the issues return, and Heretics picking up where they left off. Looking cool, composed, and now very much in control.
Collecting another round. Miniboo has that showstopper now. Boo has that Nightfall. And again, Team Heretics staying a step ahead. Hitting C until LEV overreact, plays C. Hitting A exactly when they leave it exposed. Now with these ultimates, I want to see something fun. I want to see something with pressure towards one spot and slipping the gap. I've seen it before where they try to go towards A, make that pressure, and before you know it, in a blink of an eye, Miniboo through middle, through B, in the back with that showstopper. But right now, I think they're lining it up.
Looks like it.
Maybe just a little bit of pressure, maybe trying to figure out if this A defense is here to confirm it, to let them know that this is possible.
Yeah, Pacey already straight on in. Miniboo gonna pop the ult here and just secure space.
Absorb.
You can see how far back they have to sit here. It gives them time for the plant, but an opportunity for the retake. You're looking at Com here, you're looking at Tex potentially. Woo. Big opportunity, but Woo waiting. Denies anyone access through that blue door, gives them safety, allows them to all pour their attention towards CT, towards that connector. The counter ult on both sides going through. Miniboo, Boo, waiting, you see them both. That should be both tethered. Miniboo can now turn for a second. Now the paranoia goes in towards CT. Miniboo draws blood, Riens, Heretics, line him up and knock him down.
Team Heretics right now are unstoppable, rolling through, staying one step ahead every time. It's just impossible. When you're hitting shots like this, when you're finding the openings, when you're not afraid, when you are flying on high confidence, it is so hard to stop a team that is like this right now with these crossfires. And LEV, they don't have an answer. They need to figure out a way to defend against Team Heretics, but part of that might be just having to have better retake protocols. They are guessing the wrong spots, but here they might guess the right spot.
Ooh. Seized up, here we go.
Okay, that's a
Tex
start.
Finding Riens, now gonna apply the pressure, and Heretics withstand. 3 back-to-back, and LEV are trying to throw everything they have at them. They don't want to go out like this. So close to that grand final. And watch it slip. One round, all they've been able to post so far. Tex trying to dig deep, but he gets put in his grave. Now King. A 1v3, we talked about his timings, his ability to find space, to give LEV so many options in previous maps, but now he has to clutch up. There's no two ways to say it. They need impact. They need someone to stand tall. He's not slowing down by any means. He's in there. Toy with their expectations on the TP, but they know what's going on. The Haunt gonna ensure it. Nice shot from King, a better trade from Boo. At this point, it's 9-1. This game may be nearly over.
It's probably nearly over at this point, the way that Team Heretics has been fighting back. Again, you look at that last map of Abyss, you look at how it fell apart for Team Heretics at the end there. It wasn't to a lack of planning or prep or strats or player performance. It's that Cove incident. It comes back to that round. It just unraveled. The rest of Team Heretics gave LEV that little bump to get to that finish line, to take us to this map. But now Team Heretics is showing why this map was in their wheelhouse for so long, and they look revitalized on it right now. I did not expect this coming into this. I was nervous for Team Heretics. They've been putting it away. They picked Icebox against Sentinels instead of, you know, picking, I think they banned Lotus even, in fact. So the fact that they're able to come out here on Lotus and look like this.
I mean, and rightly so. Heretics picked this map before. They only got 10 rounds. LEV got 13. They played here. We already knew how this went. But the difference is how close Heretics now are. They can see it. They can nearly touch it. That trophy, so close to them. A chance to fight for it. A chance to right their wrongs in previous finals. And no bigger stage than Champions. But they still have to get past LEV. They've done the hard work initially. Couple of maps behind them now. And they've done so much heavy lifting here. 9 rounds. Look at the run of them. For LEV, trying to prove how bad you want it. Do you have it in you? Do you still have gas in the tank? Another gear to shift to. It's now or it's never. 1 round is not enough of a buffer. I don't care who you are. You gotta give us a little more, LEV.
You gotta get at least 3. That sets it all up. Team Heretics off the back of that timeout called from LEV. Holding, waiting. Seeing if LEV goes for another aggressive play. They just tried it, didn't work. But LEV is still 1 defending C, 2 defending front of B, and 2 to defend A. So split. Anywhere Team Heretics chooses to go, they have a 5v2 at worst. Alarm bot set for that flank. Now here comes the orb collected, the tree room open, haunt through.
Aspas. First time we're seeing him test this in what feels like this entire game, apart from 1 flank we saw earlier on.
And alarm bot, man.
Yeah, they doubled down. They're taking no chances here. And they're feeling surrounded, but look at Tex.
Is that the go?
It's so precarious. This positioning from Tex, it feels like feast or famine, and he's played it. Oriens with a ghost clears him. How is this happening? They're being brought down to the ground here. 5 still up for Heretics. They got the plant. Benji backfilling the space on CT. Aspas, every step is so arduous. And we need the Magic Man to pull a trick out of the hat, pull something out, show us something here, LEV. Going out with a whimper. Is not it. 3 kills for Aspas. This feels like we've shifted into a whole different reality. He's dead. He's done for. It's 10 already for Heretics.
I've lost count of how many times LEV has gone for these flanks, and it does not work against Team Heretics. The style that they play, as soon as they see that flank coming in, they know it's not just 1 player. They know it's multiple, and they press forwards. They know at worst they're in front of a 5 versus 3, and they claim that space. It's been the name of the game, and Team Heretics, they look insane on this attack side. LEV, a slow opening, a more passive approach to that A. Yes, they use a one-way. Yes, they use an orb, but they keep that stun on Mazzino. He's got that over towards C. If this hit comes back towards C, they break that trip. Mazzino gets that stun off, gets that swing, asks for the cage, and lays them up.
Bring them down.
Mazzino, pressure on his shoulders here. Trying to hold the site, calling the cavalry. Aspas now, right place, but we're still above a minute. They can pivot.
Open the revolving door, create that pressure, make them question whether or not it's B. Look how it's dealing with the rotations. Tech's already picking up that waterfall B area. King has to watch it from the blue room. It's just calm on that A defense. Right now, Spike looks like they want to QB sneak it back into that C site after some sort of pressure elsewhere on the map. Remember, this revolving door, they can always connect back here after they pressure A or B.
Tex, bit of a headliner, and I thought a bit of a head taker there. Only gets down Wu, but I thought he might have had Mini-Boo as well.
And look how that exposed that C site though. Icebox needs to go big from this waterfall, deny that plant.
And it's Aspas, you call upon him. Maybe it's his time to answer that call. 13 seconds. They can get the plant here. He can't deny it.
Peaked.
Giving him no quarter. King falls. And now Oncom. A 2v1. Can he give him anything? A touch to work with. Desperate attempt to Boo. Bodies him. It's 11 rounds to Heretics. Nearly securing the grand final in one half. Josh, this has been a masterclass here. A night and day difference from the last time they met. This is Heretics with one goal in mind. to 1. It's a condemning scoreline. 1 round for LEV. The third was all they could gather. And Heretics so close now. Becoming tangible, becoming reality. And now they just have to close. A comeback would be a miracle for LEV. It's not impossible, but they better be praying.
It needs to be flawless, perfection. LEV, they burned both their timeouts. 1 to 5 they were down, 1 to 9 they were down. That's when they burned them and they got no value from it. Team Heretics has been a step ahead every single time. The players have been on point, winning their duels, and they've been crushing with sheer numbers everywhere they go. And now LEV need to respond in kind if they want to have a chance to take it to a final map. But right now, it looks like they don't have that teamwork. Can they show us, prove to us that they do have it in them? Slow opening. LEV don't want to make any missteps. Can't make a mistake. Don't want to make a misstep right here.
So dangerous.
The same approach that they had on Abyss, right? They went towards B after a little bit of A pressure. Tex and Icebox leading the charge, but here, Benji playing that retake, waiting for the rest of his team to come back. This is what was working so well in some of these retakes in the previous maps. Team Heretics, as they group, reach critical mass. They have the paint shells. Haunt, no C's though. That paranoia coming in, Woot in the back. Here it comes, and here comes the retake.
Yeah, smokes in, haunts up, paranoia too deep, Mini-Boo on the way, first man falls, Aspas King trying to desperately claw into this, hold on, give them a chance, give them a moment, give them hell, another round, come, the one to do it, it's 2 rounds, but it's a step.
Step in the right direction, and again, No missteps allowed. LEV, they pick up that first one. It gets a little close at the end there. Came down to the wire in that post plant, that 5 versus 5 utility coming out from both sides. LEV a little bit on top of those trades, and taking out that flank as well was huge. It was massive. But LEV, if they want to be able to do this comeback, remember, Team Heretic started with a couple of flawless rounds to open up the game, build that economy, build the ulti economy as well. And also, same time, deny LEV the ability to get their ultimates on line.
Mini-Boo.
Right here, another fight, Mini-Boo.
Easy.
Does he catch one?
Nice from Aspas. A really big opportunity for him to warm into this game too. These are the moments where you become truly legends. People refer to him as the GOAT of the game. I don't blame you, but you need him right now. At 6-12, this has not been a career performance for him at all. But if there's a time to turn up, it's the next couple of rounds if they get the grace to have them. Aspas forced away.
It's not pretty at all.
It's not, but luckily you don't fight alone with LEV. He's got support there. Mazzino, Com, have his back. Benji gonna hear this cross. They get dealt with. Mazzino the one to keep this together. To keep the round looking likely. Maybe a third could come in. As Rien's the last one alive. And this should be stability for LEV.
I don't think the macro decisions here are bad for LEV. They're good, they have that map control. They control the rotation so well, but it's where they come in and the execution of everything, making sure that they're together, they're hitting their shots. Some of these situations are getting really close. Remember, this was just pistols for Team Heretics. They took out Icebox. Com and Tex came really low as well. Had their big guns, been shields on the other side, different story. So, LEV, again, this is the first big test. If you can't get past this hurdle, there's no shot. I will see you again. Show us what you've got.
Deep breaths now, 3-11. As you said, first big challenge, big test. No bigger stage for it to be on. And Heretics, well, they can take chances, they can take risks. And right now, they're trying to just escape. Aspas, perfect, takes away Benji, trying to clear the box, make sure. Does his due diligence, he knows that someone's gonna try to sneak around there, but no. We know that already Woot's backed away, but a perfect start to things. Quell some of that confidence, slow down Heretics.
Heretics, such a big lead that they can choose to do some riskier plays to see if they can shut down LEV before they're able to get anything. A great clear on that C-Mound area by LEV. But here they come back to A. Already Team Heretics bolstering the position. Tex goes down.
Rien's. Oh,
no
in
way.
a hail of
Not
bullets.
like this, man.
LEV are being decimated. King, Com, Aspas. Where do you go? Do you look towards B? Eye up C. You're not going A anymore.
This is when silence is deafening. You hear your own heartbeat pumping louder and louder as you realize that the end of the tournament life is quickly, rapidly
looming.
approaching.
20 seconds. Boo on the other side of this smoke. The spike is hit.
Dodges it. No, no.
It passes.
No.
Boo with an
No.
opportunity to break their hearts, and he's doing it! Shattering LEV to pieces. And King, too little, too late!
There's no timeouts. That's it. LEV, they had that first opening at C. The risky play from Team Heretics did not pay off. But the response, Rien's the Odin spam. Blind, through the door, just catches one randomly, catches a second randomly, and it's all unraveling for LEV. Slipping the gap here as well. It's just unreal the way that LEV is losing right now. They have to be heartbroken. They have to be.
One away. Heretics, one away. LEV have had to watch this go from bad to worse. Seeing their chances slip away. There's an ult to work with. There's still a buy in hand, and they are gonna give it everything they have to try and stay in this tournament, to stay in champs for a chance at the finals. Aspas, but it's Mini-Boo and Boo back to back, doing so much damage towards LEV, leaving them in a 2v3. And Mazzino is so isolated. Benji takes away Dex. And now on the verge. It's down to 1. Miniboo, Benji, Woot. They show patience as they slowly close in. They look to finish with a flourish. The paranoia going through Mazzino. Can you step up when it matters most? Can you handle the pressure? The answer is no, as Heretics in name and in nature, defying belief and lock in the grand finals.
LEV, they came so close, they showed so much tenacity. And if there's any takeaway from this series, it's not about how maybe bad LEV might have played. It's about how good LEV played, but Team Heretics are a cut above right now. They're playing flawlessly.
Spot on. Give it a moment. See what it means to him. Sheer elation for Heretics to face a team that they'd lost to here recently, to face those maps again. And on the other side, LEV, a team who've been made for greatness, and they got this close, so damn close. But today, it wasn't their day.
Close isn't good enough when you're in the champs deep run. Team Heretics, they're on that stage right now, and oh man, the progression, you can see, you talked about it, they lost that first matchup, the head-to-head, but here, in that rematch, it looked like a completely revamped team, different, and you have to look at what contributes to that. It's got to be the coaching staff. You have Niels, you have Weber, a lot of it probably on the shoulders of Boo, the in-game leader, but also the players, the stars. You have Rienz, you have Benji, you have Woot, you have Miniboo. Like, you talk about this team, you're highlighting all these other players. Miniboo, he slips the discussion somehow.
Even though he's top of the board in the last map?
He's top of the board. He's been frying the last couple of days. Neon Rays, it doesn't matter. He's in there. These guys are good.
Yeah, they are damn good. I'm glad you mentioned Rienz. In my mind, he's out there as potentially one of the MVPs. I'm glad the desk was talking about it earlier too. He's had a belting performance. And you're right, you could pick so many of the players. And God, it's hard to look towards LEV at times. I mean, gave it a go. But what are you meant to do against a side that looks to be getting stronger and stronger? Heartbreak for Com there. It's hard in these moments to see the absolute stark contrast between the winners and losers, but you can see what it means to make it to those finals, to get a shot again and again. He's felt that high before. Maybe he'll feel it another time, but it won't be in Champions this time around.
Heretics, they've been on the receiving side. When they've hit the grand finals, they've suffered. They've been quoted saying they would rather like lose early than get second place again.
Yeah.
And here they are, set up in that moment where it's either they win it all or they go out in second again. Are they gonna let this happen, or have they learned? We've seen their growth so far.
Yeah.
Is it enough though?
EDG, the final boss. I mean, they have looked something else. Something else. Take a moment, drink it in. Heretics will be back to this stage. For LEV, I think they've made some fans here today.
Absolutely.
Hard game, hard opponent, and a hard walk to that backstage area. Never easy in these moments, but a glance back throughout at least the last map here, in case you missed it. And it was, well, quite quick, really.
It was just a reel of, I mean, a lot of these fights came down to these big team fights. Team Heretics coming in on top, the positioning, the crossfires that they have, the understanding of where they need to push, keep the pressure on next. And of course, you have moments like this, the Odin spams, the smoke spams, just random things happening. Just sometimes the luck is in your favor and sometimes it's against you. And right now, just how the stars aligned for this team was magical.
And they made something of it as well. It's one thing to have the luck, sometimes they let it slip away, you don't utilize it, but here, gosh, it almost felt like a mercy killing at a 13-3. LEV just didn't have it in him anymore, but someone who does have it in him, who has been outstanding, is Rienz, who's standing by for the Verizon post-match interview.
Inspire Arena, let me hear it for Rienz! 리엔즈 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 3대1 승리로 결승에 진출하게 됐습니다. 벤지피시 선수는 정말 숨을 가쁘게 몰아쉬기도 하고 미니부 선수도 굉장히 신나 보였는데 리엔즈 선수 담담하거든요. 지금 어떤 기분인지 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Congratulations, Rienz. 3-1 to advance to the grand finals. We saw the sigh of relief from Benji and also Su from Minibu as well. But you seem pretty calm. Like, what's going on? How do you feel right now?
I mean, I'm so happy, but I'm kind of like Boo, you know, I'm kind of chill. Of course, I'm so happy, like I'm also excited, you know. We're gonna play grand final, especially in our first year, you know, like everybody is joining champions for first time in our team. So I think it's like great achievement, you know, and I'm really confident that we're gonna win.
Oh, win the whole thing? Okay. 먼저 부 선수랑 리엔즈 선수가 성향이 비슷해서 좀 이렇게 많이 기쁠 때도 그 감정을 많이 드러내지 않는 편이지만 너무 행복하고 기쁘다고 얘기를 하고요. 특히 이렇게 결승전에 진출하게 됐는데 사실 팀에 있는 모든 선수들이 챔피언스 결승전은 처음이기 때문에 또 너무너무 신나고 열심히 해서 내일 우승할 수 있을 것 같다고 얘기를 했습니다. 그럼 먼저 가볍게 게임 얘기 좀 여쭤보고 싶은데요. 뭐 선셋에서도 그렇고 어비스에서도 그렇고 이 부 선수가 사이트를 혼자 보는 일이 많았거든요. 좀 부 선수의 콜이 그렇게 나온 건지 부 선수를 선수들이 믿고 있는 건지 아니면 이게 전략의 일부인지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Speaking of Boo, we see him holding a site by himself a lot, especially on Sunset A, also on Abyss on his Astra as well. Is this part of your game plan or is this more of him giving you the calls and the teammates having that full faith in him that he can definitely hold the site on his own?
I mean, I would say like we trust Boo so much, so whatever he says, we listen. And if he says that he can hold the site solo, we will of course just believe him and just show.
And he does, right? He does.
Exactly.
부 선수에 대한 믿음이라고 얘기합니다. 부 선수가 이제 뭐라고 콜을 내리기만 하면은 선수들은 그걸 따를 준비가 돼 있고 부 선수가 만약에 선수들이 다가오는데 내가 사이트 혼자 다 막을 수 있다라고 하면은 충분히 막을 수 있다고 믿기 때문에 이런 믿음이 빛나는 답변을 줬는데요. 리엔즈 선수 그리고 올해 데뷔해서 국제대회는 2번째 결승전에 진출하게 됐는데 사실 1년 내내 정말 꾸준한 폼을 보여주고 있습니다. 이렇게 큰 무대에서도 용기와 폼을 잃지 않는 비결은 무엇인지도 물어보도록 할게요. Speaking of, first time in the grand finals for champions, this year, it's your debut year, and yet you've been consistent throughout all international tournaments and throughout all regional tournaments as well. Heading into that second grand finals of this year, I want to ask you, how do you keep so consistent and strong? Does nothing scare you?
I mean, I think everybody in the team loves each other, so there is no mental issues in the team, everybody trusts each other and everybody is have stamina to work hard because we are young people, I would say, and we are just working hard. Our coaches are working hard and our team, I don't know, just supporting us a lot, and we had some good performance coaches that I want to thank. Yeah.
아무래도 이 선수들이 어리기 때문에 충분히 이런 힘든 여정을 견딜 끈기도 있고 그리고 팀 분위기가 너무너무 좋기 때문에 사실 멘탈 관리가 팀적으로 그렇게 힘들지 않다고 얘기를 해서 그런 부분이 리엔즈 선수 개인적으로도 많이 도움이 되는 것 같고 그리고 퍼포먼스 코치님을 포함해서 이제 코칭 스태프도 굉장히 많이 도와주고 있기 때문에 또 본인의 폼이 이렇게 꾸준할 수 있다고 얘기를 하는데요. 마지막으로 EDG에게 내일 경기 앞두고 하고 싶은 말 한마디 듣고 끝내도록 하겠습니다. Tomorrow, EDG. Minibu said, now's not the time to trash talk, but I feel like you could be up for it. So anything you'd like to say to EDG?
No trash talk.
Okay.
I agree, my brother, So we keep being humble, but I'm really confident that we're gonna play good game, So we also beat them before in Shanghai. And I think we have some positive part against Chinese teams. So yeah, let's.
You learned some positive parts.
I mean, I think we are good against them, you know.
Okay, yeah.
So we'll just see tomorrow.
Okay.
Good luck.
상하이에서 EDG 한번 꺾어봤고 또 상성상 중국 팀 상대로 헤리틱스가 굉장히 잘하는 것 같기 때문에 내일도 열심히 해서 좋은 경기 겸손하게 펼치면서 우승을 할 수 있었으면 좋겠다고 얘기했습니다. 이렇게 해서 리엔즈 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Rienz.
Thank you.
Good luck in the grand finals.
Thank you. 감사합니다.
And that's all we have for the post-match interview today. Bye-bye.
Oh, what a day we have had. I've got Kilios back here with me, joined by two very special guests. It's the coaching staff of Team Heretics, Neil Zenio and Weber. Guys, congratulations. Huge congratulations today. But we have been here before. How many finals is it this year?
3, I believe, right?
3, I think, yeah.
3, I think, yeah.
Yeah?
I think so.
You're kind of used to it now at this point.
Yeah, we're chilling.
Yeah.
Nice.
You were chilling throughout that game as well?
Yeah, honestly, that was pretty zen.
It was alright, yeah. Not too bad, not too bad.
What about Abyss, after Abyss? Was it still alright?
Yeah, like I think on Abyss, we kind of just, I mean, they played well, first of all, but I think we kind of just let the control of the game go ourselves. Like, our communication dropped a little bit. We lost a few, you know, really stupid post plants, and then it kind of just snowballed from there. So when we got to Lotus, we just told the guys to reset and focus purely on ourselves, and yeah, we know how to win. So
one of the things that I've been talking about up here that you know, I was just kind of grasping at straws, but hoping that this was going to be the case. Do you think that after the final at Shanghai, losing to Genji, that helped build up, you know, the endurance and mentality for the players to be able to go through a longer series?
I would say basically all of the experience we've had this year is kind of came into one and got to the point where, yeah, we can deal with a best-of-5 series, because we had a small struggle against Carmine in the kickoff, and then we had the same in Season 1 against Fnatic. Hopefully now we've kind of like managed to get to that point where we can deal with a best-of-5, and kind of, even if we go 2-0 up and we lost the map today like we did, we can come through and get the third map that we need.
Yeah, you had tons of experience this year. I mean, if we look back on it. I just really quickly want to talk about some mini boost slander. I've seen it on the interweb. I'm sure you guys have seen it as well, but he's just at the, I feel like the lower bracket, when it really matters the most, he's proving everybody wrong.
yeah, exactly. Like, I think for us, we've never, I don't know, like one thing we tell the boys to focus on is just stay away from social media, stay away from what people are saying. Obviously, it makes that a little bit harder when he goes out and trash talks, but he's not a toxic person, right? Like, he just does it purely for fun.
He's passionate.
Yeah, he just does it for fun. It's just like a kid enjoying the game and joking. Like, he's playing against the best players in the world, you know? So for us, like, I don't know, it's weird seeing it, because it's like, everything he does for us is so huge. Like, even if he's not on top of the scoreboard, he makes so much space, he buys so much time, his communication is insane. He's like our second hype man alongside Benji, so he just brings so much more to the team that, you know, it's easier for people to criticize him from the outside, but you don't really understand it until you kind of jump into our comms and watch him play.
I mean, getting ready to jump into this series, was there anything that you had said particularly to Miniboo? Was that necessary to kind of take him aside, given that this is his first time, you know, in a best-of-5 on a global stage? Was there any kind of parting words of advice that you'd given to him, or was he pretty much set to go?
Not really. Like, I think we just tried to normalize it, right? Like, it's just like a culture we have in our team. We came here for experience this year, and that's all it is. It's experience for him, you know. So just embrace it. Like, we always tell the boys, like, take every moment and live in it. Don't think about the future. Don't think about the past too much. You spend too much time worrying about that, you don't focus on the present. So
I think people forget that he's literally was at school. He
Yeah.
just graduated from school. But I mean, your journeys, even the two of you, has been crazy, I feel like, since you've been in Valorant. You've gone up against so many incredible opponents. I mean, Leviathan, I feel like playing against them twice in this tournament, you don't get that shot at players like Aspas and Com that often, right? So what's that experience been like?
No, it's been nice. I mean, I don't think myself personally, I've not done anything against Leviathan before, so just being able to kind of experience that and their playstyle, it's been enjoyable, especially to try and prepare for them. It's a very tough team to prepare for, so yeah, I think we managed to handle ourselves quite well. So
Is Aspas as good as everyone else says? Because I feel like he is everyone's idol's idol.
Is it kind of that thing where, like, you're watching and you see, like, you have 3 players alive, and then you realize, oh, it's Aspas that's on the other side? Like, we might not be out of the woods yet, you know?
I mean, he is obviously extremely talented, right? But that's another thing that me and Weber have kind of told the boys a lot. Like, don't focus on the names, just focus on Raze, Jet. Like, we don't want to
focus on the agents. Yeah.
Focus on the agents, and it's like he's just a different type of duelist. I think Safe for us is extremely hard to play against. I'd say like someone like Safe is so explosive. Like he'll send himself in first. He'll just rip the bomb site apart, and there's nothing you can do against it. Whereas if you watch a couple of games of Aspas, it's manageable. You know.
He takes a more measured approach when he plays. So
he's a very smart duelist. So.
I agree. I feel I now remember Safe on Sunset. He's just everywhere.
Don't remind us, please.
Oh, but he is literally everywhere. But let's take a look at the bracket because we are down to just 2 teams. I would love to know if you guys at home predicted this.
No one did.
Is this how it went? How you guys expected it to go as well?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, for me, like we always back ourselves, right? Like we know if we play our game, we can get to the finals. I didn't expect DGD to get it, but they've played like super good this whole tournament. So
kind of on that note, as you get ready to go up against EDG, I mean, Rian said, you know, I'm going to stay humble, no trash talk. I'm wondering if you guys have a little bit of a different taste and flavor about you, because we did hear from Kaplan in one of the half times, and he said EDG win tomorrow no matter what. Do you have any reply to that?
No, like, dude, it's the grand final of champions. Like, you are good if you've got to the final of champions.
Yeah, exactly,
you know, like there's no slander from me. Like, they work extremely hard, same as every other team here, and you need to be on your A game.
I think on the other side of this is obviously you guys were in China. You experienced the fandom, the Chinese fans. They love you guys, you know, whether it's you knocking out all of their teams or, you know, the Wood streams on Bilibili and so on and so forth. What's it like for you two as well? I mean, I feel like this is the last thing you would expect, right? Coming into this team, picking up these boys, going to a different region, and they just instantaneously fall in love with you.
I think it's just testament to how likable they are as characters as well. Like, I think they just put the best version of themselves out there.
Not them, you as well.
Oh, us.
All of you, yeah.
I wasn't in China.
The collective.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no,
I mean,
you count.
I've never experienced anything like it, to be honest, when I was in China. It was crazy. Like, we'd go out for dinner and then people were swarming you. It's, I don't know, man, it's madness.
Yeah.
Crazy, like, crazy fan base. It was so nice.
Anything you want to say to the VCTCN fans? Because as much as they love EDG, they love you guys as well. They're going to be looking forward to this.
I mean, for me, like, I just want us to put on a good show, and I want everyone to have a fun time. Like, whatever happens, happens. Yeah, a good time. Like,
fun time.
A fun time.
What
yeah,
about
a
you,
fun
Eva?
time. Like,
we'll just see tomorrow, to be honest. I'm a more like, we'll have a good game. We'll have fun out there. That's what I'm going to say.
Okay, and then we'll do the talking afterwards. Yeah, we'll do some talking afterwards. But thank you very much. Massive congratulations today once again. Thank you for joining us as well. Thank you very much to you, Seth. You guys, we are down to just 2 teams. One more day. We also have an hour-and-a-half gold carpet pre-show with a ton of guests. All of your favorite streamers and pro players, they're all going to be there. It will be the biggest day of this entire year. Thank you so much for you guys at home for watching. We'll see you tomorrow at the grand finals. I can't believe I'm saying that. Grand finals.
Finally here.
The grand finals is on the line here. Just one best of 5 stands in the way of either team, Heretics or Leviathan, making it.
Takes a look to the left, looks to the right, and he waits. That's patience, that's discipline, and that's a good goddamn reward.
Thank you, crowd. You saved me.
Wall, and he finds a player, and the follow-up for Rien's. Heretics finding the perfect balance. Aggression, discipline, message sent. Heretics are here today, and they mean business. Punished King, and now, no way, Mini Boo, double back. God, so evasive. A little adrift, but he finds his way forward, fighting through Market, looking for a follow-up towards Rien's. He didn't catch the timing, and Tex catches his man. Tex in that round was instrumental. Mini Boo flies in, but it's Boo to find Tex, and suddenly they're falling like flies. King can only do so much. Heretics extinguish the fire that was lit underneath Lev. Map 2's theirs, and they go 2-0 up. Made himself a little corner to play out of. They had no idea that he could have been in there. Benji put in on a show, put in on a class. Takes strides and takes down Rien's. Oh, what a follow-up. Perfect shot. They are clearing house. Leviathan are here to play. Right now it's King doing the best he can. Oh, King decimating Heretics 13-9. Leviathan are not down. They're not out. They're still in this. This falls. Now it falls towards Boo. Gets overwhelmed. Tex clearing house. Put it on the top of the box. The numbers stay with Heretics. Mini Boo draws blood. Rien's Heretics line him up and knock him down. Heretics in name and in nature, defying and lock in the grand finals.
If we kill, we will win. If they kill, they will win. That's all.
Just do this.
Cold. Cold.
This time we're gonna shake them.
Here we go again.